This is your brain, Archelaus. guys. Hello, good morning. Jinx, good morning to you, brother. Zombie with the tier 1 membership. Zombie, thank you. Coach Eden Sham, Mira Kitty Tisser, Martok. Good morning, guys. Coach said, please watch. What is it? Kiss. What is this? What are we watching? What is this? Oh dear.
The elves were given the ethereal high notes of Glamrock. The dwarves were gifted the heavy bass of metal. And the race of men desired above all else the catchy hooker pop. But they were all deceived, for another track was made in the land of Mordor, in the fires of Mount Doom. The Dark Lord forged a master track, and into this composition he poured his cruelty, his malice, and his will to get down. Down in the dark, beneath the roots of stone, that creature they called Gollum, he was dancing all alone. But then a Mr. Baggins, he came sneaking through the gloom, where he found a golden circle that would seal his fate with doom. They played a game of riddles in the cold and pitchy black, with the creature getting closer for a juicy hobbit snack. But the burglar held a secret that he kept inside his coat, and his question was a weapon pointed at the creature's throat. The ring betrayed its master, it wanted to be free, to find a brand new keeper for its disco melody. He slipped it on his finger and he vanished into air. Then he left the creature screaming in a panic of despair. But when you put it on, you feel the fever start.
Oh my God.
A heavy bassline thumping deep inside your tiny heart. It spins you round and round till you're caught inside the trance. There's simply no escaping the dark power of the dance. You can hide from all your friends, but not the lidless eye. It sees you burning brightly beneath the Mordor sky. The wraiths are riding out upon their horses black. There is only going forward and there is no going back. There's just
so
one
good.
funk to rule them all, and just one funk to find them, just one funk to bring them all, and in the disco bind them. The age of men is coming to an end. You have no ally, you have no friends. Surrender your will to the beat of the drum. The time of the earth has finally come. My eyes open and my vision's wide. There's nowhere left for you to hide. I see the hobbit and I see the king. I am the lord of the disco ring. Just one funk to rule them all, just one funk to find them.
Oh my God.
To bring them all, and in the disco bind them. The ring passed to his nephew, who was barely 33. A sprightly lad named Frodo and his friend Samwise Gamgee. But the wizard
my
saw
God,
the danger
dude.
in that precious elven gold, so he cast it in the fire, and it came out burning cold. You have to keep it secret, and you have to keep it safe, or you'll find yourself in danger from the evil shadow wraith. Our poor hobbits had to leave the Shire.
Oh my
with the riders
God.
on their tail. Even Strider knew that things were dire and the mission couldn't fail. They found safety in the Elven Valley with the counsel of the wise. But the men of Gondor wouldn't rally, they had fear inside their eyes. One can't simply walk right into Mordor through the shadow of the eye. But the hobbit said he'd cross the border, or at least he had to try. Every step you take is getting slower. The burden cuts into your skin.
No, worm
While the
tongue.
bass is getting ever lower, that's when the voices start to win. I can make you powerful and strong. It's time temptation's tearing you apart. I can make you play the perfect song. Disco darkness in your heart. The ring, it whispers silky silent secrets. It puts your spirit to the test. The rhythm sends a shiver down your spine. Forget about the wizard and the quest. It will tell you things you want to hear. Just put me on it.
Bro, how long? It's 7.5 minutes?
And take the throne. You've been struggling for so very long. Now you'll never dance alone. 'Cause there's just one funk to rule them all. And just one funk to find them.
I'm sorry, this is incredible.
Just one funk to bring them all. And in the disco bind them. The age of men is coming to an end. You have no ally and you have no friends. Surrender your will to the beat of the drum. The time of the orc has finally come. My eyes open and my vision's wide. There's nowhere left for you to hide. I see the hobbit and I see the king. I am the lord of the disco ring. Just one funk to rule them all. Just one funk to find them. Just one funk to bring them all. And in the disco bind them. Frodo stood above
Who is this creator? Wicked AI.
the sea of fire and refused to let it go. He had claimed the funk as his desire, then disappeared as Samwise shouted no. Funky Frodo appeared with just 9 fingers. He had lost the ring of doom. Why does he have 9 fingers? Where is the ring of doom? That creature golem held it to the sky. Then in his mania he fell. And he took the magic of the eye back into the pits of hell. The dark tower has fallen. The master track is silenced. The time of the elves is over. But the funk belongs to the age of men.
Oh my god. Alright, I think we got the gist. Oh, it's almost done. It's almost done.
Just one funk to find them. Just one funk to bring them all. And in the disco bind them.
I can't get over how fucking fabulous Legolas looked in this. My goodness. It's Bolg. Thank you so much for 110 months. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. That was fucking funny. I don't give a fuck. That was funny. Battle Stove. Thank you so much for 15 months. This isn't the one funky track to rule them all. It's only a tribute. Side note, I mostly agree with your AI takes. I'm on a journey to draw a red line in what I find acceptable and not acceptable. It's tough. I think people calling themselves the artist, which they aren't, and generative is where I currently place it. There's like, I don't know, man. We're getting into like a philosophical debate about like what is art, which is a whole can of worms that frankly I'm not prepared to dive into myself. I don't even know the answer to that question. But I think like we can agree that there's like levels to it. So if somebody goes to, if somebody brings up an AI model or whatever, and then like inserts a really broad prompt, like make me a fantasy film set in, you know, da 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 da, and then the AI does literally all the creative work and comes up with the story and everything. that's not really a whole lot of expression. Like, what did you really add to that? However, if somebody sits down and they've got like a fully fleshed out story, and they've got a script, and they have like a storyboard in their minds of like how each thing, and then you work on like with that level of specificity, it's like, I think like, yeah, that's technically art, right? You're telling a story and you're using AI as a tool, but technically that's art, right? However, I will say that the artistry angle of like the AI debate, I think, is probably the one that has the most merit in terms of the complaints. It's like the environmental cost and then stealing people's art, like stealing people's art style. Those are the two most valid, I think, complaints. And I don't really know the answer to like what is the way that I just leave that to the regulators, I don't really know what the solution to that is. John Favreau had a good convo about AI in his offline pod.
I also think we always fight.
John Favreau debates an AI defender. Is it actually good? I am actually kind of interested in this. Yeah, thank you for linking that.
The last war, we weren't worried about the internet doing this, right?
No.
Why not? Because ultimately TV and radio didn't do that. Almost all of the discourse around AI is actually people realizing the problems with the internet and taking those out on AI. Just like all the sort of positivity about the internet, a lot of the positivity of the internet was people feeling good about how
Vidani, $2. Everyone loves AI until it unionizes. True.
TV and radio and whatever turned out.
I'm John Favreau, and you just heard from economist Noah Smith. Noah's many things.
I like both of these gentlemen. I like Noah and John.
A former finance professor and Bloomberg columnist and the author of the Noah Opinion Substack. But one reason I wanted to talk to him is he's a real techno-optimist, and I am well aware that's a specific viewpoint in short supply on this show. A lot of Noah's takes, in fact, are pretty different from my own, that online fragmentation might actually be good for our society, that short-form video is a good alternative to social media, and that the dawn of AI is not going to end in disaster. But his Substack pieces are thoughtful, measured, and well-researched, so I wanted to have him on to make his case, especially on AI.
Pals, are the pod boys like... Let me turn that down a little bit. There we go. Better. Are the pod boys like fully audience captured? Go touch grass after saying that? No, I've been listening to pod infrequently, I will say, but I've been listening to the pod save guys since 2017. Maybe I'm remembering things wrong, but I felt like back then they had plenty of criticisms of like what you might say are the excesses of the left. And it's like every time I tune into a clip or a video with PodSave these days, they're always kind of going with where the like online progressive crowd is. Like it feels like they've kind of drifted in that direction. And I have a theory that it's not that's not based on anything. It's just completely vibes. But they grew their company since 2017, and I have a theory that they staffed their company with a lot of like young progressive people, and they have kind of moved in that direction. That's just my theory. They've always been progressive, yeah, but it's just, it just feels different now. I don't know. Maybe I'm remembering things wrong. It's possible. I will say no for Pfeiffer and Lovett, yes for Favreau, and Tommy and Ben have always been like this. Yeah, but even Lovett though, I've noticed is and maybe it's not even a bad thing, but like with Lovett, I've noticed that he's more diplomatic. So even when he does disagree, and I feel like you can tell when he disagrees pretty easily, he's very, it's almost like he's less confrontational these days. I don't know. Maybe it's possible I'm not remembering things correctly. Subs only chat, please, and thank you. Wait, I thought I did that. Pretty sure I did that, didn't I? Let me double check. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sorry about that. Dodger Donnie with $5. It says something to me that they jumped down Katie Porter's throat for calling her election rigged, but have never done the same for Bernie. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they fear his power level. I don't know.
Where he's quite bullish, so that you can all hear another perspective that isn't so doomerish. After our conversation, I'd say I'm still closer to the doomerish end of the spectrum, but I thought he made some good points and gave me a lot to think about. We also talked about the ills of social media, why he thinks the era of social media is finally ending, and why that might be good for American democracy. Here's our conversation. Noah, welcome to Offline.
Hey, great to be here.
So I'm a longtime reader of your Substack. I've wanted to have you on for a while because you write about quite a few offline related topics, AI, social media, the phones, the political moment we're living through. I want to touch on all of that, but thought we could start with one of your most recent pieces titled, I Love AI, Why Doesn't Everyone?
That's right.
So I definitely find AI quite useful for research and other tasks. I'm not a full AI doomer, but I just have almost no confidence that we are prepared to handle the potential dangers and disruptions that are coming. But give me your best case as to why I'm wrong.
I don't know that you are wrong. I think we're not prepared to handle those things, but I think that's the norm.
Yeah.
Like if you look at, were we prepared to handle the dislocation of local communities that came from the adoption of the automobile? Were we prepared to handle the changes in warfare that resulted from aviation? Were we prepared to handle the pollution from industrial chemical manufacturing? Were we prepared to handle the social changes and disruptions from the internet? Were we prepared to handle, or radio, or even print for that matter, like the printing press? Were we prepared for the printing press? Like, what's a good example of a technology that we were pre-prepared for, that we, where none of the stuff ended up being disruptive because we knew how to handle it, and our institutions just like, yeah, we got this, man. We like, everything is good from this. Like, what's an example of that?
Yeah, so that is true for sure. I wonder if it is, what's different about AI is just the potential for, even the people that are developing AI are, talk about it like a humanity transforming technology, and the scale. I don't know if we've had a technology with the.
First of all, how do we define AI? Do we define AI by simply saying it's just machine learning? Like, what is the conventional definition of AI? Refers to the capability of a digital computer or computer-controlled robot to perform tasks commonly associated with intelligent beings. These tasks include reasoning, learning, problem solving, perception, and language understanding. There's different types of AI. There's reactive machines, limited memory, theory of mind, self-aware AI. I think we would just succinctly define it as just machine learning, right? Like a machine that is capable of improving itself. I don't know.
Scale of the potential job loss, the potential threats. I mean, they're talking about bioweapons. They're talking about, and so I wonder if not being prepared for this technology, because it could be so transformative, is a bigger issue than in the past. And I don't know, there's part of me that just feels like we're like rerunning the social media age experiment with the technology that's much more powerful. And I'm not sure that we've learned any of our lessons yet.
Yeah.
Jaji with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, buddy.
Well, I mean, the idea that societies learn lessons and that then those lessons stick. I mean, once in a while you'll see some things a little bit like that, but I don't think that's typically true. Like, I think that we learn lessons in terms of our institutions adapt to previous technologies. So right now, like you're not scared of TV. You're not scared that TV is destroying the minds of the youth. But when I was a kid, people were scared of that, and before that, people were even more scared of that. Yeah. But right now we've
yeah, bro. In my lifetime, my parents were 1,000% convinced that me watching too much TV was gonna like rot my brain. So they were super strict. We didn't have any TV that was allowed Sunday after dinner until Friday after school. There was just no TV allowed. It was a very strict rule. That got less strict by the time I was like a sophomore or a junior in high school, and my older sister moved out of the house, and they loosened up a little bit after that, but they were very strict. But the things that I wanted to watch, I think were totally fine. I wanted to watch cartoons, Power Rangers, stuff like that. And the kind of TV that I would watch with my parents and my family, like on Friday nights, just to give you a sense of the Hutchinson household. On Friday nights in the Hutchinson household, we would either go to the movies, which we did like once a month. That's where I got my love of movies, is we would go to the movies a lot. But on the other weekends, we would all get together in the living room and we would watch Cops, followed by America's Most Wanted, sometimes followed by Unsolved Mysteries. Now that was horrible for my brain. Let's watch police arrest black people, just, for an hour every Friday, and then learn about the worst murders you could possibly imagine. And then I would just go to bed horrified. Like I just got out of a trench in fucking France, World War I. I just stepped out of a trench. I'm just like laying in bed with a 1,000-yard stare, fucking just staring at my closet door, utterly convinced that there was a man in there that was just waiting to pop out and like rape and murder me. We learned about horrific murders, and then it was just like, all right, kids, time for bed. I'm like, oh my God, we're all gonna die.
We've convinced ourselves that TV doesn't destroy the minds of the youth. I just think that people who expect us to be prepared for this, I want that to be articulated. Like, what does that look like? What would that look like? What would be different than what we've ever seen?
Well, it's like right now the Trump administration is trying to fight states sort of, being able to regulate AI on their own. And I do think there's arguments for having like one standard federal set of regulations for a technology like this and not having like 50 different states doing it. But you don't see, like I have not seen any serious political effort to put in place the kind of regulations and rules we might need to make sure that we, for example, are ready to handle the massive job disruption that could come from this. I guess we should start there too. Like on the economic side of it, like where are you on sort of the level of potential job displacement we might be facing here?
When you say job displacement, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like,
what does that phrase mean?
You know, like Amodi, the CEO of Anthropic, said something like half of all entry-level jobs could be replaced by artificial intelligence.
I think the conventional wisdom now is that white collar jobs are going to get fucking decimated in the next 10 years. Like, just decimated. Especially jobs in tech, obviously, but not just limited to tech. You know, like paralegals, paralegal assistants, whose job it is to pour through documents and, you know, look up case law and whatever. You know, a lot of that labor is going to get replaced in the next 10 years.
Intelligence. Elon's out there. I think he said that at some point humans won't be needed for any jobs. Bill Gates has said something similar. So I mean, that's obviously.
It's okay. Well, let's take a previous example of job displacement.
Yeah.
So if you go back to,
he's going to say the horse carriage watch.
1800, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Almost all humans, I would say that 90% of humans or something like that worked in one job, which is agriculture. Almost everyone was a farmer of some sort, or just dealing with farm stuff, farm production, right? Everyone worked on these farms. Then mechanized agriculture comes, and now almost no human beings work on farms.
Right.
So in the sense of, like, if you just look at jobs that got replaced by this technology directly, the answer was almost all. Like almost 100% of all jobs got replaced. And this obviously caused disruptions because then you had, the dark satanic mills, and you had Marxism, and you had labor conflicts, and you had environment, you had pollution, and obviously the working class conflict, and with management and bosses, and you had union management fights, and like Henry Ford getting gangsters to shoot union guys on a bridge. That all happened, and you even got communism, which killed millions of people. Resulting from sort of the disruptions caused by the shift out of agriculture. Mm-hmm. And so I won't say that, we handled that well.
I mean, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people, right?
Everything was fine. Everybody got a nice factory job, and everyone just, yay, you're not a farmer anymore. I won't say that it was free of disruption. I mean, tens of millions of dead, citizens of communist China and the Soviet Union, not to mention like everywhere else, would beg to differ. And so, humans still did important things, like ultimately wages went up. Humans could make a lot more money doing the stuff they later did. So you could say that humans as a thing weren't replaced, but then jobs were displaced. People were displaced from jobs. And I'm asking the people who are worried about AI to be explicit. Are you talking about another case of that? Or are you talking about humans becoming like horses and nobody needs you and you're just this obsolete thing?
I mean, perhaps. It seems like some of the predictions, and it's not just from like doomers saying that. I mean, like I said, you got Elon and Bill Gates saying stuff like that humans themselves the need for human labor itself might be replaced by artificial intelligence.
Is this the first technology where that's been like a big widespread worry?
That humans themselves might be replaced?
Yeah. That human labor itself might become obsolete.
If we entertain the hypothetical where you could replace all labor with automation and AI, is that necessarily a bad thing? In the absence of, a UBI system or whatever, obviously, yes, that would be a bad thing. But I'm saying in itself, inherently, is that a bad thing to eliminate the need for labor? I don't know. That sounds pretty dope. Can I link the video? Yeah, sorry. I'll put it in
I don't know. You tell me. I think
can't
so.
Actually tell you. The answer is no.
Yes. Yeah.
In the Industrial Revolution, tons and tons of people, at every wave of industrialization that happened, there were tons and tons of people who said there's nothing left for humans to do. From the Luddites that smashed looms to people in the age of like internal combustion electricity, it said, look, human power is being replaced by machines, like humans will have nothing to do. And then humans found other stuff to do.
Sepacro says, streamers are parasitic consumers. They don't produce in society. Damn. That cut deep.
In fact, more humans worked in the market than ever before. We have if you look at the percentage of humans that
Hutch doesn't think it's a bad thing because he doesn't produce, he just consumes. Sepulchro, my heart breaks. Because you've been a somewhat long-term viewer, you know, you've been a viewer since 2020, and now you're taking some fucking swings at me. I mean, goddamn. Supergirl trailer just dropped. Oh my god. I don't think I can watch it on stream, can I? Am I allowed to watch that on stream? Probably not, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't know. It's a 2-minute trailer. Damn. I want to watch this on stream, but I just think it's risky. I don't know if they would copyright strike me. Maybe not. Does WB do copyright strikes for this? Hold on. I'll let this play for a second.
now works in the market, you know, we've automated much of manufacturing. We've now automated all of agriculture. But if you look at what percent of humans have jobs, what we call in the market, you work for a company. I'm not talking about like washing your dishes at home.
Right.
Then it's near record highs everywhere you look.
So the sunny scenario here is that there is a period of huge and painful disruption, like there have been in the past when there's a brand new technology, but that even as powerful as this technology may be, humans will find ways to do productive things that the economy needs.
That is one scenario, and I'm not saying that's necessarily the most sunny scenario. There's also the scenario that humans keep doing most of the same stuff they've done before, and just your job at work changes a little different. Your tasks.
Trump's rigged map just failed to pass in Indiana by 1 vote. Nice.
Change a bit.
Right. You're just more productive.
So like, you know, the internet. Like if you look at what people do at jobs now, it's different than what people did for jobs in like 1985. Right? It's different. You don't have like the outbox, inbox. You don't have like these blueprints you're drawing. You don't, you know, regional salespeople are kind of dead, right?
Yeah.
Those like Arthur Miller, Death of a Salesman. That's all gone, but yet you still have a lot of sales jobs, and you still have a lot of, you know, people still make spreadsheets for stuff. It's just like electronic spreadsheets, and like you still have a lot of similar kinds of jobs, right?
Yeah.
The internet wasn't a giant job destroyer in terms of like, people didn't have to switch like they did in the Industrial Revolution. Like everyone had to switch out of agriculture, right? But then in the internet, in the information revolution, let's say, you didn't.
Why is the title to the stream? Oh crap. Did I forget to change the title of the stream? What is the title of the stream for you guys? Oh my god, I fucked up. Why did it do that? Did I forget to? Sorry guys. Fuck. Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. I fucked up. Sorry about that.
See a lot of that switching. Now you may with AI. You may not. So I think scenario one is like people just do somewhat different things at work. You use AI now at your job, but you still have pretty much the same job. Maybe you're more productive. You have to take on some more roles because like you have more time now because AI saves you time, blah, blah, but your job is generally easier. Now your job is like punching stuff into AI, correcting AI things, shepherding AI agents to do this and that. Managing the AI agents. That's possible. That's possibility number one, I would say. I can't tell you that's not going to happen.
Off-roads, thank you so much for 29 months. Appreciate it.
Neither can Dario, man. You didn't know.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's just forging ahead.
How could Dario know? Possibility number two is what you said. There's this big disruption like there was when agriculture gave way to like manufacturing and services, right? Where people just found different stuff to do.
When do we get AI replacement for Hutch? That's not going to happen. You know what is going to happen though? It's going to happen. There's going to be the first instance of it happening. And I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen where a streamer goes live and it's an AI kind of just like version of them. And they're going to try to like get away with that, like with not saying anything. I think we're probably several years removed from that, but that's going to happen. At one point, like a IRL real streamer, they're gonna go live and they're gonna be, maybe they're not feeling good that day, and maybe they're just feeling lazy or whatever, and they just say, you know what, I'm just gonna do that and see if anybody notices. That's gonna happen at some point. Again, I think the models are not sophisticated enough to get away with doing something like that just yet, but that day is coming, and it's gonna be like a thing. It's gonna be like an awk tweet, you know, so and so streamer got caught doing the thing.
But there was a lot of disruption, and society was disrupted, and it took a long time. So that could happen too. Possibility number 3, this is the end of human usefulness for most humans, and most humans are just like useless. There's a lot to think about that scenario. There's a lot of subtleties that people who think about that scenario don't actually think about. Mm-hmm. And how that would manifest, and why horses became obsolete, or things like that, you know?
What do you think some of the...
Hank Green, why is everyone so wrong about AI water use? I wanted to watch this too. Thank you for linking that.
Subtleties people aren't thinking of in that scenario.
One subtlety is like, suppose AI produces all the stuff, okay? You just, like AI agents are like producing all the houses, all the cars, all the you know, the software and the, you know, healthcare and the legal stuff. And who's consuming it? Is it just like 5 guys who own the AI companies? Is it just like Sam Altman, Dario Amodei, Elon Musk? Is it just like those guys using the power of AI to like colonize Mars?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't the technology already exist? I feel like I've seen a video of like a fully automated system building a house, like on the, like maybe 3D printing a house. Is that a thing? I feel like I've seen a video like that pop up on my feed. Like, look at this thing in China. Restate your question. Do they have like fully 3D printable houses and it's just like fully automated? .3D print house. How concrete homes are built with a 3D printer. 3D printed house. That's actually kind of affordable. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this technology exists. These little pods inside the world's largest 3D printed neighborhood. This is from 6 months ago.
Largest 3D printed community. Lennar.
That's kind of wild.
Icon and Lennar announced their plans to build this community in 2022. Since then, large-scale robots worked without a break, squeezing out homes like toothpaste, ultimately at the rate of 1 every 2 weeks.
That's
CNBC
wild.
toured this construction site back in 2022.
Now we're on an active print site, so this is home number 6 in the queue.
What city did they say this was from again?
So actually what we do is we take digital, any sort of standard digital
This was 3 years ago, you guys.
software, we import it into our system we call BuildOS, and it prepares it for robotic construction. So it will automatically do the like structural reinforcement placing, the electrical outlets, the plumbing outlets, those kind of things. The promise of robotic construction is the promise of automation, reducing labor, therefore reducing labor costs. So right now, the minimum number of operators is 3. I think in the next 12 months we'll
You know what? Now I'm thinking of like, what does it mean for immigration if everything is automated in 10 years? You know,
And like create robot cities filled with nobody, like just filled with robots, filled with like sex bots or something. Like what? Like who is consuming all this stuff? Who's buying it, and how are they buying it? With what money are they buying it? You're people envisioning this world of incredible AI-generated abundance, where AI just makes things much more cheaply and easily than humans ever could. Makes all these different things, from services to goods, everything in our world. You know, who's buying it? That's what I want people to think about.
Yeah, consumers with their just like stipend that they get from the government for their universal basic income.
Maybe so. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe we do that. But suppose we don't do that. Suppose we decide not to do universal basic income. We just let the economy run. No wealth, no like government check.
Oh. I think at that point we just become Wall-E, right? We just come it's just going to be like the humans in Wall-E if that happens, I think. Like idle hands are the devil's playground. That's a real thing, you know. The humans do. I think we do need something to as an outlet for our creativity, and we don't do well if we're just totally idle. And so, if you do a UBI, how does society incentivize, like staying occupied, keeping your mind occupied, pursuing creative endeavors? You would have to have some kind of system to incentivize something, you know?
Then in that case, and nobody has a job, you know, and so AI can make all this stuff incredibly cheaply. Who will buy it then? Why would AI make all the cheap stuff?
Right. And so then your contention is at some point, there's going.
How does a UBI prevent inflation? I don't even know. Like if literally everything is automated, then like what would markets even be? Like how would markets even function if we had everything automated and everyone had a UBI? Like what determines the value of the stipend or the currency or whatever?
Going to have to be a market created, or else like
like are we envisioning a world where just AI doesn't create anything and everyone's super impoverished because nobody can buy anything, so nothing gets made, but the minute a human tries to make something, AI swoops in and makes it instead, and then the human can't buy it, and then we're all just like, there's this equilibrium where like nothing gets created at all because AI could create it so easily we might as well not, and we all die of starvation? That's goofy. That's goofy. That's not going to happen.
So I guess the other thing that could be different about this transformation is the speed at which it happens. And so to the extent that you do have job displacement, it happens much quicker than it has in the past. And then you just have suddenly over a period of several years, I guess, a decade, where you have a whole bunch of people who just like can't find work. And then I don't know, is that something that concerns you, that the fact that the transformation could happen quicker than in the past? It
certainly does concern me. It concerns me because I can imagine all these, like, you know, a lot of the disruptions we had from the age of agriculture, right?
Yeah.
With people moving off the farms, moving into the cities. Like, we didn't necessarily have a smooth system for those people to immediately all get good jobs in the cities. A lot of times you had slums, you had periods of high unemployment, you had overcrowding, you had a lot of things, and you had a lot of anger among the working class that boiled over into communism sometimes.
Yeah.
I can imagine something like that happening now. When I say I can imagine it, I can't actually. I can say it. I've seen something a little bit like that happened 100 years ago. 150 years ago, 100 years ago, right? I can say we've seen that happen, but it wouldn't necessarily happen the same way this time. So I can't exactly imagine.
In prison, there's no incentive for people to learn or stay active, but prisoners still do. They read books, have illegal hustles. I don't think it's that big of a problem. You've given me something to think about. You're saying if everything was automated, humans would just find a way to naturally work creative outlets into their routine. For a lot of people, I think you're right, but I think a lot of people would just kind of wither on the vine without any kind of like purpose, you know? I think I would struggle with that if everything was done. Like, I don't know. I think I would probably sleep in and not do much. I would have to I would have to get really disciplined, you know, and I would have to take it upon myself to become disciplined.
I've read science fiction stories about like all the angry truck drivers start rioting, you know, because of the self-driving trucks. I can't tell you that won't happen, but then like that seems like a pretty thin, limited. Like, could you really imagine something like Mao Zedong from 1850? Like, even Marx didn't imagine all the crazy shit that would be done in his own name. Like, he didn't imagine any of it. He talked about dictatorship of the proletariat. He didn't imagine what Stalin would look like.
Yeah.
You couldn't imagine. You could be dystopic and like I could tell you that there'll be like
Marx purposefully kept a lot of his prescriptions vague. Like Marx left the door open for future generations to imagine a system, imagine different kinds of systems. He didn't have like a very specific, socialism needs to look like this and this and this, and then communism needs to look like, it was all very, a lot of it was very vague.
These robot lords that will like surveil us all with their armies of robots, and we'll just be cattle to them. I can spin you the wildest sci-fi scenarios, but I can't tell you the probability that any of these things will happen.
No, I mean, I like I said, I don't quite know either. I do feel like there's, we already have a lot of that sort of populist anger brewing in our country, in many countries, in different political systems. So I sort of wonder what happens when you sort of throw fuel on that fire with the AI transformation, that's coming, and if that makes things a little worse. And again, like I don't know what the solution is, because I don't think you can just like stand in front of the technology and say stop. Right?
I mean, I don't think it's wrong that we have a populist undercurrent that's brewing in this country. I just don't think it's anywhere close to like where Russia was at during like the Bolshevik Revolution. Like I don't think that undercurrent is even 1/10 of what you would have found with the Russian peasantry that preceded the socialist revolution there. There does not appear to be a very serious appetite for revolution in America yet.
It certainly seems like we're not gonna slow it down anytime soon. But then you hear people like Tucker Carlson, people like that be like, well, no, we should just ban AI from the self-drive. We should just ban the self-driving cars for that reason, for the truckers.
Okay, I mean, Europe might do all these things.
But
then that's just going to make them a backwater.
Right.
Like,
because someone's not going to do that.
Europe like relies on the car industry. They're going to export zero cars, and they're going to only be selling cars to each other because they mandate that you have to have human-driven cars. So they don't allow self-driving cars. So Europe can only make and sell cars to Europe, but they can't sell cars overseas, which means they can't get foreign exchange to buy the materials to build their own cars for themselves, build their own human-driven cars themselves. They can't get the foreign exchange, because they're not selling cars overseas, and so they can't get that foreign exchange. And so what happens then is that their costs go up, and European manufacturing basically vanishes. You're already seeing like a lot of this with electric cars out-competing like the German car industry today.
Do you guys think that AI will be a top 3 issue in 2028? I kind of do. I think there's gonna be significant disruption in the next. That's what I mean, AI regulation. That's what I mean when I say AI. But top 5, yeah, top 5 for sure. Maybe not, but yeah. It's definitely being talked about more and more. There was a clip of Josh Shapiro answering a question about AI. Shapiro AI. Let's see if the clip pops up. And his answer is basically my answer. Like this is my attitude.
I mean, right, it's obviously part of the impulse to get permitting reform done to move faster, but also AI itself is unpopular. Data centers are really unpopular. There's a sense that they're, and I think disputed in various ways, that they're raising electricity and water prices. As somebody who I think has occasionally thought about national American politics, like how do you think about the politics of AI and the data center build out? Like how are leaders going to either?
Did you guys know that Josh Shapiro is like plus 28 in Pennsylvania? His approval ratings are nuts in Pennsylvania. That's the strongest case to make that he should probably be the guy in 2028. If you can have a governor that's plus 28 in Pennsylvania, that's a strong presidential candidate right there.
Get the public to come along with this big build out or slow it down?
Talking me or Stitt?
You.
Okay, so.
I mean, I don't know if are you running for president? We can get to that later.
Here's the deal. I'm talking about AI and data center.
I've been very on topic.
Here's the deal. AI is being developed. The real question is it going to be developed here in the United States or in communist China? My view is that all of us should want to develop in the United States. The United States should lead on this. This is a national security issue. I think this is
It's the fucking Manhattan Project all over again. The same fucking logic. Ish.
an issue that threatens our freedom if we allow China.
Shapiro or Newsom, call it. I think Shapiro has a better chance than Newsom. Newsom is leading right now. And he's really good at firing up the base. I think Shapiro has way more. Like, his appeal is much, much broader. Pritzker is fiery too. Pritzker, I think, Pritzker is almost like, he comes across as kind of like a middle ground between the two, you know? Where he's got that scrappy kind of fight. And you know, and Shapiro's a little scrappy too sometimes with his rhetoric, but you know, I think a candidate like Shapiro, just his appeal is so much broader. So that you know, I think it positions him better in the general, and he might struggle against Newsom in the primary, because Newsom is just so good at firing up the base right now. I think the safe bets, somebody mentioned him in my YouTube chat, are Shapiro and Mark Kelly. I think those are like the safe bets. Like, I think they would be most likely to succeed in a general in 2028 over the other candidates. I really like Newsom. I've always liked Newsom. I've liked him as governor. You know, I think he's led the state quite well, you know. Generally like his style of governing. But I can't shake the doubts about him having national appeal. I just have serious doubts about his ability to win over voters in states that are just like crucial to victory. Fishy says Pritzker Gallego or Pritzker Shapiro would be funny, or would be fun. Pritzker Shapiro? Oh, I don't know. Do either of them want to play second fiddle to the other? I don't know. AOC is still too young. I know people don't want to hear that, but it's true. No one should be president under the age of 40, in my humble opinion. Wasn't JFK 35? How old was he? What is this, Smonch?
China to overtake us when it comes to AI development. So if you accept that as the premise, then the question is, okay, where in the United States could you house these data centers which are going to power the development of generative AI? And in fairness, there's probably only a handful of states, these are probably two of them, that generate enough power and have the capacity to generate more power in order to develop what you need to build these data centers. What we are doing in Pennsylvania as we bring in these data centers is generating more energy. We turn back on, for example, the old 3 Mile Island, which...
Anyway, you get the idea. He's saying this technology is coming, and it needs to be... Like, we need to be leading on this. We can't afford to not lead on this.
Harry, how many...
This is from a Senate hearing that's happening right now. Is it a Senate hearing or is it a House committee hearing? Kristi Noem is testifying. We can tune into that if you guys want to watch. But
United States military veterans have you deported? Harry, how many United States military veterans have you deported?
Sir, we have not deported U.S. citizens or military veterans.
I don't believe you served in the military. I haven't either, but I think you and I can agree that as Americans, we owe everything to those who have served our country in uniform, particularly those who have served in combat. Do you agree with that?
Sir, I believe that people that are in this United States that are citizens have legal status here.
Madam Secretary, we are joined on Zoom by a gentleman named Se-Jun Park. He is a United States Army combat veteran who was shot twice while serving our country in Panama in 1989. Ooh. Like many veterans, he struggled with PTSD and substance abuse after his service. He was arrested in the 1990s for some minor drug offenses, nothing serious. He never hurt anyone besides himself, and he's been clean and sober for 14 years. He is a combat veteran, a Purple Heart recipient. He has sacrificed more for this country than most people ever have. Earlier this year, you deported him to Korea, a country he hasn't lived in since he was 7 years old. Will you join me in thanking Mr. Park for his service to our country?
Sir, I'm grateful for every single person that has served our country and follows
And
our laws.
can you please tell
and knows
Mr.
that our
Park
laws
why
are
you
important
deported
and
him?
every one of them needs to be enforced.
But you understand that many veterans struggle with PTSD, many veterans struggle with substance abuse challenges. This man took 2 bullets for our country. You have broad authority, by the way, as secretary, to issue humanitarian parole, to do deferred action. Will you commit to at least looking at Mr. Park's case to see if you can help him find a pathway back to this country that he sacrificed so much for?
I will absolutely look at his case, but I want
Sheesh. So one of you guys was saying that she left early? Did she leave because she didn't like the questions, or why did she leave early? What happened?
We preserve the First Amendment. This is a lawmaking exercise, and why we hold these hearings, not for show. How do we come up with a way to preserve the First Amendment and stop the insanity, these indirect threats that are going after your law enforcement officials?
I apologize. The gentleman's time has expired. I know the secretary has to leave, and I would now recognize.
Oh, no, never mind. She didn't storm off or anything. All right, let's get back to this. And then, what was the video that you linked to get Smudge? It was a Hank Green video. Okay, yeah.
With self-driving cars, it would be 10 times more. And so, like, Europe just becomes this sort of self-sufficient, they become large North Korea because they aren't able to trade to get the stuff they don't naturally have, because they can't sell anything the rest of the world wants because they've banned it all. And so, like, we could become large North Korea. Perhaps there is something fundamentally humanist in keeping ourselves prisoned in the worst regimes of the 20th century forever, rather than simply embrace the uncertainty of new technology.
Offline is brought to you by Quince, Cold Mornings Holiday Plans. This is when you need your wardrobe to just work, and that's why I'm all about Quince. They make it easy to look sharp, feel good, and find gifts that last. From Mongolian cashmere sweaters to Italian wool coats.
Swanee Bird, thank you so much for $5. Appreciate you, buddy.
Quint Jipper and off-flexing public policy to hand.
Imagine the Groiper rage if a Jewish man won the presidency in 2028. Would be chef's kiss. It sure would, wouldn't it?
The potential job disruption, because like I think we've all seen that job training programs, I think they have a spotty record over the last several decades.
Sure.
We mentioned universal basic income. I don't know that I have a lot of
policy that we know of to help people switch jobs is not training assistance, but job finding assistance. So training usually happens at the corporate level, or sometimes you go back to school. But like training happens at the corporate level. You just learn on the job.
I need a 1 to 10 rating for the excitement you have for James Tallarico on Jubilee. Lonerbox said that he reacted to a Jubilee video on YouTube and they didn't strike him. So maybe they stopped doing that. So maybe we can watch Jubilee videos. I'm not sure. Is that going live today? Trump supporter faces off with feminist liberal. Posted 34 minutes ago. Dr. Mike versus 20 RFK Jr. supporters. That could be fun too.
Job, how to do stuff. That's how most corporate education happens.
Yeah.
Denmark has this system called flex security, where basically, like, what, you lost your job? We'll find you a job. They have like basically government-sponsored recruiters, and Japan is trying to copy this. And that could be an effective system for helping people find new jobs. That doesn't mean that they have to. You don't have to have government bureaucrats who know exactly what kind of thing you'll be qualified for. If you're just sitting there like thinking, should I send out resumes and stuff, it can be very demoralizing. You can sit on your butt for a long time. Denmark is like, we'll help you, we'll take on some of this burden for you, we'll assist you. That doesn't mean they know what you'll eventually find, and they'll know what you can eventually do. They're not like perfect, omniscient, like matching service.
Right.
But they can assist you with job search. They can provide that assistance, and that can be very valuable. So that kind of thing, I would love to see that kind of thing in the United States.
How do you think the education system here would need to change to help that?
I don't know, because I think there's so much of the education system that's going to change anyway. I think AI tutoring is going to be the first technology we've had that can take education out of the hands of like large classes. So past a certain size, like class size doesn't really matter. Essentially, one-on-one tutoring is much more effective than anything else. And once you get to like just 3 or 4 people, like you might as well have 50 people. Like class size doesn't matter. So we've got technologies that can increase or decrease class size, whatever, but we can't, so far we haven't had any technology that can scale up tutoring, private one-on-one tutoring, which we know is by far the most effective.
This was a source of contention. This came up like a week ago. I brought up the idea of AI tutors and that being like a really exciting thing that could potentially be really beneficial for students. And boy, oh boy, were there some people in chat that were scoffing at that idea. But I think we already know for sure that students significantly benefited from AI tutoring. I'm pretty sure that we have implemented this kind of system and tested it, and the results were fantastic. Could be wrong. Let me see.
Education method. It's just not economically efficient because who can afford to hire a tutor? Only rich people.
Right.
Like I've been a tutor. I know it works, but I know it has to be one-on-one. And so, and all the research bears that out. Yeah. So we may be able to give people AI tutors. We're not quite there yet, but we may be able to do that. There's no reason in principle why that shouldn't be possible. And we give people AI tutors, and then people just learn much more.
Yeah.
So that may be a quantum leap in education. In terms of what things people should get educated about.
Harvard study, AI tutors help students learn twice as much in less time compared to active learning classes, with students feeling more engaged and motivated. Harvard University research, AI-powered tutoring systems can help students learn. Okay, that's the same one. There was another comprehensive review with 4 sources here. It's the same study, actually. It's the same AI study, or the same Harvard University study here. Students using AI tutors learned more than twice as much compared to those in active learning classrooms. AI tutored students required less study time, median 49 minutes versus 60 minutes. For classroom instruction, students reported feeling more engaged and motivated when working with AI tutors. The results showed statistically significant improvements in learning outcomes. The research led by Gregory Keston and Kelly Miller from Harvard University involved 194 undergraduate students in physics in a physics course. The team developed an AI tutoring system that incorporated established pedagogical best practices and compared its effectiveness against traditional active learning classroom instruction. These findings provide clarity, notes Dr. Keston. We show that students learn more than twice as much in less time with an AI tutor compared to active learning classroom, while also being more engaged and motivated. Well, that seems significant.
It may be that AI tutors are able to flexibly figure that out.
If that's one part of students' education, I could see it being good, but learning is usually a social activity. AI shouldn't totally replace human teachers. No, I don't think so. I agree. There's also the essential social learning of being in a group of your peers. Dasvidanya with $2. Someone should just invent the neuromod from Prey. I never played that game.
Out by doing searches. AI can search the web and process an unimaginable amount of information, kind of analyze it. So maybe that AIs are sitting there saying, well, here's what you should learn. This would be a good idea to learn. And that AI itself will solve this problem. Or not solve it, but at least address it more effectively than like human created institutions could do. So you may have an AI tutor, a little like, imagine you have like a little like primer, illustrated primer, you know, it's AI and it's an AI agent and it can educate you.
You were talking about kids already accepted into a Harvard physics program. These aren't average students, they're above average intelligence. Is the implication that AI could only benefit above average intelligence kids? Maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not aware of any studies that happened in, you know, junior high or grade school or high school.
But it can also figure out what you need to learn.
What you need to learn and where you could be useful and what kind of job that you could get in this.
That's right. And it could do it at a much higher frequency than like the school system. You know, imagine if your tutor were also like a personal agent, labor market agent for you that could just like find you stuff to do for work.
I mean, I have a number of friends who became teachers. 3 or 4 friends that became teachers. And I spoke with 2 of them, and 2 of them told me that it's a big fucking problem right now. I think they both teach 6th grade, funnily enough. Or, okay, my friend Tara teaches, I think, 9th grade. My other buddy Tim teaches 6th grade. And both of them were like, yeah, it's a fucking problem. They're saying that kids are just like constantly turning in papers that were obviously written by AI, and that it's become like an enormous problem in recent years. We probably have some teachers in the chat that can confirm this, although it is a Thursday at 9:43 a.m., so they're probably working, but this guy is too accelerationist for my take. I don't know if he's an accelerationist. I don't think that's the word to use, right?
Wouldn't that be fucking cool?
That would be cool. Yeah, I'd like that. How worried are you, this is more of a short-term thing, how worried are you about an AI bubble and one that potentially leads to a financial crisis? I know you wrote about this recently.
I'm worried on the I'm not actually worried about.
Crispy says, I'm a graduate instructor at an R1 university, and it's a massive problem for freshmen. We had to switch to in-class essays to make sure they weren't using AI. Oh, that's an interesting adaptation. Yeah, I guess that would fix the problem, right? Do you have the students put their phones in a box or something before the class starts? J-Ret, I think we just watched that clip. For AI tutoring to be effective, capitalism needs to die. Like many things to be beneficial, capitalism cannot be a factor. At the moment, AI tutoring is some dystopian bullshit. I don't understand the logic of that. I don't know what that means. That's like saying in order for computers in schools to be effective, capitalism needs to die. Well, that just doesn't seem to be true. In fact, capitalism helped that happen, right? Accelerationist is accelerating the bad outcome to get the good one, not just going forward into the future. Yeah, he's a futurist. Noah is for sure a futurist. Accelerationism is a different kind of concept. Yes, we had them put their backpacks and their belongings at the front of the room. You really get to see the quality of writing. With students nowadays, the quality of writing is abysmal. But just anecdotally, both of my teacher friends have said the same thing, that they've noticed a significant reduction in literacy and writing skills in recent years. So that seems like it's a problem. Oh, but AI tutors will help so much. I don't know why people would scoff at this. Why would people scoff at this? Why the incredulity? Tutors are not something that every student is afforded. In fact, kids from wealthier families typically have access to tutors, which gives them an advantage for when they take the standardized testing. When they do the standardized testing, their income level or their family's income levels significantly improves their chances of getting into really good schools, because those families can afford tutors to teach their kids, you know, what to prepare for these tests and, you know, how to do good writing, these kinds of things. So I think like the optimistic view is that the future prevalence of AI tutors could help to level that playing field. No, we'll take some calls later in the stream. We're not going to do it just yet. How do your teacher friends treat these papers students when caught using AI? I think they need to be as harsh as if you caught a student paying someone else to do their work for them. Funny enough, I got caught doing that. It was the dumbest reason. I had a buddy of mine. He was an entrepreneur. I got to give him that. My buddy Mark. He charged people $5 and he would do their spelling assignments in 7th grade. And his genius idea was he would just use different fonts, which surprisingly worked for, I think, 2 or 3 weeks. But then one week, something unfortunate happened. You guys want to guess what happened? He got one word wrong. He got one word wrong, and then, which meant all of us got the same exact word and spelling wrong. And the teacher, unsurprisingly, put 2 and 2 together. Like, wait a second. First of all, it's kind of strange that there's 18 different fonts that students are using. Second of all, how did all of them get the same word wrong? And they took away our student trip. They punished us by taking away our student trip. We were supposed to go to like Monterey or something, and they took that away from us. No, the question was like, I think both of my teacher friends said that they give an F. Like if they catch a student that just had ChatGPT do the homework for them, they just give them an F, I think. AI plus human teachers is the way to go, I think, not just AI on its own. That's what I'm talking about. So if you have a student that is struggling with math, they're really, like I struggled with math. I had a really hard time with algebra. For whatever reason, I was horrible. I just had a really tough time. I was exceptionally good at doing fast calculations for simple math problems. So I was really good at doing short division. We used to have contests. I remember I was in 4th grade or 5th grade, and we would have contests. We would have competitions. The teacher would give us a problem, and then we would pick up the chalk at the same time, and whoever finished the problem first would win. And for some reason, I was really good at that. And I got 2nd place, and my buddy Aaron got 1st place, and he barely beat me. I'm saying it was a fraction of a second. I remember feeling so devastated because I wanted to win so bad. And but yeah, I was really good at that, and then times tables. For some reason, my brain was wired in such a way that I could do times tables like really fast. You guys remember those tests in 4th or 5th grade where it's just like 50 problems and it's like 3 times 7, 2 times 8, you know, like times tables or whatever? I remember I finished that test like 5 minutes before everybody else, and I got a perfect 100%, which surprised me because I was not the best students. Or I was not the best student. I was just not the best student. I was like a C student in grade school, like a C's and B's. And I just crushed that test. Typical lib flexing on us with education. No, but that's the thing. I was not a good student. I was not a good student. 12 times 11 is 134. I think. Yeah. Everything else I struggled. I would get distracted very easily. I had undiagnosed ADD, come to find out, in my elderly years. So I just struggled in school. I just didn't do that well. But like maybe like, can someone who has ADD brain, can that translate to doing short division really fast? I don't know. 12 times 11 would be 134, right? Am I crazy? Try 12 times 11 again. You guys are trolling me. Oh, it's 132. I'm stupid. I'm an idiot. I guarantee that the problems with lower reading and writing started with smartphones and AI is just a symptom. I can't speak to that. Yeah, I wonder if the quality of education has gone down since the proliferation of smartphones. I would assume. I fully support schools that implement policies where you take the kids' phones away. I fully support that. Some parents are like, I want to be able to contact my kid in case of an emergency. But back in my day, you would just call the fucking school. If there was an emergency, you would just call the fucking school and be like, I need to pull my kid out of school. And that was that. I don't understand the insistence that parents have that they need to be able to directly reach their kid at a moment's notice during a school day. That's a bit much. Back in my day, if you wanted to reach your kid, you just fucking called the school. That was it. Oh, just little things like school shootings. I understand that, but I mean, it's like, what are the odds of being in a school shooting? I don't know. What are the odds of a random kid in the U.S. being present for a school shooting? I would assume statistically, probably not very high. Washington Post school shooting database found that I'll just click on the link here. kff.org. According to the Washington Post, at least 390,000 students were exposed to a school shooting. Exposure is defined as students attending a school at which a shooting occurred during the current school year since the 1999 Columbine shooting. So that's in the last 26 years, or whenever this study was done. This was 2025. The average yearly rate of student exposure to a school shooting incident has increased threefold over time, from 19 per 100,000 students to 51 per 100,000 students. So quick math, 51. I paid attention to math. I know how to do percentages. 51 divided by 100,000 means that your kid has a 0.05% chance, which is not the best way to calculate this, because I imagine it's maybe there's region specific things that alter the calculus. I don't really know, but not that high of odds. Not that high. It's not that likely. Okay, so the number might be larger. I'm a little behind on the stream, but they took away your aquarium trip. Man, I still go to that aquarium whenever possible. I think it was, I think we were supposed to go on a trip to the Monterey, the aquarium, which is one of the coolest fucking aquariums in the world. But they caught us cheating. At the time, we thought it was pretty brutal, but you know, we deserved it. Yeah, we were all cheating on that homework for like a month. Guns are still the leading cause of death for children. That I think is true, for sure.
About the implications of that for AI itself. I think that if you look at history, you see this happening again and again with these new technology build-outs, telecoms, railroads, you know all the standard examples, right? In all of those cases, there was a giant bust, but the bust didn't stop the technology itself. Like all those railroads that got built got used. All those fiber optics that got laid got used. And so I don't think we're building lots of useless stuff that will stand like an old Soviet monument out in the tundra. Mm-hmm. You know, like data centers are not going to be like these useless monuments. That stuff will all get used. AI works. People keep investing in it. Like the day that crash.
The leading cause of death for kids is unintentional injuries or accidents, firearm related injuries. That has increased significantly in recent years. And then congenital conditions and birth defects are the leading cause of death for infants. Yeah, I don't think people realize that the gun culture in the United States is still kind of relatively new. It wasn't until the 70s, I think. There was a whole This American Life episode that I listened to that talked about the spread of like the NRA and gun culture. There was some coup that happened. Like once a year, the NRA would have a big meeting and they would elect new leadership. And the NRA used to be an organization that was just about like teaching young men like marksmanship. It was not about like this overt, explicit celebration of gun culture, like none of that. And it's really only been in the last 40 years that the country has become gun obsessed to the point now where, you know, people own entire arsenals. Why we don't have mandated safe storage laws on a federal level yet. I don't think bans work, but that is 1,000% a thing we should do. In California, they have safe storage laws. There's states that have no safe storage laws. What are the laws in California? I think in California, you're supposed to store it. Wait, are there storage laws in California? I don't even know.
Which happens, I'm buying all the AI stocks.
I should probably know that.
Right.
So I'm ready. I'm ready to make a little money. Ready to get a free doubling of.
I'm pretty sure in California the safe storage laws apply when you have kids, right? I don't know if you have to. I think you can just keep your gun by your bed if you wanted to do that, right?
All my capital.
So Anthropic stress tested all the big LLMs earlier this year, found that it wasn't too difficult to give them prompts that led them to attempt blackmail, espionage, even homicide. What do you think about like the potential for either self-regulation for some of these companies to try to figure this out, or like
California doesn't have a single statute that says all guns must be in a gun safe, but it does make it unlawful to store or leave a firearm where a minor or any person who shouldn't have access can gain access and then injures themselves or another person because of that access. In practice, this means you must secure firearms with appropriate devices. If anyone unauthorized, especially kids, could reasonably get to them. But say, for example, you wanted to keep a loaded handgun next to your, or in your night table or something. I think if somebody breaks into your house and steals that gun, I don't think you would be charged for unsafe storage there, right? I don't think so.
Like government regulation, and I realize this is extra challenging because you can do something. Say we had a fairly robust regulatory regime here in the United States. You've got China doing their thing. You've got individual lone actors doing their thing potentially. Like another big concern is just sort of the robots will kill us all concern, which is
there's a lot of concerns.
Yeah.
So every technology gets used by bad actors.
Right.
You know, like the USSR got nukes. They didn't use them, but they certainly used them to blackmail people into not stopping some of the more nefarious things they were doing.
Lopsided Pixel, is that where you plan on storing your compensator? In California, I think every gun vendor has to include a like miniature, what do you call it? Not a safe. It's like a, what do you call the, kind of look like briefcases that you open vertically and they kind of fold out like a case. I think in California they have to give you a case. Pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. You know, bad people got a hold of industrial technology and used it to like wipe out whole cities, whatever, massacre just tons of people. Yeah, like it's hard to name technologies that didn't get used by baddies for bad things.
Yeah.
Even agriculture fueled the rise of like.
Hey, this is familiar. When I was debating Mira and some other people on AI, the case against AI that people were making was that there's bad uses for it and it has yielded bad outcomes. But every emergent paradigm shifting technological advancement has had bad outcomes, but still these technologies have improved our lives pretty significantly.
Large armies.
Right.
People will use technologies, new technologies, they'll use it to like wail on each other. They'll use it to beat the fuck out of each other. Can I curse on this?
You can.
Cool. They'll use it to do that. And then, yeah, but like military stuff, terrorism, oppression, surveillance, like humans like to do bad stuff to each other. And we're going to use these new tools to do bad stuff. Now, is it an existential risk? I don't know. Could we build like the super virus that kills us all with the help of AI? Maybe. I don't actually know how easy it is to control the inputs to that. I think that worries me the most is bioweapons.
Yeah.
Whether it's created by a human or an AI agent, I actually think the human is more likely, because we know humans are terrorists. We don't yet know how to make an AI be a terrorist, but we know how to make a human a terrorist. Just let them go, like humans do it already.
Well, if a human could become a terrorist that could kill people on an existential scale with the help of their robot.
Like if we imagine like Hezbollah worked on their own AI, like internal AI, and develop the tools to the point where they could ask it, give me a, help me create a biological weapon that could like specifically target, this group or that group, or, that's pretty horrifying.
Friend.
I am
Hezbollah AI. They could rebrand. True.
Worried about that.
Yeah.
So this guy isn't an accelerationist, LMAO. No, he's not. Accelerationism, again, it's you want to accelerate something really bad because you think something really good will follow the bad thing, is what accelerationism is all about. Okay. I kind of want to try watching a Jubilee video to see if it gets popped. So we're going to do that. Maybe it was the one, I don't know, maybe like, because again, Loner Boy said that he was able to watch a Jubilee video and the stream didn't get auto DMCA'd. So maybe they've changed their policy, and I do want to test that. So we're going to do that. If the stream goes down on YouTube, just stick around. It'll come back online in, I think, 30 seconds, and then we'll move on to the next video. But what would you guys like to test it on? There's a Trump supporter who faces off with a feminist liberal featuring Parker. Or we can watch Dr. Mike versus 20 RFK Jr. supporters. Did I say Loner Boy again? I don't know why I'm doing that. Did I say Loner Boy again? Did I say it? Tallarico, please. That is not live yet. Dr. Mike, he was gloves off. Hank Green. That's enough AI for now. All right, I'm going to try watching this YouTube. If the stream goes down, my channel did not get banned. The stream did not get kicked offline. It's just going to pause what's on the stream. I keep saying Loner Boy. I don't know why I'm doing that. Just literally, just whatever you do, just don't click off the stream, okay? But I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to do it. We're going to do it. Okay. We're going to do it. Because if they didn't click, do they have different auto DMCA systems for different countries? Maybe the fact that Loner Box was in a different country, maybe that's why it didn't happen. I don't know. We'll find out. Here we go. I'm going to do it. I'm going to press play. I'm almost positive I played poker against him in 2020. There was a bunch of streamers and they started a poker game and it was like $1,000 buy-in. And I'm almost positive I played poker, and I'm almost positive he was a part of that. It was oh God. Who's that one? Andy Milanakis? Is that his name? Andy Milanakis was playing at one point. Alex Botez, Mr. Beast, who kept on shoving all in pre-flop without even looking at his hand every game. And I'm pretty sure Dr. Mike played too. And I'm pretty sure Dr. Mike was kind of a maniac. I'm pretty sure he was very aggressive when he played poker. It might have been a different Dr. Mike. Are there several Dr. Mikes? How the fuck did you get into this game? I don't even remember. I have no idea. I really don't remember. I don't know. It's a good question. I really don't. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know who my connection was and how I got in that game. But I came up. I made $4,000. I made fucking $4,000. That was a fun game. What did Alex Botez smell like? No. This was an online game. We were playing online. It was, I think, during the pandemic. He said, make the window small to not get struck. I don't know if that's what it was, but we can try it. Well, let's just try this, because I don't think Lonerbox made it small, did he? He didn't do anything. I don't think he adjusted anything, and he didn't get got. I need to let this play for like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 minutes uninterrupted to test if they discontinued their auto DMCA policy. People are really dropping like flies because of the COVID vaccine. How come excess mortality fell off of a fucking cliff once we started distributing the vaccines? We would obviously see those deaths in the data. Like, doesn't excess mortality, don't they have like different models or whatever to sort of project a baseline kind of normal level of death every year? I'm not really sure exactly how it works, but excess mortality literally just fell off of a fucking cliff once people started getting the vaccine.
Try to put them together, so it's going to be difficult for me to reply to.
They hid the bodies. It was Israel, wasn't it? You didn't even know. Last time he was on Jubilee, Dr. Mike got harassed for months, calling him fat because he put on 40 pounds. COVID started making people kind of crazy. I don't think it happened right away, but it was kind of quick. It was like, I want to say 1 or 2 months.
Today, as we approach the end of the year, it is a great time to reflect on how much progress our country has made under President Trump's bold leadership. Given the complete mess that President Trump inherited from Joe Biden and radical left Democrats in Congress, what this administration...
Did she have some work done on her face?
Nothing short of remarkable. While most politicians promise big on the campaign trail and break those promises once they get into office, President Trump promised big and has delivered even bigger. On the economic front, after inheriting the worst inflation crisis in over 4 decades, President Trump's pro-growth policies are making tremendous progress to make America affordable again.
Ooh, somebody's sensitive about the Fed announcement yesterday.
And devoured Americans' purchasing power. In President Trump's term thus far, inflation has dropped to an average of just 2.7%, marking critical progress. The Trump administration is working hard every single day to bring down the cost of living through bigger paychecks and lower prices. Real wages are finally on the rise again and on pace to increase to roughly $1,200 for the average American worker this year. To put that into perspective, real wages declined by almost $3,000 under the Biden administration. That means Americans right now are on track already to make up 1/3 of the $3,000 in lost wages under Joe Biden. There's much work to do, but this has already been significant progress. President Trump has also delivered resoundingly on his promise to end Joe Biden's insane war on American energy and make sure our country has reliable and affordable energy produced right here at home. As a result, the nationwide average for regular gas just fell to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. According to data from Gas Buddy released on Monday, average gas prices have now dipped below $3 per gallon in 37 states, below $2.75 per gallon in 22 states, and below $2.50 per gallon in 5 states. Just a few years ago, we saw record high price gas of nearly $5 per gallon. American families faced constant pain at the pump, and those costs caused the price of everything else to go up as well. In fact, the average cost for a gallon of regular gas in the country was the most expensive price during a presidential term in U.S. history under Biden's disastrous leadership. Even with them
lib out and watch Ezra and Lord Newsom interview? Yeah, we can make some time for that.
But thanks to President Trump, those days are long behind us. In the months ahead, Americans can expect prices to fall even further.
Swanee Bird, I'm so sorry. Did I miss a $10 donation? How much of the SA problem do you think has to do with parents not giving a shit about their kids' education? I wonder how many actually care when they find out that their kid is cheating. Are you still in here, Swanee Bird? Sorry, buddy. That's another thing my teacher buddies told me, is that they have a hard time getting a lot of the parents to engage in their kids' studies. Seems relatively common in the air, at least in the cities that my friends teach in. They said that's a big problem for them too. So I don't know. My parents were so engaged. They were very much like on us all the time to get our homework done and study for tests. They would get pissed if we got bad grades. Like, they were very involved.
But Democrats, on the other hand, every single one of them voted against these massive tax cuts. So remember that the next time Democrats try to talk about affordability. Democrats don't have a single clue about how to make America more affordable. They just spent the last 4 years creating the very affordability crisis that President Trump is fixing right now. And if given the chance of power ever again, the Democrats will implement those same policies and jack inflation right back up to where it was. Finally, at the border, President Trump has restored America's sovereignty and made our country safe again. This is the single greatest and fastest national security victory in modern American history, and it's not even close. The latest preliminary numbers released from the month of November show we have the most secure border in our nation's history. This is a remarkable achievement. November encounters came in even lower than the previous historic low in October, if you can believe it. There were only 30,367 total encounters nationwide. That's lower than the previous.
Is she wearing a onesie? No, but if you imagine if this is white, she looks like, if this exact garment was white, she would look a lot like the North Korean, like, state media lady, you know? It's a similar kind of aesthetic.
Released into our country. This is a historic achievement, and it's one that every law-abiding American citizen should be grateful for. At this point, in 10 months under President Trump's unmatched leadership, we've seen less apprehensions overall than we saw in just 1 month under Joe Biden. Again, let me repeat, in 10 months under President Trump, we've seen less apprehensions at the southern border than we saw in 1 month under the previous president. Again, remarkable results. All in all, the economy is back on track and ready to boom over the next 3 years. Biden's inflation crisis is over.
She seems tired. She seems a bit frazzled.
Border is fully secure, and America's best days are to come. President Trump has kept his word and delivered for the American people over the past year, and he will not stop fighting, as you heard from him directly this week, until our country and every state in this country is better than ever before. So with that, I will take your questions today. I know there's a lot of news. We'll start with our new media seat. Mr. Bowling, it's great to see you here. He's of Real America's Voice. He's also the host of Edge, his interview and commentary podcast. Please, Eric.
Fired from Fox News for sexual harassment or assault, one of the two.
Affordability crisis. It strikes me energy prices have been coming down aggressively since President Trump's second term, approaching $55 a barrel for oil, gasoline, as you point out, under $3 a barrel nationally, first time in 5 years. By the way, that $55 barrel oil is about half of the peak under the last 4 years of the last administration, half the price. Wholesale prices come down, yet affordability crisis, a lot of the folks in this room, a lot of legacy media, some of the people in the front row seem to want to call this an affordability crisis right now, forgetting the fact that over the last 4 years prior, we hit 9% inflation.
New AP poll came out, and the numbers are brutal for Donald Trump on the economy. Are people just imagining a difficult economy?
That then you point out how President Trump is changing the affordability in America, but how will he ensure that the legacy media doesn't flip the script and change it so that they're using affordability as their word, their idea?
AP poll today has Trump at 36% approve, 61% disapprove, and only 31% of voters approve of how Trump is handling the economy, down from 40% in March, and the lowest economic approval he's received in an AP poll ever.
Predecessor Joe Biden, and he's focused on digging our country and our economy out of that hole every day. Things are getting better, and they will continue to. And President Trump understands better than any politician in this city the pain that the American consumer has been feeling for years now because of the last administration's policies. You heard him in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania this past week campaigning and talking to these voters saying, I was elected to fix this problem and I am fixing it. Don't forget who created it, and that's the Democrats. And I think when you hear the president talk about affordability, he's saying the Democrats are the greatest.
This strategy is just not working.
Ownership of an issue that
they've been doing this strategy the whole time. Affordability is a hoax. It's a liberal hoax. The Democrats did it. It's their fault. They've been doing that the whole time, and his numbers on the economy just keep going down and down and down and down.
Does not mean
you'd think at some point they would course correct and try a different kind of strategy, but they're just sticking with this one.
His entire administration has been focused on the issue of the economy and energy prices since day one.
If I may
sure.
follow up. It's reported that around 10,000 commercial driver's license operators have been pulled by your transportation secretary department. Will the president apply that same metric? For the reason was the operators weren't speaking or reading English to a level that was people thought they would safely be able to operate trucks on our roadways. It's estimated in California around 40% of Uber drivers, Uber and Lyft drivers, don't speak English proficiently, and the number's 45% in Minnesota. Will this same rule or metric apply to the gig economy like Uber and Lyft?
So I don't have any announcements on further regulations, if you will, from the Department of Transportation with respect to this issue. However, I will just reiterate the Trump administration's position is that truck drivers, particularly those driving big rigs on our nation's road and highways, who have a great responsibility to keep the American public and their fellow citizens safe, should be speaking English and should have an ability to read English.
Just so everybody's clear, Texas has more truck drivers on the road at any given time, and they have like twice the amount of fatal accidents as a result of these massive trucks getting in accidents.
Driver licenses, which were going to people who are not qualified to be driving these massive trucks on American roads, and they're endangering the lives of our fellow citizens.
Look it up. Fact check me. They have literally, it's like 2 or 3 times more traffic fatalities from these massive trucks.
Unqualified to be driving these trucks. So I know this is something DOT and Secretary Duffy take very seriously. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Based on the way that things stand right now, is Operation Southern Spear about drugs or is it about oil?
What I will tell you, Peter, is that the Trump administration is focused on doing many things in the Western Hemisphere. The president has taken a new approach that has not been taken by any administration for quite some time to actually focus on what's going on in our own backyard. And there are 2 things that are very important to this administration. Number 1, stopping the flow of illegal drugs into the United States of America, which we know has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. The president promised on the campaign trail that he would demolish the foreign terrorist organizations and drug cartels around the world, especially right here in our own hemisphere, and you have seen that he is delivering on that promise. With respect to the oil and what happened yesterday, the Department of Justice requested and was approved for a warrant to seize a vessel because it's a sanctioned shadow vessel known for carrying black market sanctioned oil to the IRGC, which you know is a sanctioned entity. So the president is
6 pink, 1 blue. Thank you so much for 7 months. Appreciate that, buddy.
Fully committed to effectuating this administration's sanction policy, and that's what you saw and the world saw take place yesterday.
And because he said the president is trying to do a lot of things at once, he talks a lot about how he thinks the way to bring down prices for everything would be to bring down the cost of energy. Would he use this seized Venezuelan oil to try to help Americans with affordability here in the United States?
Well, what I can tell you right now, the vessel has been seized, as you know, and the Department of Justice did that in conjunction with the Coast Guard and the Department of War. The vessel is currently undergoing a forfeiture process right now. The United States currently has a full investigative team on the ground on the vessel, and individuals on board the vessel are being interviewed, and any relevant evidence is being seized. With respect to the oil, that's a different issue. As you know, Peter, the vessel will go to a U.S. port, and the United States does intend to...
Why are we listening to this absurd propaganda? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. Sometimes they get spicy.
Launches a bigger military campaign in the Caribbean. Is he jeopardizing a possible Nobel Peace Prize?
Look, the president has proven over the past year that he is more than worthy of the Nobel Peace Prize. I think he's been nominated for it nearly 100 times this past year, which is definitely a record. He's solved, I think, 9 conflicts around the world. We are up to now. He's actively working on the Russia-Ukraine war, which is the big one as we speak, and has been over the past year. With respect to any additional...
Any day now.
Head of the president or the United States military. Mary.
It now seems all but certain that the Obamacare subsidies will expire at the end of the year. It means more than 20 million Americans are now bracing for their health care costs to soar. Is the president prepared to let this happen, or is he going to step in?
The president is prepared to take action on health care, and he wants Republicans on the Hill to do the same. As you have seen, Senate Republicans put forth their own legislation earlier this week. As for the subsidies that are set to expire, I would like to remind you and everybody at home why this is on the brink of happening. Democrats wrote Obamacare. They passed it without a single Republican vote, and then they ballooned it with these expensive COVID subsidies that completely distorted the health insurance market. And then they doubled down, extending those subsidies and setting their own expiration date right now in 2025, which the administration is obviously well aware of, and we are working. The president...
They would have made it permanent if the Republicans would have voted along with them, but the Republicans have the filibuster and block that, so they had to have an expiration date.
To lower health care costs.
He does.
But these subsidies are expiring at the end of the year. So what is the plan, and what is he going to do to put this in place in the next 2-3 weeks?
You'll hear more from the president and from the White House on that very soon. As for wanting a solution to lower healthcare costs, I'm glad you said it, because the president is doing just that. He has made unprecedented progress towards lowering healthcare costs in this country and drug prices. He's secured numerous most favored nation drug price deals, with many more to come. As you know, the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working family tax cut, significantly expanded access to health savings accounts for those on Obamacare. Again, a Democrat written program and approved program, which has led to higher healthcare costs in this country. So it goes back to the issue of affordability. Democrats are now pretending they want a solution to this issue, but they created the problem. The president and Republicans are currently coming up with creative solutions and ideas to lower healthcare costs for the American people, and you'll continue to hear more from them on that.
Before these subsidies expire?
Just permanently.
You're going to continue to hear more from the president and Republicans.
Just permanently stuck on concepts of a plan.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said he was going to be holding a call with the leaders of Thailand and Cambodia. Have those calls taken place? Is there a readout you can share?
The president has not yet engaged in those calls, and when he does, I'm sure you'll hear from him directly, as you always do, after foreign leader calls or from somebody here at the White House. I do know, with respect to the conflict in the peace deal in Thailand and Cambodia and some of the conflicts you've seen arise, reports of that in the press over the past couple of days. The president addressed it in Pennsylvania. The administration is obviously tracking this at the highest levels and is very much engaged. I spoke with Secretary Rubio about it this morning.
And will senior U.S. officials be meeting Saturday with European and Ukrainian officials to discuss the peace plan?
Did you guys see this?
Look, the United States and the Trump administration continues to be very much engaged in trying to bring the Russia-Ukraine war to an end.
You guys.
The president had a call with Europeans yesterday. His special envoy Witkoff and his team continue to talk with both sides literally as we speak. If there is a real chance of signing a peace agreement, if we feel like those meetings are worthy of someone on the United States' time this weekend, then we will send a representative. It's still up in the air whether whether we believe real peace can be accomplished and we can
ATX, thank you so much for the gifted sub, buddy.
Is extremely frustrated with both sides of this war, and he's sick of meetings just for the sake of meeting. He doesn't want any more talk. He wants action. He wants this war to come to an end, and the administration has spent more than...
Is their plan really to spend 4 years saying Democrats are making the country worse while they have all the power to fix it? Well, not 4 years. We are taking that fucking gavel in a year.
President Zelensky's latest proposal that was sent over yesterday.
He's aware of it, yes. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. So the Fed chairman, the president says that he's interviewing candidates. So I just want to be clear. So the pick has not been locked in, and could we get an announcement before Christmas?
I know every business outlet in the world is just chomping at the bit for a scoop or something on this Fed chair announcement. I'm not going to get ahead of the president. I know there's been a lot of reports about potential meetings this week with potential candidates. Look, as always, this is a decision the president himself is going to make. And
when is Jerome Powell's term up?
They're from anonymous sources who claim to know something. I would wait and see what the president himself does and announces, and I certainly won't be the one to get ahead of him on that.
On the economy, can I ask you about
Michael, go ahead.
On the next Fed chair, does the president have an expectation that his pick will lower interest rates next year to his liking?
I think the president has been quite clear about what he believes the Fed should be doing, which is lowering interest rates.
All right, I think we got the gist from this. Somebody wanted me to watch some of the clips out of the Kristi Noem hearing. This one caught my eye.
Executive Board of Domestic Terrorist Organization, Antifa. That's our primary concern right now.
All right, that's what President Trump did. What does the FBI say?
We share the same view. When you look at the data right now, you look at the domestic terrorist threat that we're facing. Right now, what I see from my position is that's the most immediate violent threat that we're facing on the domestic side.
So where is Antifa headquartered?
What we're doing right now with the organization.
Where in the United States does Antifa exist? Yeah. If it's a terrorist organization and you've identified it as number one.
We are building out the infrastructure right now.
So what does that mean? We're trying to get the information.
What? What is that answer? Literally, what the fuck does that mean?
You say Antifa is a terrorist organization. Tell us as a committee, how did you come to that? Where do they exist? How many members do they have in the United States as of right now?
Well, that's very fluid. It's ongoing for us to understand that. The same, no different than Al Qaeda and ISIS.
No, I don't want you. I'll ask one question, sir. I just want you to tell us. If you said Antifa is the number one domestic terrorist organization.
Did this motherfucker just compare Antifa with Al Qaeda and ISIS? Did he really just say that?
Operating in the United States. I just need to know where they are, how many people. I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
So you would...
What the fuck? What an uncomfortable moment. This guy is like, shit. It's like I was really hoping they wouldn't ask me these questions.
You wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove, I know.
Do you guys understand that when cabinet members and heads of agencies are told that they're going to testify in front of Congress, that they prepare for like 4 hours per hour that they're expected to testify? So if they're going to be there for 5 hours, they'll do like 20 hours of prep with their team. And their team is supposed to equip that person to walk into that hearing with an answer for every possible question you can imagine. That's the whole job. And this guy, like, you're telling me that obviously they need to come up with some bullshit answer, but you're telling me who is this guy, by the way? He's representing the FBI. You're telling me his team didn't prepare him for that question? and he just stares blankly, like he just freezes. He froze. This man just froze. This man is seated at the highest level of power in the world as a part of the executive branch of the United States. And he froze. He just short-circuited.
I don't want a name. I don't want anything like that. Just how many people have you identified with the FBI that Antifa is made of?
Well, the investigations are active.
So you wouldn't come to this committee and say something you can't prove, I know. I know you wouldn't do that. But you did.
Oh my God, bro. That was remarkable, you guys.
NCTC reference the unfortunate accident that occurred with the National Guardsman being killed.
You think that was an unfortunate accident?
I mean,
it was a terrorist attack.
Wait. Look, I'll get it straight. Then you can
He shot our National Guardsman in the head.
Look, Mr. Chairman, will you direct?
Well, to be fair, that was not. I mean, come on. You just gave them ammunition. Like the unfortunate accident. That's not great phrasing. Let's be honest.
Witness to allow me to ask my question. It was an unfortunate situation, but you blamed it solely on Joe Biden. I want you to know who approved the asylum application for this same person.
Mr. Thompson, this individual that came into the country.
No, I want to know who approved.
Congressman Thompson, I want you to understand when this individual came into the country, he came under evacuation of Afghanistan under Operation Allies Welcome, was thoroughly vetted by the Biden administration at that point in time, allowed into our country.
He was approved for asylum in April of this year by the Trump administration. That's the answer to the question.
And then was never followed up. I want to remind everybody in Congress.
Reclaim my time.
We follow the law, and every asylum is supposed to have a check-in every single year, and the Biden administration failed to do that. They vetted this individual, allowed them into our country, and did not do due.
Witness will allow the gentleman to ask his question.
Yes or no? Who approved the asylum claim?
The application on the asylum was thoroughly filled out by information that was gathered by the Biden administration.
So the Biden administration approved the asylum.
The asylum application was put into place under the rules established by the Biden administration.
Reclaiming my time. I don't want to file perjury charges against you, but I'm of the opinion that the Trump administration, DHS, your DHS, approved the asylum application.
The asylum application moved forward under all of the information and vetting processes that were put in place under the Biden administration.
You didn't have to approve it. You didn't have to take all of that vetting and just approve it. That was your administration who did that, right?
Which is when vetting happened, and that's what President Trump has changed. Under President Trump's administration.
Claim my time again.
When
it's obvious you don't want to answer the question. Mr. Kent, you want a shot at it?
There's a layer of context here that I think is quite relevant, which is that there's recent reporting suggesting that Donald Trump is considering replacing Kristi Noem, which that was kind of interesting to me. Of all the cabinet members, I mean, she's a fucking clown, to be clear, but of all the cabinet members that I would think would be under consideration to be replaced, she's been a fucking loyal soldier, you know? Like, what is her big fuck up in Trump's mind? More than like Kash Patel or Bondi or any of these other cabinet members. Apparently somebody threw a tantrum.
That was the answer. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. That was a murder that took place in D.C. It was not an unfortunate incident. And those comments are effing disrespectful.
Who is it?
I expect better from the
It's not a valid point of order. I now recognize, gentlemen.
Did he just say effing? It's fucking effing disrespectful.
Effing and those comments are effing disrespectful.
Who is it?
and then he says, "Who is that? Who's saying that?" Are there any other Kristi Noem clips? Here.
Secretary Noem, this past May, I asked you during a congressional hearing if it was the policy of DHS to follow orders issued by federal courts. You said on the record, and I'm quoting here, "We are following all federal orders." End of my quote. End of your quote.
Oh, they did her dirty with the picture. You think this is an accident? They did her dirty with that picture, you guys. They picked that shit intentionally. They knew what they were doing. Look at that picture, dude. It looks like half of her face is like filled with air. It's like there's an air pocket in her face.
We are following all federal orders. End of my quote. End of your quote. Secretary Noem, you lied to me under oath that day. You lied to the American people, and you have betrayed the trust placed upon you in your role as Secretary of Homeland Security. You defied federal court orders when you refused to order the deportation flights to El Salvador in March to turn around. Federal courts have also found your department to have violated federal injunctions in your continue to send non-citizens on.
Isn't this guy... What do we know about this guy again? Isn't he like running for president? Doesn't he want to run for president? I think he's a representative from California. I don't know where he's from.
Deportation flights, with some courts having called your orders unlawful.
Oh, he's from Detroit? Okay.
Secretary Noem, I just have 3 questions for you. 1, why did you lie under oath by saying DHS was following all federal court orders when they clearly were not?
He did her dirty with that picture, you guys. That shit was on purpose. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem left in the middle of today's heated hearing in front of a House Homeland Security Committee, claiming she had to be at a meeting for the FEMA Review Council, a meeting which is now confirmed to have been canceled by FEMA. Did she get grilled that bad that she left early? Is that why she left?
Yes. Please. Let me. Secretary Noem, it is a fact that you ignored federal court orders in March and in May of this.
So she's in the hot seat, bro. Like, she saw that reporting that Trump is considering replacing her. So she's like fighting for her life in this hearing. Maybe she just freaked the fuck out and it was just too much.
Here. Do you plan on ignoring more federal orders? I'm sick of your lies. And the American people demand the truth.
Because you keep saying it doesn't make it true.
I am sick of your lies. The American people are sick of these lies. American people demand truth.
America is very happy that finally they have a president in the White House that gets up every day to keep them safe.
Madam Secretary, your incompetence and your inability to truthfully carry out your duties of
the head tilt. She's like, did this motherfucker just call me incompetent?
Madam Secretary, your incompetence and your inability to truthfully...
The head tilt. What the fuck did you just say to me?
Carry out your duties of Secretary of Homeland Security. If you're not fired, will you resign?
Sir, I will consider your...
If you're not fired, will you resign? This guy is ripping her to shreds, you guys.
Asking me to resign as an endorsement of my work. Thank you very much.
I yield back my time.
Mr. Glasheen, are you familiar with the Proud Boys? I'm familiar with the name, yeah, Proud Boys. Okay.
Who the fuck is this guy, bro? This lurch-looking motherfucker? I say that, but that's me in like 15 years, guys. You're looking at me in 15 years. Who is this guy? Who is this awkward buffoon? He's just so uncomfortable. This does not inspire confidence in leadership of the FBI right now.
Mr. Glasheen, are you familiar with the Proud Boys? I'm familiar with the name, yeah, Proud Boys. Okay. Does the FBI still designate the Proud Boys as an extremist organization? They did in 2018 in President Trump's first term.
we are in the process right now of changing our categories for domestic terrorism.
So they're no longer designated as an extremist organization. The FBI designated them an extremist organization in 2018. Has that changed?
I'm not aware that they did that.
It's all over the media, sir. It's widely reported. Can you get back to me on that?
Sure will.
All right, thank you.
Can we get some Hutch panic attack emotes? This guy's having a panic attack, bro. I kind of feel bad for him. This guy's freaking the fuck out. That's him. That's him, bro. That's him. That's his face right now. Kirsten Sinema was chatting some shit on Fox News this morning. Did you guys see this clip?
As you know, there's this massive effort kind of on the left to kind of come into communities and give misinformation around water and energy and AI data centers. And that's a lot of misinformation. This administration is doing a good job of telling the truth, creating more energy domestically. The National Energy Dominance Council doing a whole of government approach to ensure that we're creating our own natural gas, our own nuclear to power the future. We're actually using less water with AI data centers than in the past. So that communication.
This administration is doing a good job of telling the truth. Did this motherfucker just say that? Did those words just exit her mouth?
And it's bringing people together who just want efficient, proactive, good lives where their kids have a better life than they had. So this is, I think, a really important issue that has nothing to do with partisanship.
I'm out of time. Next time I want...
Hold the fuck up. Wasn't this Hutch's fave? Ooh. Be nice, buddy. Watch your mouth. I'm just going to say it this once. Thin ice, buddy. Okay, hold on. We got some more clips from this hearing.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, the man behind you, please stand up, sir. His name is Jim Brown from Troy, Missouri. He is...
I'm a Joe Manchin liberal. I'm not a Kirsten Sinema liberal. There's a difference between the two. I think you can glean all the information you need about any liberal that you talk to. There's a dichotomy. There's a strict binary. You're either a Joe Manchin liberal or you're not. And how you answer that question, how do you feel about Joe Manchin? Tells you everything you need to know about that person. I'm not even kidding. That's like the litmus test to gauge where somebody is at and conclude if they're serious about politics. Like, that's the question. How do you feel about Fetterman? Fetterman will be primaried into oblivion. I'm glad it's him and not Dr. Oz, and I hope he's primaried. But I am glad that it's him and not Oz. And should for any reason he survive a primary in 2028, that's when it's going to be, right? 2028. We still have to wait a few more years here. Should he survive a primary, I will support him, but I hope somebody else comes in and replaces him. But the difference there is that that's Pennsylvania and not West Virginia. If John Fetterman was serving in West Virginia, I would be a big supporter. I would be a big old supporter. I'd be like, you know what? I'm glad he's a part of this coalition.
He is a Navy combat veteran who served our country in the Gulf War. He's married to a woman named Donna, who came to our country legally from Ireland when she was 11 years old. She has lived here for 48 years. Because of you, Jim's wife Donna has been in prison for the last 4 months. She did not come here illegally, and she has never committed any crime other than writing 2 bad checks totaling $80 10 years ago. She is currently in prison and facing deportation. Ms. Noem, will you thank Mr. Brown for his service to our country?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your service to our
Now, what possible explanation can there
Ooh, he got her acting servile. This guy, who's this guy? This guy needs to be on my radar. I like this guy. Who's this guy? Magaziner? Magaziner? This guy's good. He got her to be servile right there.
10 years ago?
Listen to this.
She is currently in prison and facing deportation. Ms. Noem, will you thank Mr. Brown for his service to our country?
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your
Oh my God, bro.
service to our
Now, what possible explanation can there be for locking up his wife for 4 months when she has committed no crime other than writing a couple of bad checks for $80?
Sir, it is not my prerogative, my latitude, or my job to pick and choose which laws in this country get enforced.
You have broad discretion as the secretary. You can issue parole. You can do all kinds of things, but you're choosing not to. Will you commit again to just reviewing Donna's case and reuniting this combat?
4 months in prison for 2 bad checks from 10 years ago is fucking insane.
Veteran with his beloved wife, who also loves this country.
I will review the case.
Now, Madam.
Oof. Brutal day for her, it seems.
Of Lance Corporal Alejandro Barranco, the United States Marine veteran who is behind you, who also has 2 brothers who are United States Marines. Will you thank Lance Corporal Barranco for his service?
Thank you for your service.
His father.
Oh my God, dude. Wow. That's a really effective kind of line of questioning. He's just guiding her along.
Narcisco Barranco is
just literally walking her like a fucking dog, you guys.
Landscaper in California who has lived peacefully in our country for 30 years and has no criminal record. Last spring, while he was mowing the lawn at an IHOP, ICE agents tackled him in the street and imprisoned him for weeks. A peaceful, hard-working man who raised 3 sons to be United States Marines.
This is revenge for the puppy she murdered.
We need men of that character in this country. Again, as secretary, you have broad discretion. Will you consider Lance Corporal Barranco's father for parole in place to stay in our country, owing to the fact that he has contributed to our country by raising?
If you guys had a dog, if you guys got a dog, and then your dog killed some chickens, and there was like a risk that maybe the dog could like bite your kid, what would you do with the dog? We've had this conversation. I don't know if it's a regional thing, if there's different kind of cultures of how they deal with that kind of issue. It's perfectly reasonable, obviously, to not want a dog in the house that you think might bite your child. That's obviously valid. But it would not occur to me to go in the backyard and blow the dog's fucking brains out with a shotgun or whatever. I feel like my instinct immediately would be like, well, we need to find a new home for the dog. Like, oftentimes dogs in that kind of environment would not be an acceptable level of risk, but you know, somebody that doesn't have kids, maybe they live by themselves and they have all the time in the world to establish like a good relationship with the dog and do training with the dog. Like, just because a dog bites someone. Wait, hang on. Is it policy that if a dog bites a human, that the state can come in and have the dog be put down? I feel like that used to be a thing. Is it still a thing? Like, cats murder shit all the time and nothing happens. Cats are predators. Cats are like the Yautjas of the animal kingdom. They will destroy the dog. Depends on the state. Did the dog even bite someone? No, I think what happened was her dog had killed some chickens. Cats are also 12 pounds. Not my alpha Chad male cat. He's fucking like 14 pounds. He is a unit. He's so bad that the vet, when I took him the last time, they wouldn't see him because I forgot to give him gabapentin, which is like a sedative. They're like, we're not going to treat that cat. My male cat, he will bite hard. It's not a sedative. I think we're mincing words here. It definitely chills them out. Our male cat will bite hard. He will draw blood. He will scratch. He will leave you scars. Like, he is violent. But he's just the sweetest little cat in the world. It's the duality of this cat is remarkable. Because when he's chill, when he's kind of food comatose, when he's tired, he'll come up and fucking make biscuits on you. And like, he does this thing, and do other cats do this? He does this thing where he'll lightly bite your hand because he wants you to pet his head. Like, if you just leave his hand or leave your hand near his head while he's doing his little cutesy thing, he'll kind of like lightly nibble on it because he wants you to pet his head. But then if he's hangry, if he hasn't had any food yet, he is a vicious animal. That cat would never be allowed in a home with children. He would fucking kill a baby. I'm sure my cat would kill a baby. 100% certain about that.
Raising 3 United States Marines. Lance Corporal Bronco's father for parole in place to stay in our country, owing to the fact that he has contributed to our country by raising 3 United States Marines.
This is an opportunity to remind everybody that every person that's in this country illegally has an opportunity to voluntarily go home and come back the right way.
He raised 3 United States
we will
Marines.
Facilitate that.
He has been living here peacefully, doing his job for 30 years. You have discretion. You are choosing not to use it. Madam Secretary, you promised America that you would go after the worst of the worst. But these people are not the worst of the worst. A Purple Heart recipient, a military spouse, the father of 3 Marines. And it's not just veterans and military families. You are locking up and deporting children with cancer, mothers with babies in the NICU, United States citizens. There are many problems with your leadership, but the biggest problem is this. You don't seem to know how to tell the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. Go after the bad guys. Go after the terrorists. Do not go after veterans, Marines, children,
Gentlemen's
United
time's
States
expired.
citizens. I yield back.
Are there other clips that we got here?
Agree that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country. Yes or no?
There's an asylum program, yes, in place.
All right. So immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications.
Speaking of primaries, Goldman seems fucked. Is that right, Vishy? Dr. Donna, are you in here? Who just announced this morning? Who's that guy again? Lambda? Chris Lambda? Or Landa? Lander, yeah. Brad Lander, there you go. I fucked that name up. Greg Lander? Trying to primary Golma. Wait, I thought it was, or Goldman, right? You're talking about Goldman, right? Yeah. Lander is going to primary this guy. Don't we like him? Why don't we like him? I remember him from the impeachment hearings. Emma Vigland was at Lander's announcement. He seems pretty popular with progressives, right? He's Jewish and pro-Israel, so people don't like him. Dasvidani with $5. Cats are the only animals that can domesticate and undomesticate themselves. That's an interesting factoid. We have 2 female cats who are perfectly content in the apartment. They're all indoor cats. I don't understand how cat owners let their cats be outdoor cats. Like, how does that even work? I don't understand how that works, because if I let my male cat go outside, he would never come back. I am so sure he would never come back. He would fucking bounce. And he loves us, but he's just, every time we come through the door, we have to be so careful because he jumps up on his little cat tree and he fucking tries to stick his little cat head like out the door. Like he's just itching to get out there and just murder like vermin and birds. Like he's a killer. He just wants to get out there and kill things. They just come and go as they please. I never understood that. Just what are the odds? Like, aren't the odds decent that your cat will just fucking never come back? Like, I don't understand how that works. Like, do we have statistics on this? Like, what percentage of cats never come back when you let them, when owners let them roam? I'm guessing 45%. Unsurprisingly, we don't have basically any data on that. We have the same thing with our male cat. He got out for 10 days. We set up security cameras. He came back to the house every night until eventually we caught him. Our cat almost got loose a week or two ago and it freaked me out. And so I just looked up like what to do. Apparently you want to get your clothing stuffed with your scent and then leave it near the front door. But yeah, put the litter box outside. That was another suggestion, yeah. Vidania with $5. It's weird it might only be the Zoran thing. Brad Lander is also pro-Israel. He's against divesting the New York City pension from Israeli arms companies. He's pro-Israel, but didn't Brad Lander come out and support ending aid to Israel? My impression of him, just based on the commentary from progressives that I saw on Twitter, was that they fucking love this guy. Issa Hippie says, so I took in a stray within the last like month or so for about 2 to 3 months leading up to me taking her in. She would roam the neighborhood wherever she pleased and come and go, Hutch. Yeah, but if they start out as an outdoor cat, then I would be more comfortable with it. But every cat that we got from a shelter when they were pretty young and they were never outdoor cats. And so Lander supports a 2-state solution. Let's take a look at the announcement, the ad, Brad Lander ad. I'm running for Congress because we need leaders who will fight. Okay. Let's see why the progressives love this guy.
Hi, Brad. Good morning. Great to see you. This community means everything to me. It's where Meg and I raised Marek and Rosa, and where we've worked together for years to make life better for our neighbors.
Brad rooted out waste and corruption,
divested billions in fossil fuels, built housing New Yorkers can afford,
saved 50,000 families from being kicked out of their homes.
When Donald Trump and
this is a good ad, I gotta say, good ad. I like that Zoran, I think we can credit him for this. I like that Zoran has demonstrated the value of really good production. His production was just insane. Which again makes perfect sense because his mom is a fucking film director. I'm sure that's where it came from. But we're seeing a lot more ads with really good production value. And I think that's good. That's really smart. Nathan with $5. Indoor, outdoor is not complicated. They want a warm place to sleep. You need a cat flap if you don't want them pawing at the door. Trust me, bro. No. We have to put Dude, our male cat is so smart. Our other two cats, not the brightest. I'll just say. Clementine and Arya, especially Arya. Arya is just not a bright cat. But Gnome, our male cat, is so smart. He will figure out how to get into spaces. Like you guys, we had to separate the cats because they fight too much. And so now we let them intermingle for some part of the day, but they have separate spaces. But we didn't, you know, add a door to the hallway here. So what we did do, and it was my idea, and I just want to say it was a good idea. Like we got one of those room dividers, you know, room dividers that are like 4 panels that are connected and they fold out like an accordion. I put 2 hooks on each end of the fold out dividers. And then we added, like we mounted rings into the wall so you can like latch it closed. I thought that was a good idea. I was like, you know what? I came up with that all on my own. Then I went to fucking Home Depot and just fucking did it. Made me feel like a man. He figured out how to climb the divider. He just fucking climbed it. He just, you know, there's like just one day, you know, and it took him a few months to figure that out. He just climbed it. No, I understand cats can climb, but like, it's just when you look at the structure, it's not something you would think that a cat could climb, but he just figured it out. And so we had to get like, you know those like spike things that people put down in big cities to dissuade pigeons from coming, you know, those spikes. We had to put spikes on top of that thing. And this motherfucker still figured out. And to this, I have no idea how he did it because we didn't see him do it, but he found a way to maneuver. They like climbed a divider and then maneuvered the spikes. He got over it. I'm like, what the? And so I had to put the spikes like not just on top sticking out, but like I had to place them horizontally. So they were sticking out horizontally. And that did the trick. But now when we have people come into our home to fix stuff, like the AC guy came a couple weeks ago, they have to like walk past this divider with all these spikes, and I never explain it. And I always wonder like what these people think, like what the fuck is that all about? It's actually super hazardous, very dangerous. If I slipped, I could literally poke my eye out. We need to take those spikes off. It was like a whole thing. Anyways, sorry. Went on a tangent. Anyways, I like this ad so far. I think this is good production value. He's presenting himself well.
Elon Musk tried to steal $80 million from New York City.
Brad caught it.
And when ICE agents started kidnapping our neighbors, I fought back.
Keep fighting, Brad.
Take a look at this video. It's Brad Lander being arrested by ICE.
I mean, come on. That's just good production value.
I've always believed that you fight for the things you love. And I love this city. I love the streets where I walked my kids to school, the public schools that nurtured their curiosity, the fields in Prospect Park where I coached their Little League games. But most of all, I love the people who make this city what it is.
Lander is a unique candidate where his biggest thing isn't Gaza or AIPAC, but wanting to primary Goldman based on how he says that he isn't a fighter. Goldman, who was an impeachment lawyer, I think twice, isn't a fighter? Find that dubious.
So, I'm running for Congress because the challenges we face can't be solved with strongly worded letters or high-dollar
No, I know you're not saying
that. And not by doing AIPAC's bidding in a district that knows our city.
Well, there's the AIPAC. Somebody said, It's funny you said that, Vishy. Lander is a unique candidate where his biggest thing isn't Gaza or AIPAC. And then like 2 seconds later, he mentions AIPAC.
Safety, our freedom, our thriving is bound up together. Our mayor can have an ally in Washington instead of an adversary in his own backyard. At a moment of dark oppression, we can shine by fighting back together. While the oligarchy drives an affordability crisis, they shouldn't be able to buy a seat in Congress. While our neighbors are being demonized and attacked, we can put our bodies on the line to protect them. New York is for everyone. In the words of a man who knew a thing or two about loving their neighbors, love isn't a state of perfect caring, it's an active now. I know it's corny, but I love the idea that democracy is just neighbors working together to make our lives in common better. And okay, I'm biased, but I think we do it here better than anywhere else. I'm Brad Lander, Dad Lander, Councilmember Lander, Comptroller Lander, and it would be an honor to serve you as Congressmember Lander.
That's just, I don't know anything about his merits as a candidate or his bona fides, but that's just a good political ad. I think that's a really good ad. Love that production value. It's very good. Anyways, they're saying apparently this man, Goldman, is not a fighter, apparently, is what I'm learning.
Do you agree that asylum is a lawful pathway to immigrate to this country? Yes or no?
There's an asylum program, yes, in place.
All right. So immigrants then with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country, correct?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Your question was?
Immigrants with ongoing asylum applications are legally in this country.
You guys know why he's asking this question, right? Because MAGA likes to throw around, we have 20 million, 30 million illegal immigrants that live in the country, but they include people that have valid asylum claims and are in the country legally. MAGA makes no distinction between illegal immigrants and valid asylum claimees. Is that what you said? Claimers? I don't know.
For individuals in this country that have applications that...
And they are legally here because it's a lawful pathway, right?
It's a lawful pathway.
Okay, so if your department then deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law, correct?
Joe Biden left us with...
I'm not asking about Joe Biden. I'm asking you a specific question. If your department deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Is that correct?
It was greatly violated when they allowed...
I'm asking you.
People to come
I'm asking you.
Asylum applications.
Why are you filibustering? Why can't you answer the question? It's a simple question.
Your president...
If your department
and your secretary
deports anyone with an ongoing asylum application, you are violating the law. Isn't that correct?
The asylum program was broken under the last...
Mr. Chairman, I will reclaim my time. She's not answering the question. But the obvious answer is that, yes, if you follow a lawful pathway, asylum is a lawful pathway. If you have an open asylum case, you are here lawfully. But the problem that we are seeing around the country is that you are not following the law. Don't tell us to change the law. If you don't like the asylum system, you change the asylum law. Bring it to us. We'll work with you. I think it needs to be changed. But you can't just decide that you're not going to follow the law, and asylum is a law, and deport people who have ongoing applications. Unfortunately, that is exactly what's happening. It's happening across the street from my office right in New York City.
Imagine saying that this guy's not a fighter. Like, okay.
Now, after this incident, your department issued a statement that said the officer's conduct in this video is unacceptable and beneath the men and women of ICE.
And then he got reinstated a day later, you guys. A day later.
Our ICE law enforcement are held to the highest professional standards, and this officer is being relieved of current duties as we conduct a full investigation. 3 days later, you reinstated that officer and you put him back on duty.
3 days.
I sent you a letter and asked you what investigation was done and why was he reinstated? You did not answer that letter. So I'm going to give you an opportunity right here to explain to me that if that officer's conduct was, quote, beneath the men and women of ICE, unquote, why did you reinstate him?
Sir, that investigation was completed. I can give you that investigation and the information that you would like. This is
well, I wrote you 2 months ago. Why haven't you given it to me yet?
I'm actually surprised that you haven't gotten it. I'm going to ask my staff about that.
Well, you shouldn't be surprised because generally speaking,
hundreds
you do
and
not
hundreds, if
respond
not
to
thousands
us.
of your letters.
Now, the other problem that we are seeing all over the country.
This guy's really good at not letting people filibuster. I mean, he's a fucking lawyer, so, you know, that makes sense. Was that the last of those clips? Nope.
An article by ProPublica from October 16, 2025, entitled, "We found that more than 170 U.S. citizens have been held by immigration agents. They've been kicked." There's nothing smiling about U.S. citizens. I'm sorry, that's very inappropriate. Let me continue. They've been kicked, dragged, and detained for days. The next one.
The Trump administration has specifically targeted the worst of the worst. The individuals that we are going after are those that are violent criminals, those that are breaking our laws.
We watched the veteran one.
Secretary Noem, again, you lied to the American people. I will be including into the record, an article by the NBC News from December 7, 2025, entitled, "ICE has arrested nearly 75,000 people with no criminal records," data shows. The co-equal branch of government, and it is your obligation as a member of the executive
This is like when I react to videos of myself.
branch to honor decisions made by the highest court of the land. Yes or no, Secretary?
We are abiding by all federal judges' orders. Absolutely.
The Justice Department said that when the administration was ordered back in March to stop sending detained migrants to a mega prison in El Salvador, you personally made the final call to continue the flights anyway. Is that correct?
And the decisions that are made on deportations, where flights go and when they go, are my decision at the Department of Homeland Security. And we'll continue to do the right thing, continue to work and protect Americans, no matter what radical judge comes out and tries to stop us. We'll do.
You lied on the record, and you lied to members of this committee. You violated court orders by not turning around deportation flights bound for El Salvador, where we know that hundreds of people under your leadership have reported that they were raped, they were beaten, and they nearly died. And your agents used chemical weapons in Chicago despite court orders from District Court Judge Ellis forbidding their use. Secretary Noem, you, Gregory Bovino, and your ICBP and DHS deputized agents have waged an unaccountable, unlawful, unconstitutional war against communities across the nation.
Hold on.
Assessment. Would you agree with the national security officials' assessment that the United States has been operating in a heightened threat environment for several years now?
Yes.
Yes or no? Would you say New York City is susceptible to these kinds of security threats?
Yes, and that's why they should spend.
So with New York City being the number one terrorist target in the nation,
the federal government gave them.
With New York City being the number one, I reclaim my time. With New York City being the number one security threat in this nation, it's unconscionable that you would cut $134 million in urban area security initiative funding for the city of New York.
I actually have to meet. This is her saying she had to leave early for a FEMA meeting that was determined to be canceled.
Dollars immediately, and we're responding immediately to our people. I have to actually leave this hearing early because the FEMA Review Council is giving their report today on suggestions for changes to FEMA.
Thank you for not taking your foot off the gas.
I have to co-chair it, but I will be leaving soon to have to go do that. But those.
Did they pull her because she was getting just demolished? Is that what happened, you guys? Possible. All right, let's lib out a little bit. We're going to watch some Ezra Klein. He had Gavin Newsom on his podcast this week. And then we're going to close things out with the Denims video, where Denims talked about the lawsuits on her stream for like an hour. I don't know if her lawyers advised her to do that. That seems kind of dumb. Why the fuck would she do that? That seems kind of crazy. Did you guys know that Casey Tron and Denims have the same lawyer? Yeah, we're going to lib the fuck out for a little bit here, but we're going to choose what chapter we want to start with. Newsom's policies for undocumented immigrants, building a bigger tent for the Democratic Party. Why don't we start there? Let's do that one.
Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
Let me ask you then what binds the Democratic Party together.
What's going on with the playback speed? Is it good? No, we're good. Yeah.
I've been writing about the big tent Democratic Party, what it would mean to build that. You said it more pithily than I have, which is you said in a recent interview, you want to see a party that goes from Manchin to Mamdani. What binds together a party that goes from Manchin to Mamdani? I hear a lot of people say, isn't this big tent, doesn't it not believe in anything? What do you think it believes in?
Give me a break. I mean, my grandfather, we talked about a Democratic Party. It was a broad coalition. My kind of party.
We have to be a big tent in a two-party system. We have to be. There's no other choice. This is an existential question for the Democratic Party. There is no other option. We cannot be a party of purity testing. We cannot afford to do that. We have seen that kind of strategy just utterly fails. We tried to do that for the last 10 years in Democratic Party politics. It's been like 10 solid years of like really intense purity testing. And where has that gotten us as a party? It's just, it is a failed strategy, and it's time to let it go. It's time to stop trying to do it. We need to make peace with the fact that we're going to have Joe Manchins in the party. We shouldn't be chasing people out with pitchforks. Certainly not a Democrat serving in a D+ or an R+40 state. Lopsided Pixel says, Hodge, can you answer a question? I can answer many questions. I can answer like, hey, what did you have for dinner last night? Or what time did you wake up this morning? I can answer like probably thousands of questions off the top of my head. Unless they're commies. I mean, Mamdani is not, like, he calls himself a democratic socialist. He's a socialist. Mamdani is just, at least he was a socialist as recently as 2 years ago, talking about seizing the means of production. And I have no problem with Mamdani being in this coalition. Mamdani is a DSA brother. Yeah. I have zero issues with Mamdani being a Democrat. Like zero. He's kind of passing with flying colors right now in terms of what I want to see from Democrats in a practical setting. Hutch, have you been watching Pluribus? What do you think? I love it. Some people find that show to be too slow. I've seen some Pluribus's mid takes on the timeline, but I love it. I think that show is the show rests on the shoulders of that actress. She's the almost exclusive focus of the show so far. We got a little glimpse into the Hispanic character at the end of the last episode, but it's like 99% just following her around in that world. And I really like Vince Gilligan's visual storytelling, so I think he's just a visually very, I don't know if he directed the photography of that show or whatever, but he just has like a style, you know, like there's like a very similar style to Breaking Bad, where you have these, the cinematography is just, I just really like that show. But But it's a show about Carol. Like, it's a show about her character. And I just think that she is just unbelievable in that role. I find her performance in this show to be top notch. I want her to get all the awards. And I think they're doing a good job of kind of dangling some mystery, but not doing it excessively, you know, like Lost season 2 kind of stuff. Like they're leaving enough stuff mysterious, and it's keeping me interested. I just really like her character, and I really like that actress. And I really enjoy the story so far. So I'm loving it. I'm fucking loving it. I'm loving that show. Are you concerned with a Freedom Caucus style thing forming in the Dem Party that could drive the party rightward? That's my general fear of this giant tent. I would say I'm less concerned now. I feel a lot better after the elections last month. I feel a lot better about the state of the Democratic Party. And you're seeing a lot of takes like his right here. You know, Gavin Newsom was talking about being a party of both Joe Manchin and Mamdani, which I think is the only strategy that we have. It's the only option that we have. The DNC, the Twitter account, posted a video a couple weeks ago where it was just a compilation of different Democrats, and Mamdani was in there, and the moderates were in there. And so, like, clearly there is like an organized top-down push from within the party apparatus to push this message of Big Tent. Clearly that's what's going on. And I think that that's the right strategy. So, yeah.
Yeah, you brought people in. It's about addition, not subtraction. I mean, come on. I mean, our party needs to be many parts, one body. And so this idea of exclusion, and that, again, that's judgment. That's purity. That's getting into, I didn't like the pronoun you used. And I mean, we got in that we were, I mean, there was a year or two there where for all of us, I mean, it took me aback too. I was even participating. I found myself a little bit, and I got pushed back from even my own staff saying, why'd you use that word? And I'm like, we're all sort of struggling through a post-George Floyd world, and understandable racial justice and all these issues coming out of COVID and sensitivity.
Space Limey, thank you so much for donating a subscription to Clout Sheep. Appreciate that, buddy.
I just a little less judgmental, a little more inclusive. If you believe in the death penalty, you don't believe in the death penalty. It doesn't mean I don't believe in you or your right to be part of our party. If you believe in choice, but you believe in late-term abortion, you have an issue. I'm not going to deny that. If you have a more moderate construct as it relates to, more.
That's like 95% of the country, by the way. I can't remember what the exact week amount is. Is it 22 weeks or something like that? Like the vast majority of the country thinks that that you shouldn't have elective abortions after, I'll make it up and say 15 weeks, but it's somewhere between like 15 and 20 weeks. Did I burp into the mic? I'm trying to be better about that. I'm so sorry. I'll stop burping in the mic. I apologize. But the vast majority of the country also thinks that if a woman is having an abortion, it needs an abortion in the third trimester because it's a threat to their life, then everybody thinks that a woman should be able to get an abortion in that spot.
More worker-centered policies or more liberal one, we shouldn't be excluding. You don't believe in the minimum wage, but you believe in an earned income tax credit. Which one are you? Are you Democrat? Are you a corporate mod? I don't think our party needs to knit back together that coalition.
I should have said that, and I understand it. We've talked about that a lot on the stream. But the vast majority of according to the data that I saw at the time, this was years ago when I looked it up, the vast majority of abortions that are happening in the third trimester are because of a direct threat to the mom, to the mother, life of the mother.
Coalition that helped build the world's great middle class, and so
Hutch, what did you say? I feel like Gavin Newsom was mocking you with his hair. I mean, my God, like, my God, this hair. Just a fucking cheat code this guy got. This guy, It's ridiculous. Like it's fucking ridiculous, you know? Like he just has this perfect hair, you know?
I don't want to exclude the Manchins or the Mamdanis.
The thing that the Manchin to Mamdani line made me think a bit about is what would it mean for the people who represent the Democratic Party nationally to seem like they simultaneously respected Joe Manchin and Zohran Mamdani. Chuck Schumer did not endorse Zohran Mamdani, for instance. Right. And I, understand that Schumer probably has his, disagreements. On the other side, the sort of people who might have seen Manchin, who, for all of my disagreements with him, and there were many, guy was a genuine Democratic most valuable player, right? Holding a seat no one else could have held.
No one could have held.
That gave Democrats that 50-50
Drove me crazy too. I mean, we all were doing
that. Allowed Kamala Harris to break ties and pass the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Like Joe Manchin was the most valuable member of the Senate for Democrats.
But also drove us mad.
But that question of...
Both of those things need to be recognized. Like both of those things are true. He blocked provisions that I wish he hadn't blocked. He did it plenty of times. And yet, what Ezra Klein is saying here is just objectively true. Like he was the most valuable Democratic senator by far. Like the value that he added by virtue of what state he was serving was just insane.
How does respect exist across disagreement at a time when I think social media and other things, algorithmic media, create a lot of incentive for line drawing?
That's right.
A lot of incentive for saying, you're out, right? And, and drawing our circles ever smaller.
I've spent my life being on the outs and then back in, on the out, back in. I don't begrudge other people's success. I don't think you could be pro-job and anti-business. Same time, I say businesses can't thrive in a world that's failing. And so who are you? You support a progressive tax, but not a wealth tax, or then you're a corporate demo. So you're right. And you're right. The fine lines that are being divided online and these sort of filter bubbles that we're in only reinforce those lines. And of course, that's what you're going to have an open primary. You're going to have 25 candidates for president. My gosh, you're going to see that on display on 2 gigantic stadium stages because you can't even fill it on one. And every flavor of the party is going to be represented, from the Democratic Socialists, which are just the old progressives in my town, or Green Party folk.
I don't know. DSA is its own thing,
Back when I was mayor of San Francisco, very familiar. And the more moderate voices that, quote unquote, can win those 7 swing states. And so,
why are we worried about alienating DSA, man? It's a group that is actively hostile towards the Democratic Party. They're so actively hostile. At least the examples that I've seen. I don't know, maybe there's some chapters that are not as hostile. The organization with, I think, 85,000 people across the country. I'm sure those numbers are going to get juiced up because of Mamdani. Wouldn't be surprised if their membership cracked 6 figures. But man, are they hostile. Holy moly, they are hostile. So much for a big tent, but they're not down. It's not contradictory for me to say that we shouldn't be afraid of alienating the DSA, because the DSA are not about a big tent. That's the thing. Like, if they were about a big tent and if they were not hostile, then that's somebody that you would want in a coalition. You can have ideological differences, but as long as you're on the same page about political power and the value of the coalition, then you can make that work. You can make big policy differences work. But if we're not on the same page about that, then at that point you're a liability to the coalition. Again, maybe I'm speaking too broadly about DSA. I admit that. I don't know enough about each individual chapter all over the country. I can't, maybe there's some cities that are less standoffish, but the vibe that I get overwhelmingly from like every DSA member that shows up on my feed, at least, it's so antagonistic and hostile, and it's just the worst,
We'll work. We have to work through all these, but again, with an open hand, not a closed fist, a little less judgment, and a little bit of appreciation that this party, we got crushed in the last election.
Like, do you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of a tweet that I saw from one of the DSA accounts. I don't remember which one. It might have been DSA New York or I don't know. But there was one DSA account where on the day that the election was called for Biden in 2020, this DSA account posted something like, it's okay to celebrate when a tyrant is defeated. That might sound like an anodyne tweet, you know, not controversial, but I thought that that was a very insightful glimpse into how their minds work. Whoever was running that account felt the need or the urge or the instinct, whatever, to create a permission structure to celebrate Trump losing. Why do you think that is? Why do you think the sense of the person who was running that account was like, you know what, we need to tell our members that it's okay to, of course it's okay to celebrate that Trump lost. Why do you have to clarify that? Were you not celebrating that Trump lost? Remember, DSA, or this particular chapter at least, whatever, didn't endorse Biden in 2020. I think that tells you something. Hutch doesn't read chat. I do. That's a lie. The DSA and PSL in Charlotte are pretty active and have participated in all the 50501 stuff. I think the coalition is happening in the real world. I hope you're right. I'll take you at your word for that. I hope you're right. But the big DSA accounts on social media are just fucking trash. Like, that's bizarre. You know, why are you giving your members permission to celebrate that Trump lost? You know, like, why do you need to give that permission? Like, why does that need to happen? Excuse me? How were you not over the moon that Trump lost in 2020? Because Biden won? Rubs me the wrong way. And then, you know, like I watched, there was like a DSA convention, I think, this year. And there were some videos that came out of that convention. We might have watched a couple videos or pieces of those videos. And the way that they were talking at that convention, it was all about a strategy of infiltration and entryism. I wasn't hallucinating that. They were doing panels where they're basically talking about their strategy of entryism. If you guys don't know what that is, isn't entryism, didn't it originate from socialists? It's just, you know, it's basically a strategy of like infiltrating a political party and taking over. Which, you know, for a group that are, you know, I would guess, tell me I'm wrong, but DSA, would you guess that probably 95% of them are Marxists? Maybe 100%? Is it 100%? They're not liberal, they're Marxists. Maybe, okay. Maybe I'm out of my depth here. It seems like Marxism is like it's, you know, just anecdotally from my observations, it seems as though, from how they present, at least on social media, that they've gotten much more explicitly Marxist in the last 6 or so years. Understanding Marx? No, that's not what I mean. I mean, they're anti-liberal, anti-capitalism, and anti-liberal. The ultimate goal is, you know, getting rid of these systems and replacing them with something else. That's how politics works, though. You build your membership and fight for your goals. What's the difference? The difference is that they're illiberal. Like, they're not liberal. They don't have the same values. It's a totally different set of shared values. I don't know why that's funny. They're illiberal. Just the truth of the matter. You're equating Marxism to socialism? I don't think I am. I don't think I'm doing that.
Donald Trump. It was Trump. Remind us who beat us. We need to find common ground, not just stand our ground, to then hold the line so that we avoid the worst instincts of this president by extending a third term in the presidency.
Here's what's made me fascinated by what you have done since the election, which is you seem more comfortable with contradiction and paradox in your own person than most people I see in politics. So I think you could have said after the election, there are two lanes for a Democrat, right? You can say we got shellacked, a word that only exists when Democrats lose elections. I've never heard that word used in any other context. We got shellacked. And we have to reach out to MAGA people. We have to listen. We have to talk to the other side, go to the diners. Or you can be, we need the resistance. We need to fight back. We need to troll them the way they're trolling us on social media. That, you know, those were sort of two different ideas you hear. And your answer was, yeah, both.
Yeah.
Newsom made some waves because they posted an AI video, and I saw a bunch of people that I follow were like pushing back. This is disgusting. You shouldn't be posting AI. It was like an AI video, like mocking Trump. Where's the video? From what account did they post that video? Because it's not from that one. Newsom. Was it from his personal one? It was this one, yeah. This one made some waves, guys. People were pissed. Wait, is that DMCA? Can I? Well. And then the first comment, AI generated political ads are disgusting and immoral. I don't care who weaponizes them. You and your team should be ashamed. Well, I don't know about immoral. I don't know about inherently immoral.
Look, at my favorite book, one of the most influential books, interesting in my life, is called Built to Last. It's about the tyranny of war versus the genius of and, both and. Moving away, and forgive me, I hate the vernacular of, moving away from the binaries, but I really believe that. I mean, it is both and it's to find, look, I come from a reality-based experience as a small business person. There's a practical reality. You got to implement your ideals. Again, none of this isn't,
There was a dumb comment on X. Oh my God.
Intellectual exercise. And you got to deal with cards that are dealt. You can still, and I have been as progressive and adventurous in terms of progressive policies as most, if not all, Democratic governors in this country. As former mayor that did same-sex marriage in 2004, where my party was attacking me for being too progressive. Same time, I was also advancing Care Not Cash program to take welfare away from homeless and guarantee housing in lieu of cash, because I didn't believe in the handout framework. I believed in opportunity and responsibility, more of a Clintonian frame in that. So I was both and. So I was trying to show not only respect to who I am in the past.
Newsom is like a generational gesticulator. Like he always does he's a big, like, one hand pulling forward and the other hand pushing away. He does that like constantly whenever he speaks.
In my truth and authenticity, but also show respect to those I disagree with, because I do respect people I disagree with. It's not a zero-sum game. I try to work with Donald Trump. I was on the tarmac with him. I was probably, no governor in the country worked with him more closely during COVID than I did. At the same time, no one's been more aggressive, to your point, trolling and attacking back on Trump. I started when he got elected, saying I want to work with him, or when he got elected, but I started with a special session of my legislature, the only state that did this. As I said, I want to work with him, saying it's trust but verify, and fortified our litigation posture. And it's the reason we have almost close to 50 lawsuits against the Trump administration, have led the country, because I knew it was going to come, both and. So it's, to me, not a paradox necessarily. It's not a contradiction. It's the human experience. That's all.
There's also a dimension where you've been working very effectively, I think, on the attentional level of politics. I think the great sin of Democrats.
You should watch Atriac's conversation with Newsom. They talk about Gen Z nihilism, blackpilling. Atriac actually does a great job summarizing the anger of young voters. You know what? Thank you for bringing that back to my attention, because
I do want to start talking about
we were gonna watch this and then we never got to it, and I definitely wanted to. Oh, so this is his podcast. This is Newsom's podcast, and he was doing DMCA stuff, which I have to assume was a mistake, because there's no explanation that makes any sense as to why a political campaign or somebody who's very obviously jockeying to run in 2028, why would you not want people reacting to it, because it gets your message out there. So like, I assume that was a mistake. I don't know if they've changed that. Hopefully, maybe. So we'll try that maybe tomorrow. And if it auto DMCAs, then we can't do that.
Intentionally in recent years is that they are the party of the institutions. People got all A's, went to Harvard. And when you go through a lot of institutions you're formed by them, you become careful and cautious. The thing you don't want to do is offend everybody at a meeting.
Yeah, well said.
And that worked for a previous era of attention, when everything was decided by who the New York Times decided to cover, by who would get on network news. Yeah. In this era, attention comes from, although that does work for me, because I won't have anybody on as boring. Podcasts do not like people who speak in a very structured way.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You can't do a good podcast with a politician, when you can watch them buffering before they answer for you. It's in this, like we've been talking for a long time, in this medium for this long, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's a way that the mediums change who succeeds in them.
Hutch, will you be campaigning for Jasmine Crockett in Texas? And then TC says he doesn't like her kind. The fuck do you mean by that? What now? You fucking with me, bro?
That's true too.
You seem pretty comfortable with risk.
Yeah.
Your debate with Ron DeSantis, it was on Fox News with Sean Hannity moderating. I went back and watched that the other day.
That is wrong. That's being a liberal bully. That's being a bully.
Really?
They had Down syndrome and you wanted to discriminate against them.
$27 million
They were discriminating against because they were discriminating against the athletes. They wanted to marginalize the athletes, and you wanted the athletes marginalized.
God help you.
God help us all. And I've met a lot of Democrats who they're more worried about things going wrong in their communication than something going right.
Ezra, I'm a fail forward fast guy. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I got a 960 on my SAT.
Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky.
I wasn't one of those straight A students at Harvard. I can't read. You've never seen me read a speech. I can't read a speech. I have severe dyslexia, a learning disability that has defined me and who I am. My struggles, my insecurities, my anxieties, but also my willingness to try new things and learn from my mistakes.
Got a lot of facts you've been spitting me. How do you learn?
It's just I absorb a lot. I absorb. It's just hard.
That is interesting. I did not know that he had severe dyslexia. One of my observations of Newsom is that he is extremely sharp. He is very uniquely gifted. I'd say Pete is in the same camp. He is uniquely talented in how organized he can keep his thoughts. Oftentimes in a political debate or in a political setting where there's some kind of debate, people will throw out 7 different things, and minds like Newsom's and Pete's are able to keep those things organized in their mind. And so Hannity will, rant for 5 minutes and he'll bring up 7 different things, and Newsom will keep all 7 of those things in his mind. And when I try to do that, I do not have a mind like that. My mind does not work like that. I have to write stuff down. Otherwise, I get overwhelmed and my brain I just don't operate in the same way. And so maybe because he is dyslexic, he had to practice that part of his brain more than other people. So that's interesting. That might explain that, right?
Harder. I have to do hundreds and hundreds of reps for one. Some folks, do 1 or 2 reps.
Yeah, my brain works a lot more like Trump's. Him and me both. We do the weave. We fucking weave a lot. You never know where we're gonna go. You know, are we talking about Gavin Newsom or are we talking about diarrhea? I don't know. Who depends on the day.
But in that process, you overcompensate and you then develop all of these other skills that have been gifts. It allows you to read a room. It allows you to pivot, allows you to be a little bit more flexible. Yes, dare I say, even more authentic. And so that's who I am. I can't be someone I'm not. I'm not good at being someone I'm not. I'm not comfortable faking it. And there's so many things in politics I'm not good at. The one good thing, though, is I think politics is radically changing. I think it's rewarding a little bit more authenticity. I think Trump is sort of broken through this morass.
Definitely. I think the electorate, they haven't entirely moved away from this, but much of the electorate has moved away from the kind of canned, obviously super prepared kind of speech, and they're looking for the kind of candidate that can sit down and have a free-form conversation that lasts beyond 20 minutes. It's not a controlled setting. People are valuing that kind of perceived authenticity a lot more in 2025. And I think it's because of podcasts. People just got used to this new kind of way of like listening to people speak. I mean, people were having these conversations in private settings all throughout human history, but all of a sudden those kind of conversations that weren't as structured became a form of entertainment. And so people grew accustomed to hearing that kind of communication, that kind of language, that kind of rhetoric. And so now when you go back to the politician kind of answers that are very practiced and polished, it feels very inauthentic, and people don't like that. The podcastification of politics, yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and it's changed politics. And Trump, I think, was like the first one to. He wasn't the first one to notice that trend and to sort of weave that into their strategy, but Trump was the first one to like make it his entire strategy. Magic me with 10 Canadian. Manchin sucked. Byrd beat Obama by 44 in West Virginia. Manchin couldn't even crack 50% in 2018 against the Republican New Deal progressive held that seat for 5 decades. Manchin lost it in 2 terms being a moderate. That, I think, betrays the total lack of any understanding of why West Virginia became such a red state. It wasn't because of Joe Manchin. It wasn't because of that. The coal industry had a huge part to play in West Virginia turning red. It's like coal country. It's like the coal mining state. And the Democratic Party made green energy one of their central planks, which, I support, but that's going to cause tension in a state like West Virginia. You think Byrd was a New Deal Democrat? I don't know anything about Byrd, but
Yes, it's we're all getting roughed up a little bit here, and we've all made mistakes. We haven't talked about my legendary mistakes, and you got to own up to them. And it's who you are. It shapes you as long as you learn from them and don't repeat them. And so, I'm just constantly trying new things. I don't have all the answers. I seek them, but again, with a willingness to fall flat on my face. And I try to govern in that space. And so I'll take the hits. We tend to be months or years ahead of others on a lot of issues. And that's risky. And you get a lot of arrows in your back, but you also pave the way for others to be smarter and learn from that and tack in a perhaps more electorally successful space. So I'm happy to be that guy. I don't need to be president. It's not about that.
Sanchez, thank you so much for 3 months, buddy.
I didn't wake up with some strategic plan. The idea that I'm even sitting here and people talk about this that's beyond me. I thought I went last through a recall. You talk about humility. Seen your name on a recall ballot? Having your kids, one of my kids had to be homeschooled because it was so humiliating for her. Can't go outside. You can't walk the streets without seeing signs. And getting through that and getting the other side and dealing, I mean, this has been a hell of a 7 years as governor of California. I mean, the most blessed and cursed state, from historic wildfires and droughts and floods and, unrest, social unrest. I'm one of the few governors left in the COVID era. There's only a handful of us that could talk about all those scars and the mistakes that were made and the lessons learned and the humility that comes with that. And so I'm on the other side. And I think people, if you've noticed anything about me, is you feel that a little bit. But I'm smash mouth about.
Teague Starbuck in YouTube chat says, Bernie and Mamdani's groundswell support was enormous, but they were either snubbed by Democratic centrists or actively resisted. I have seen the opposite in recent years. I have seen the Democratic Party be more welcoming to Bernie. And for a DSA candidate like Mamdani with pretty radical politics, like, yeah, you've had some Democratic congressmen that have been standoffish and you could say hostile towards Mamdani. There's been some instances of that. You're also seeing like the official Democrats Twitter account posting a compilation video celebrating diversity within the Democratic Party and including Mamdani in that video. And so like, I am seeing the party try to be more welcoming, but there's always going to be like a tension there. Like there's always going to be a tension between like the more moderate candidates and the progressives that want more systemic change. Bernie and his people collaborated directly with Joe Biden while he was president. Bernie had a tremendous amount of influence when it came to crafting legislation. So it's not that the tension doesn't exist, but number one, the tension goes both ways. To be clear, I just hate this victimization, this perpetual self-victimization from Bernie and Mamdani type people, where they pretend like the antagonism and the hostility only goes one way towards them. Like, oh, small beans, us progressives, so, we're like poor us being shit on by the party. But it's like, bro, it goes both ways. Number one. Number two, it's getting better. It's getting better. But there's no recognition of that. And it drives me insane. Radical politics, and it's just centrist European politics. You're doing the meme.
Some of this stuff. I think Trump is
I'm not saying radical as a pejorative, by the way. It's just a neutral descriptor. Would anybody seriously disagree that Mamdani is like pretty radical? Even by European standards, by the way. If you look at his rhetoric from radical is neutral. It's not necessarily a bad thing, unless I don't understand the word correctly. Radical meaning especially of change or action relating to or affecting the fundamental nature of something, far-reaching or thorough. Number two, advocating or based on thorough or complete political or social change, representing or supporting an extreme or progressive section of a political party. Number three, denoting or relating to the roots of a word. That's not what we're talking about. Why would you guys get defensive about that label? Wouldn't you call yourselves radicals and wear that like a badge, like your badge of honor? When did radical become a bad thing to people? No, you would reject the label. You don't want systemic change. You don't want to fundamentally change the structures of power, capital. Radical equals extremist. No, it doesn't. Hang on. That's not what the word means. Extremist, a person who holds extreme or fanatical political or religious views, especially one who resorts to or advocates extreme action. Extremism to me always had a negative connotation because that's where that or fanatical comes in. Radical is like Martin Luther King Jr. was a radical. Are we saying that was bad? Bernie Sanders is pretty radical. Are we saying Bernie that was bad? It's not necessarily a bad thing to be radical. The founding fathers were pretty radical. I think this is silly. Why are we fighting about this? You're being stun locked. Calm down and watch. I am Hutch and I got stun locked. What is this? The fuck is this? The lemurs. Yep. Okay, that's good. That's good. I remember that now.
Is one of the most destructive presidents and human beings in my lifetime. I think this republic is at real risk. This country
I think the issue is Mamdani isn't considered radical in any other developed country. Of course he is. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This idea that like the median left-wing person in Europe is like Bernie Sanders level of like liberal or leftist is just a complete fiction. Duke with 67 months, thank you so much. Europeans, for example, tend to be like a lot of European people that are ostensibly on the left tend to be like much more anti-immigration than American liberals. It's basically like the healthcare thing. Like, what else are we? What else does this meme come from? Bernie would be considered center right in Europe. Like that meme. It is a meme. It's a meme when people do that. Well, technically, you know, Bernie would be considered center right in a place like Denmark. Really? Really? Is that why like there was like a parliament member in Denmark, or maybe even the prime minister, that went out of their way to like clarify, because Bernie kept on referring to one of the Nordic states, I don't know if it was Denmark, as like a model. And then this guy came out and was like, just to be clear, we're very pro-capitalism here. There's a lot of Canadian leftists that are anti-immigration. I don't know a fucking thing about Canadian leftists. I think Mamdani is very obviously not necessarily like hiding his power level, but kinda, you know, kinda a little bit. I don't know if he is trying to launder socialism into like New York politics, or if he's authentically adjusting his governing style to fit the electorate. I don't know where, I don't know what exactly he's doing just yet. We'll see when he gets in there. But you can find videos of him just like 2 years ago talking about like the ultimate goal of their political project being to seize the means of production. I mean, that's not like, oh, that's just a normal person on the left in Europe. Like that's well beyond that. And even Bernie himself was definitely to the left of like the median left-wing person in Europe. Like Medicare for All went way further than what all these European developed nations did with their healthcare system. They didn't ban private insurance. His went well beyond that. Like, so yeah, it is a meme. It's definitely a meme.
Unrecognizable. And I have no patience for people that want to indulge it. I can't stand the crony capitalism. I can't stand all these supplicants that are sitting there bending the knee to this president. I can't stand the universities that have done that, the law firms that have done that, the individual corporate leaders that have done that, the other governors, maybe Democrats and Republicans that have been complicit.
The Democrats are right wing. If you put them in almost any other country is the point. No, they're not. Like what? Can you explain that? I see this claim made so often. Can you explain what you're talking about? The Democrats, you think our position on like renewable energy sources and climate change is right wing? Gun control? Like more gun control is right wing? Or like, you know, heavy emphasis on like reproductive rights? Is that like right wing in Europe or Italy? Like what are you even talking about here?
At this moment, this guy is reckless. He's wrecked this country. We'll not have a fair and free election if we don't continue to fight. That's what matters to me. Seriously, I'm the future ex-governor, and who the hell knows what happens the rest of my life? Except one thing I know that matters in the rest of my life is I have to look at my kids in the goddamn eye. I mean that seriously. That's not like a politician thing. To look them in the eye and say that not a peril of being judged, not to have lived in the moment. So that's what animates me, but it's not some grand plan. So paradox, bring it on. Contradictions, bring it on. Contradictions, but that I think I can explain, perhaps. Evolutions, we didn't get into trans sports. That's an issue. No.
Schumer and Pelosi would be right-wing in the UK. Can someone unpack that for me? Like, what are you talking about?
Wants to hear about, because 80% of the people listening disagree with my position on this. But it comes from my heart, not just my head. It wasn't a political evolution.
Your position being that
I don't think it's fair. I want to see trans kids. I have a trans godson. There's no governor that's signed more pro-trans legislation than I have, and no one has been a stronger advocate for the LGBT.
That one, he said, I want to see trans kids, and then the GOP like tweeted out a picture of him just with that quote. I think he meant to say something like, I want to see trans kids feeling safe or something like that. I think that's what he meant.
But you have to accommodate the reality of those whose rights are being taken away as we advance the rights of the trans community in terms of the fairness of athletic competition. And I just think that's not a bigoted position. And it's an example of some of the things I've been saying about being judgmental, dismissing people, throwing that person out of the party. I mean, you want to talk cancel culture? I've lived it on that issue alone, despite a record of 30 years. And people are willing to say, I'm done. Friendships I lost on that position. And that position, by the way, came to me 2 years prior, where I had to try to accommodate for a trans athlete and another athlete that were in the state finals at track and field. And they both dropped out because we couldn't figure out a way to make it fair. And it was so unfair to both their families. Broke my heart. And I tried for 2 years to figure out, how do we do this? And so I was asked, is it fair? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to make it fair. But these people just want to.
ABC News, breaking for a second time in a week, a federal grand jury in Virginia has refused to indict New York Attorney General Letitia James for alleged mortgage fraud. Oh no. How fucking embarrassing for this administration. It's so pathetic. It's so unbelievably pathetic. Some of you guys asked me, like, when would I feel comfortable saying that the guardrails have failed? Like, this is a pretty important guardrail for American democracy, for like liberal democracy. The right to a fair trial and, right to a criminal defense. And, you can't have some leader or would-be tyrant like Donald Trump just arbitrarily just throw people in jail without any kind of cause whatsoever. That's when I would start flipping the fuck out. But this is a pretty important guardrail. Like, Donald Trump is a tyrant. Those are his instincts. He's an authoritarian. He believes that he should have the authority to just say, hey, that person should be in jail. Those are his obvious demonstrated instincts. And fortunately for us, we have a system in place here where he just can't do that. Like, he just can't, like, he can order the DOJ to investigate his political rivals, but if they can't find a crime, it's actually really fucking difficult to convict someone of a crime. Like, the threshold is extremely high. You have to check a lot of boxes to secure a criminal conviction. And the fact that he can't do that to his rivals, he can harass them. He can make their life really difficult. He can force them to spend a lot of money on security and lawyers, and that's not great. That is authoritarian. But he can't just say, like, throw Letitia James in jail. That's a pretty important guardrail. That's like one of the most important guardrails.
Survive. Where's our grace and dignity about this community? And at the same time, so this is life. It's not linear, circulinear. It's not just politics. And I think I just want to bring a little life back to my politics. I got a year left. I got an expiration sell-by date. I'm on a milk carton. And to the extent I want to hold the line and push.
I think that might not be the last we hear from Gavin Newsom.
Back against Trump, I'll take no backseat to anybody else. And to the extent one you throw me into the mix with these 12 other remarkable leaders, that they're all friends. I'm going to see them all tomorrow at the DGA. Half of them governors, the other half great senators and legislative leaders in Congress.
Hey, Chase, thank you so much for 10, whatever that is. Still catching up on the stream. My AI 2 cents as an automation engineer personally have saved hundreds, if not thousands of hours coding. AI is a force multiplier. Garbage in, garbage out. It's that simple. Boxstrapper was in the chat yesterday. I guess he does some coding, and he was relaying a similar sentiment that AI has saved him a lot of time.
What a humble and extraordinary thing. That's something you pinch yourself back to that 960 SAT kid that couldn't read and is in the back of the class.
I've been very careful not to ask you about 2028, so I'm not letting you go there yet.
Have you seen Megadoc? No, I don't know what that is.
But as we sort of wrap a little bit, I do want to talk about a different tension paradox.
That was my way of getting ahead of it, so you didn't have to ask about it.
I know. You're not going to say anything interesting if I ask you about 2028.
No, I won't.
One of the contradictions and tensions that I do find interesting. When you were talking with my colleague Andrew Ross Sorkin towards the end of your conversation, you talked about being wanting to be a repairer of the breach.
Oh, Isaiah, yeah.
And this is, I think, hell, in my own job, I feel, this is hard. We have an attentional world right now where we're all very far apart and the stakes are very high and everything you said about Donald Trump and more is true. I think to describe reality honestly is to say things that if you're a fan of Donald Trump are going to be hard to hear. All right?
That's right.
To get attention, you need conflict. You have been, without any peer, the most successful elected Democrat this year in getting social media attention by mimicking Trump style, talking about JD Vance's love of couches. Right?
Forgive me.
Selling knee pads.
Don't forgive me. You should buy them. A lot of people sold out, and so have the knee pads.
So it's a good joke, but
they actually sold knee pads. That's fine.
Tension between getting attention by leaning into conflict and being a repairer of the breach. And I'm curious because I think you are sincere in all these directions. How you think about that tension.
That's an interesting thing to reconcile. You know, he's in one breath expressing a desire to bridge divides and build bigger tents and these kinds of things, and on the other side of things, on the social media side of things, on the political side of things, he is very much leaning into those divisions.
Look, there's so much situational politics now. We have to deal with the reality at hand. I can't wait to hold hands, have a candle, and talk about how we can come to. Everyone that says that is right. I mean, there are plenty of people that are already auditioning for president of the United States, and they say we just need to focus on a positive alternative agenda that economically is inclusive and address these trends. And they're right. And there's a world post-Trump, and they're right. But right now, we have to protect and preserve our republic, this democracy. It's code red. This guy has masked men all across this country. People are disappearing in real time. It's still happening. You have federalized National Guard still in California. You had 700 active duty Marines in the United States of America, in the second largest city in my state. You had this guy put BORTAC teams out near Dodger Stadium on election day to chill free expression, free speech, and a free election just a few weeks ago in California. This guy is not screwing around. We have to fight fire with fire. That's what Prop 50 is about in that reality. So it's situational. The redistricting about it. And that's what we try to do with our social media, to enter into then these conversations that, by the way, helped aid and abet the fact that we were able to raise almost $120 million in 90 days to get Prop 50 passed and to build the political coalition to make that happen. So substance not just style. For all the knee pads and everything else, there's a utility for doing it. It's not just mockery. It's not just trolling. It actually, for me, serves a bigger purpose. But in terms of how we get to the other side, in terms of how we lock hands moving forward, how we govern, the next president of the United States, not about me, whoever the next president needs to be prepared. We can't keep this up. We're polarized. We're traumatized. We're exhausted. I can't even conceive of 3 more years of this. It really is. I mean, what's happening to our kids? Their brains are already being scrambled by social media and everything else we didn't even talk about. But this is their role model? A guy who calls someone a retard? A guy who calls someone a piggy? This is our role model, the president of the United States?
You go back to Obama's brilliant speech at the 2004 Democratic National Convention, and you listen to it now, and it sounds naive. Right? You can feel the power in it, that we're not red and blue.
I do think that culturally, we're probably going to move away from this kind of resurgence of edgy language. I don't know what it'll look like, but it is a little depressing. It feels like we've collectively regressed a bit. I'm not saying that we should aggressively police people's speech. I've never really done that. When you have an internet footprint like mine, you're not really in a position to try to police people's speech that much. But this regression to kind of like grade school levels of immaturity is it's a little depressing, and I feel like we're just inevitably going to move away from that again at some point. I don't know when it's gonna. Maybe it never happens on the internet, but
we're not as divided as the spin meisters think.
So I love it,
but we are that divided, actually. But one thing I see you like playing with, again, between the podcast and the social media, between sitting down with Kirk and Bannon and trolling Trump and Vance, is a sort of a both and politics. I don't know where that goes for you or for anybody, but I think there's some interesting question in it. What does it mean to not say that the other side of this is unity or common ground, much less an end to disagreement, but some kind of living amidst the disagreement that is more like the way a good family handles it?
Yeah, I mean,
Chesapeake, thank you so much for the primer, buddy.
Despite the fact we struggle every Thanksgiving, and so I did again this year with some members of the family that see the world with a different set of eyes. It goes back to the fundamental point: divorce is not a damn option. It just isn't. Back to Klein, he talked about defining the terms of our future, and so at the end of the day, we don't have a choice. There's no leak on your side of our boat. We rise and fall together. And I just think this notion of bringing humanity back, that's not good politics. It's just human decency. Look, I'm sorry I'm sitting here with Ezra Klein, but the first thing I should say, it's an abundance mindset. Okay? It's not a scarcity mindset. This notion goes back to what you were saying about J.D. Vance and that speech he gave, this notion that it is scarcity, it's zero sum, that something's being taken away. I mean, I don't live like that in California. It's always been abundance. That's what there's only one dream, the American dream, and the California dream. And it's all about abundant mindset. If something does this, we have to invent it. And there's a sense of limitlessness in that.
And then always our final question. What are 3 books, or giving your turn to podcasting, 3 podcasts?
Well, I mentioned Built to Last.
You'd recommend to the audience.
I got to tell you, people really should. I wasn't joking about Built to Last. It's so interesting to have a book that shaped me early on. When I was aspiring to be a small business person, I got right out of college, took pen to paper, and came up with an idea to open a store with 13 investors. And I had one part-time employee, Pat Kelly, and she encouraged me. She said, "You have to read the book Built to Last." It was about a Stanford academic that was studying what works, what makes companies endure, and talked about being a clock builder versus a timekeeper. Talked about the genius of and versus the tyranny of or. It changed my mindset and my outlook, political terms, not just in business terms. I hate to bring this book up because it's such a universal, obvious book. I had never read it. I've had 10 copies. I finally picked it up off the shelf. I'm like, what the heck? Meditations from Marcus Aurelius. And I'm like, where the hell have I been? Or where's that book?
See, man, you get into podcasting and immediately the Stoics.
I'm telling you,
can't be a
Ryan
male podcaster and not get into the Stoics.
How could you not? I don't think perhaps there's never been more important and impactful words ever written, and they were written by the most powerful leaders in the world.
Okay, they're doing book suggestions here. I think right now Newsom is probably best positioned for 2028. I don't know. It's tough. It's hard. These things are hard to predict. And I do think he's talented. I think it's possible that he wins over like a broader electorate. The more people get to see him speak. I mean, he's an impressive guy. He's a sharp, impressive guy. But he's also very partisan and very divisive. And so I think there's a hard cap on just how far he can go. Maybe it serves him really well in a crowded primary. Maybe that's the thing that propels him to ultimate victory. But if it were up to me, he would not be my first, second, or maybe even third pick to be the candidate in 2028. We'll see how the landscape changes over the next few years. I reserve the right to change my mind if new things happen and, the landscape changes. But, as much as I like him as a governor and as much as I appreciate his rhetorical skills, I mean, he's a fucking surgeon rhetorically. He would not be my first pick. He just wouldn't. I think he's a really powerful surrogate. I think he's definitely an asset to the Democratic Party. Nationally, he's a really good mouthpiece for the party. I just don't see it. I just don't see I just don't see him in a presidential sense yet. He's like, it's similar vibes to Crockett in Texas. It's similar kind of logic. And they have kind of similar styles, And she's pretty sharp too, like she's I think she's a lawyer, like she's a pretty sharp person. But it's the same kind of concern. It's the same kind of concern that kind of divisive, hyper-partisan stuff will serve them well in primaries, but then set them up for failure in the general. And I think there's a huge opportunity for Democrats right now I think there's an opportunity, maybe not to get 2008 level majorities, but there's a huge opportunity for Democrats to win a lot of seats in the next few years. A lot of seats. And I think the Democrats are positioned really well to get another trifecta in 2028. But I think Democratic primary voters right now are super fired up. Like they're really angry. They're looking for fighters. They're looking for pit bulls and bulldogs. And I don't know how that gels with, like the 40% of people in this country that are registered independent, I don't know if they're aligned with Democratic primary voters in a way that will set us up for success. And so maybe I'm overthinking it. We seem to be doing really well electorally, and maybe my concerns are ill-founded and just not valid, I'd like to be wrong about this, but it's something I feel less concerned about it now than I did like a month ago, just because the margins are so fucking big right now. And, we had this like super far lefty person, like full on police and prison abolition person who overperformed by like 13 points in a red district in Tennessee last week. So maybe everything's fine and I'm overthinking it, but all right, let's get to Denims. I do not understand the logic of talking about an ongoing court case. That seems ill-advised. Would any lawyer advise that this is a good idea? Or rather, would any lawyer advise that this is not a bad idea? He absolutely wouldn't take Missouri. Newsom? Doubtful. Her lawyer is Alina Habba. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Conduit, are you working on a new video? I checked your channel a couple days ago. Destiny has been doing it too. I've noticed, yeah. Is he being advised that that's a good idea? Taking a while because fact checking is arduous. Okay, gotcha. Almost never talk about your case. I mean, Destiny is making it like recurring content. Seems like a bold strategy. Ask Pisco's opinion on Denim's statement. I'll text him and maybe we'll set up a time tomorrow if he's free where we can talk more about the situation. But this is so dubious. I haven't watched any of this video yet, but it's 52 minutes about her talking about these court cases. That seems ill-advised.
We have a lot to get to, as I'm sure many of you have seen, either on my Twitter or on other people's streams or wherever else. We have a lot of lawsuit stuff to talk about. I've seen it, yep. So first I want to say thank you for all of the support. Everyone has been really great. But I have zero idea. I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. But I do. There we go. Want to talk about everything with you guys. I don't want to put up a tree anymore, but when I did, my cats would sleep in it, and then when I'd walk by, they would swipe at me with their paws. That's fun.
You know what she's got to get, which I don't know would work because she's got it right next to the couch here. They have these like, I don't know how to describe them. They have these like cones that you can put on the bottom of the tree that make it harder for the cats to climb them. But of course, our cat, the male cat, figured it out anyways. But there's like a little thing you can put on the bottom of the tree.
Fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. No, they don't do that. Well, Mayor Cat doesn't really get in it. I think he's not super cat-like. He's like begrudgingly a cat. I'm sure many of you have seen, I don't even need to poll, I'm sure many of you have seen Casey Tron's statement that she put out the day before yesterday. I think it was on Wednesday. And
bro, the way that she threw Casey Tron under the bus with her statement was wild. She was like, Casey Tron and it looks like Frogan are going to cave to Ethan Klein. And I'm happy that they're no longer having to fight this costly legal battle, which I'm sure was exhausting. But my morals can't let me cave to this man because that would create a horrible precedent. Like she fully threw Casey Tron under the bus with the statement that she gave.
Ethan Klein's response and Hassan's statement. So I think the way that we'll go in order on all of this is for anyone who's, been living under a rock or hasn't been around in a little bit, Ethan Klein decided to sue 3 people for copyright infringement, for his personal belief that there is copyright infringement. And Casey Tron is one of these parties. I'm one of these parties. Frogan is one of these parties. So Casey Tron has recently settled. And I want to watch it with you guys. And then I put together a response. And then we can read through that. And then we can watch, there's some Hassan clips that I want to watch, and then there are some Ethan clips that I want to watch. So we will get to it. We will get to it. We'll get to it. Video makes me sad, but she's doing what she needs to do. Yeah. I am genuinely shocked by the number of people who read my statement and didn't understand that I was talking about a colloquial usage of the word precedent, and the number of armchair lawyers that are like, do you even know what legal precedent is? It's like, if I was talking about legal precedent, I would have said legal precedent. But we'll get into it, all right? We'll get into it one step at a time. Oh, all right. Have you seen Working on Your Expedition? Oh, I finished that fucking like last week. For what it's worth, I have a law degree and I knew what you meant. Yeah, I mean, you have to be intentionally misrepresenting it to not know what I meant. But we'll get into it, shall we? So Casey Tron recently put out this stream/video. And the text says, public apology to Ethan and Hila. Let's watch. Again, I'm sure most of you have already seen this. This is just for the few people that have.
We can probably skip this part, right? We've all seen the
them in Twitch.
Oh no, she pauses here. Okay, all right. Well,
again, I'm sure most of you have already seen this. This is just for the few people that haven't seen it. Spaces. I wonder why literally everyone on the internet, including, by the way, Asmongold, think that Ethan wrote this. What do you think? What do you think made people think that, chat? Do you think it was the random ass apology to Asmongold in a clip that makes it makes no sense for there to be an Asmongold apology in this video? Or maybe it's the comment about anti-Semitism in Twitch leftist spaces, or maybe it's the commentary about Hassan. Maybe the apology to AB and Lena and Olivia. I don't understand. How did this settle a lawsuit, or did he retry because of the video? This is just my humble opinion. I think after his humiliating apology to Kavanaugh, he is desperately trying to inflict that on someone else to regain the bit of ego that he lost. And even, let me just say, in my opinion, the shit that he said about Kavanaugh was pretty fucked up, and the apology he made to Kavanaugh was really not that bad. It was like, yeah, I was a little too mean. I shouldn't have said any of that. I shouldn't have said some of that stuff. I got his family involved. I shouldn't have said that. Like, it was a very reasonable apology. It was a very reasonable statement. This is like, I wonder why everyone is calling it a hostage video. I wonder why everyone's calling it an ISIS-style hostage video. The craziest thing about this, too.
what's the craziest thing? We should guess. The craziest thing. I actually have no idea where she's going with this one.
Ethan on his podcast admitted that he had already seen this video before it went live, probably, to okay it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you look at this video and be like, looks good to me? You don't.
From Ethan's perspective, why do you think? Why does that need to be explained?
You don't. How do you watch this video and not think, maybe this makes me look bad? Maybe this makes me look like a power-hungry, insane person.
I mean, to you in your particularly rabid corner of the internet, yeah. To everybody else, I think everybody else sees the pylon that their communities regularly do to other people, and they think that's a bit unhinged.
Let me make a couple change. Like, how can you be so disconnected from reality that you make that decision where you look at it and you're like, yeah, that looks good. Yeah, looks good. Does this make me look like a supervillain? No, it's everybody else that's wrong. Anyways, all right. So I would like to read out the statement that I made on Twitter, because I spent a good amount of time putting them together. And then we can go from there. And first, I just want to say, let me say a couple things. I have nothing but love and respect for Casey Tron, and I can only imagine how hard it was for her to record this. And obviously, I don't want to see any.
I love and respect Casey Tron. Also, she caved to Ethan Klein, which I imply is immoral because of the precedent it's going to set.
mean commentary towards Casey Tron. I can't imagine that this is something that was easy for her to do, especially knowing the person that she is.
It's so, like, fucking condescending. It's so, like, infantilizing. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like she's exploiting the Casey Tron video to prop herself up.
And I think it was just a little depressing for people to watch, because seeing a millionaire put someone in the financial position to have to do this, it's like feeling the need to make other people small so you don't feel small is just like, it's just so sad. It's just so pathetic. Also, I can't speak on Casey Tron's legal fees. I don't know what that looks like. That's confidential information. I don't know what she spent. I don't know what her legal team has done. I can't. I can only make assumptions on this stuff. But I will tell you, I would be very surprised if there was... Let me put it this way. I feel like if there was a substantial amount of money in the GoFundMe, this is just my opinion, I feel like it would have been a much better slam dunk for Ethan to include the exact number of how much he was going to get out of the GoFundMe. That's what I would do. If I was trying to peak humiliate someone, if I was like, how do I be as cartoonishly evil as possible? I would make the person, I would make the person say, and there is X number of money left, and I'm donating that money to Ethan. This is just outsider perspective, all right? I don't know how much she spent. I don't know. Her legal defenses are going to be different from my legal defenses. They're different cases. I'm only looking at it from the perspective of if I was trying to sue somebody else and I was trying to publicly humiliate them, I would want them to disclose the exact number that was left.
I really don't understand where she's going with this. I think it's pretty obvious to everyone. I don't think Ethan made any attempt to hide it. I think it's pretty obvious to everyone that part of it was a kind of like, you need to publicly apologize. There's a petty kind of angle to this whole thing. And the fact that Ethan could have, I thought he was saying that the whole time. Ethan was saying, I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to let you settle. The fact that they did that instead of stretching this out and potentially like garnishing part of her wages for the rest of her life, I'd say that she got off kind of easy, right?
In the GoFundMe.
Zeph, I missed that $2 from Super Chat. Is it a language regression or a return to norms? It's a return to norms of like decades prior, but I don't know. There's something. I call it the Trump effect. I really feel like it was Trump. I really feel like it was Trump that caused a lot of people, not even just his followers, to regress to like a 5th grade level of human interactions. But I don't think is like I don't think that's a positive sign of human progress. He kind of brought that out of people, brought that side out of people. But yeah.
And I feel like the ambiguity of that statement, the ambiguity of whatever is left, I think reasonably makes a lot of people's eyebrows go up and think, well, wait, how much was left? What, like $20? How much was, wait, why would you share the number? It's way more of a blow to be like, oh, I'll take the last $10,000 that's left in the GoFundMe or whatever, right? That's just, maybe it's just wishful thinking, maybe it's just hopeful thinking on my part, but just my opinion. All right. The number is less important than the principle of taking what's left. Yeah, but I think saying the number is more offensive. Like if you were trying to be cartoonishly evil and there was like, let's say $10,000 left, isn't it more evil to not force, to tell someone, okay, I think in your settlement, you should, in your settlement statement, your public apology, you should say, there's $10,000 left and it's going straight to Ethan. I feel like that is way more offensive than just whatever is left. This is my opinion, just my opinion, because I feel like everyone agrees that this public apology, it feels like it was made to humiliate Casey Tron. It feels like that was.
Yep. I mean, I would speculate, but yeah. I think there was an element of just like, you need to publicly apologize. That's not exactly a mystery. If you watched Ethan's response when he was watching the apology, I mean, he was gloating a bit openly. That's pretty much been the whole point of this thing. It's even funnier the third time. Wait, what happened? Justice Department fails in its third attempt. I thought this was the second attempt. This is the second attempt in 1 week that they tried to indict Letitia James. This is so embarrassing. It's so profoundly embarrassing to have a president direct his DOJ to criminally investigate someone like Letitia James. And then they fail not once, not twice, but 3 times and 2 times in 1 week to secure an indictment. It's so embarrassing. It's so pathetic. Somebody's getting fired. Trump's going to be like, why the fuck haven't you gotten that done yet?
Was the goal. Unfortunately, people on the left suffer with empathy. We are all afflicted by empathy on this side. So when we see this, we just feel bad. We don't like want to point and laugh. And I feel like if you were going for peak trying to humiliate someone, maybe this is just, I don't know, maybe I'm off base. I would want the person to say the exact number. So your opinion is probably that.
Okay. It seems like an oddly specific point to focus on, but okay.
That there wasn't much left and it doesn't really matter. That's just my opinion. If you were trying to go like for maximum humiliation, you would have the person specify exactly how much is left.
Is she not aware in this moment that she's making the case that Ethan in that moment wasn't going for maximum humiliation? Does she understand that she is unintentionally making that point? Yeah, this is like it's like an unintentional defense of Ethan here. She's saying like, I don't understand. If he really wanted to maximally humiliate her, he would have done that. Well, it's like, okay, well, if we follow that logic, and I'm not saying she's right or wrong, but if we follow her logic, then you would have to come to the conclusion, well, he's not going for maximum punishment. I mean, obviously he's not going for maximum punishment because he settled after saying he wasn't going to settle. But I'm not sure that she's aware of that. I think in her mind, she's like, she interprets that as incompetence. Like, oh, he didn't do this as effectively as he could have done, I guess is what she's hinting at. But
okay. He's just trying to, I think a big part of this has been like, I feel like Ethan's strategy since day one. I think he's, since day one, tried to get people to not donate to us. And the number one way that he's done it is by saying all the money is going to go to me. And he's still doing it now because he knows that the money isn't going to go to him. It's going to go to the lawyer fees. It's going to go to court costs. It's going to go to random court fees. And he wants us to be in a position where there's no money that can help us get anything better. Like, I don't even want to know what this statement would have looked like. And I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know how much money is getting paid out. I don't know any of these. Like, I literally just don't know. It's all confidential. But I don't even want to know what this video could have looked like and would have looked like if she didn't raise the money she raised. because his initial like filing, he's asking for like the maximum statutory damages of like over $150,000. I don't even want to know what this could have looked like if not for the fundraising. So what I don't understand is like, she probably would have settled immediately. No, I mean, yeah. And it probably would have been much worse. But what I don't really understand is like, he has to see how people talk about him online.
Who cares? This like, do you know what people are saying about you? This is fucking sixth grader shit. Hello? Do you know what people are saying about you? Don't think Ethan Klein is aware? You don't think Ethan Klein is aware of what people are saying about him on the internet? Do you think that matters? That you and your friends have negative opinions of Ethan Klein? Do you think that's going to make him be like, golly gee willikers, I really wish these people liked me more? Do you think that's what's motivating him here? Like, why is your community's opinion of him a point of leverage in your mind? It's just so narcissistic, you know? Like, why do I care that you guys are saying negative things about me? Did you really think he's not aware? It's so silly. People have typed that stuff to me too. Like, do you know how crazy you look right now? Do you know what Mike from PA said about you on a stream the other day? Like, who gives a fuck? I think all of these people are insane. Who cares?
Like, the only people I saw speaking positively about this effectively hostage video, as everyone's calling it, was like from people like Asmongold. Like, you have to take a look and see that, like, none of the good guys are on your...
Bro, she just copy pastes Hassan. That's all she does, bro. She just copy pastes Hassan. She's just repeating his arguments. She did the same thing with like Collargate stuff. She was just repeating the stuff that he said. Did you know that you know who else is criticizing Casey Tron? Asmongold. Do you want to be like Asmongold? Like, what is this silliness? God, what planet do these people live on, man?
Your side. Let me see this really quickly. Glenn Greenwald's opening statement from his system update number 553 broadcast. I haven't seen this.
We cover laws that are being enacted to regulate speech on the internet. We cover laws that are enacted to censor speech off the internet as well. And in general, the attempt by big tech to censor the ways that governments can influence that. But there are other ways that are actually starting to threaten free speech on the internet. One.
Also, can I just say maybe I'll listen. Maybe this is finally maybe Casey Tron's hostage style video, as everyone has dubbed it, will be the thing that finally gets Legal Eagle to drop a video. But I'm just going to tell you, the fact that Legal Eagle hasn't dropped a video and that Philly D hasn't dropped a video, it's not because they don't have opinions. It's because they know that if they ever side against Ethan Klein, they have to deal with obscene harassment.
No, it's the opposite. No, it's the opposite. 100,000%, it's the opposite. If they ever said anything even remotely similar, or sorry, sympathetic to Ethan and Ela Klein, their replies and comments would be a fucking dystopian wasteland. It is fucking literally the opposite.
That's why they're doing it. Or rather not doing it. Low-key kind of being a little cowardly. And by low-key I mean heck, but they're going to wait until everything is over and then they'll consider it.
is that people who are extremely wealthy, who have gotten extremely wealthy as a result of being streamers or content creators or just political commentators online, are starting to use their wealth to financially suffocate and destroy their critics by dragging them into court.
Wait, what the fuck? Why did Glenn Greenwald opine on this? When did he cover this? Did he have a conversation with Taylor Lorenz? How did we not watch this yet?
Doesn't matter if the case is meritorious or frivolous, and make an example of them by threatening them with financial ruination unless they humiliate.
If the case was frivolous, then why did Casey Tron's lawyers advise her to settle if it was frivolous? That doesn't seem like it makes any sense. That seems contradictory. How could that be?
Themselves and withdraw the criticisms. It's really sinister. There's a Zionist pro-Israel.
If it's a frivolous case, then you would make the case that it's frivolous to the courts, right? And then
preposterous person named Ethan Klein, who had built a large audience before October 7th, presenting himself like as a comedian or some kind of like edgy person willing to say things that nobody else was, this type of adolescent bravado. And he built a very large audience, got extremely rich doing so, and he's now suing very small streamers who criticize him often, who are opposed to his politics, especially on Israel. And he just forced one of them to record one of the most humiliating videos you'll ever.
What did he just say?
Bravada. And he built a very large audience, got extremely rich doing so, and he's now suing very small streamers who criticize him often, who
what, Glenn? What did they do? Are we leaving a few things out of the things that they did?
Are opposed to his politics, especially on Israel. And he just
has no fucking idea what actually happened. Like, he has no fucking idea what actually happened. It's obvious he has no fucking idea what actually happened. Like, why are you doing a podcast episode with Taylor Lorenz talking about this when you have no idea what happened?
Just forced one of them to record one of the most humiliating videos you'll ever see as a condition for her being able to get out of the lawsuit because she couldn't.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of humiliating videos, and this doesn't even crack the top 10.
Financially sustain it anymore.
Which we'll get to it now because I'm going to read my statement. This is what I was talking about when I said precedent. I'm talking about legal precedent. You'd have to be an idiot to think I was talking about legal precedent. It's about the colloquial sense of precedent. That, like, you ever have like those teachers who, like, all the students just walk all over them? Like, the first kid who decides they're going to, like, throw a spitball or, like, shoot a spitball or, like, start interrupting the teacher. Everyone else realizes that they get to do that too. Like, one guy interrupts the teacher. Hey, teach, when are we getting out of lunch? When are we going to recess today? And the teacher's like, stop. Or, like, people are flinging stuff.
What? Excuse me? Dodger Donnie with $5. I leave for 5 minutes and come back to the outwardly crazy version of Ryan Grimm. It was crazy we gave this guy respect over Snowden. Man. Of all the journalists that Snowden went to, he picked this guy and propelled this guy into, like a 2-decade career. He just consistently has the dumbest takes.
And throwing stuff, and the teacher's like, don't do that. Stop. Substitute teacher court. That once the first kid gets away with it, he set a precedent for all the other kids that they can do it too. Obviously, that's not a legal precedent. There's no legal precedent there. There's no legal squash. There are no gourds in sight. That's just the colloquial usage of the word precedent. You see other people get to do stuff, and they don't get, like, socially shamed or prevented from doing that. You're telling everybody else, you can do this too. All right, let's read. I will read my fucking essaying, holy essaying. Yeah. I've already shared a lot of the opinions that I have, but this is the more structured format of it. So,
is she gonna read it out loud of her just tossing Casey Tron under the bus? Do you think she even knows that she's tossing Casey Tron under the bus? I have serious doubts. I'm not even sure she's like self-aware enough to know that she fully tossed Casey Tron under the bus.
This apology, which I can only assume was somehow forced to extract a settlement, was painful to listen to. It's absurd and ironic that Ethan accuses Hassan of being a puppeteer while LARPing as a comic book villain in this way. While it is unfortunate that Ethan appears to have been able to exert control over her in this way, I'm happy that Casey Tron was given the opportunity to minimize the harm to her family and avoid the risk of losing her home and move on from Ethan's lawsuit. And I want to say also on that, I know she's made a lot of videos talking about how she genuinely was really concerned about, you know, a foreclosure on her home. And she's talked a lot about how she is the sole provider, or like one of the, I think either the primary or one of the primary providers for her family members. And a lot of her family members either deal with abuse or deal with disabilities. And she has had to step up to the plate to take care of them. And that this was something that was very serious for her, and she could not risk losing her home. Because it's not just Casey Tron becoming homeless, it's Casey Tron and her mom and her dad and her sister potentially dealing with homelessness. And it's really hard. Again,
and Ethan settled. So if Ethan was really trying to do maximum punishment, he very obviously didn't do that.
And unfortunately, leftists are all afflicted with empathy. It's very hard for me to be upset with Casey for settling, because it is not, I can't imagine that that's an easy decision to make.
No, I don't think she has any sense that she is just tossing Casey Tron under the bus here. I think she's totally oblivious. I think it's all subconscious in her mind, where she's convinced herself that if she packages it with like sympathetic language, or sympathetic sounding language, then it doesn't mean that. Then it's not like insulting or condescending or judgmental, but it is. It just is. Like she's kind of infantilizing her, and I feel like she's propping herself up. Like she's using Casey Tron, I think, to prop herself up here. Like, I will be the one. I will be the champion who will fight this evil man, this evil Zionist pig.
To settle with someone who I would presume she disagrees with on so many things, because she doesn't want to risk her family becoming homeless. And that is a hard decision to make, and that is a brutal decision to make. And I can only imagine what that burden was like for her. And I'm happy that she isn't, as far as I understand, having to deal with that anymore, that's not a big concern for her anymore. Because between an apology video and my entire family becoming homeless, as in Casey's case, it would be really hard to justify my family members becoming homeless, because I don't want to apologize. Even if the apology is bullshit, even if she doesn't believe a word of what...
Wait. And they have the same lawyer? There's no way her lawyer would be okay with this, right? Because she's saying that Casey Tron, who has the same lawyer that she does, right? Isn't that what people are saying? Or same firm? Hold. I had to drop the bitrate down to 2K. Wait, YouTube, can you guys still see me? I had to drop the bitrate down to 2K. And even that's struggling a little bit, I think. That's weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's a restream thing? I'm not sure. I dropped the bitrate from 8K to 2K. That seems to be holding steady. Oh, dropping a little bit. No, we're good. It's not my internet. So it's either the Twitch's servers or Restream on their end, because I use Restream to push to 3 different channels. But it seems to be holding steady. So I apologize for the drop frames and the diminished quality on the video, but I think we're good. I think we're fine. What are the odds of this and the stuff that she's saying showing up in a court filing at some point? This seems so ill-advised.
What she's saying.
The message itself seems so ill-advised, and then expanding on it for 52 minutes on your stream seems so ill-advised. And you're also undermining the settlement that Caseytron just did. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of my depth on there.
Even if that's true, you know, blaming her feels like blaming. I think this analogy will hit. We'll see if it hits after I say it. Blaming her feels like the equivalent of blaming voters for not voting Kamala Harris.
Huh?
Will hit. We'll see if it hits after I say it. Saying, even if that's true, my family members becoming homeless because I don't want to apologize. Even if the apology is bullshit, even if she doesn't believe a word of what she's saying, even if that's true, you know, blaming her feels like blaming. I think this analogy will hit. We'll see if it hits after I say it. Blaming her feels like the equivalent of blaming voters for not voting Kamala Harris.
Let me pause on that for a minute. Blaming Caseytron for settling and apologizing is like blaming voters for not voting for Kamala? Because what choice did they have, really? Kamala? That wasn't a choice. They didn't really have a choice when you think about it. Voting for Kamala Harris was just simply not an option that they could afford. Like, what is this analogy? No, I have to say it did not hit. The analogy did not hit, I have to say.
It's like, no, the blame should rest with Kamala Harris and the DNC for running such a fucking shit campaign.
There's literally no logical connection whatsoever. Like, there's nothing about the dynamics are similar in any way. Like, they're two totally different circumstances and sets of considerations. This is just so incoherent. I feel like you can feel herself in real time start to understand, like, maybe that was dumb, but then she just commits to it. She's like, well, you know, no, at that point.
To blame voters for not voting Kamala Harris. It's like, no, the blame should rest with Kamala Harris and the DNC for running such a fucking shit campaign. In the same vein, you shouldn't be blaming, your ire shouldn't be directed towards Caseytron, who's trying to protect her family. The ire should be with the millionaire who's using their wealth to torment people that they don't like. And he'll claim.
Did he sue you guys because he doesn't like you? Is that why he sued you guys? Because he doesn't like your content or your opinion on Israel? Is that what happened here? I feel like there's some context missing.
And he has claimed that it's for these other reasons, but I think we all know the reason why he's suing the people he's suing. It's not, I don't think it's a coincidence that all the people that he's suing are not millionaires like he is. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the people he's suing don't agree with him.
What did he say? What did she say? Hold on.
A coincidence that all the people he's suing are not millionaires like he is. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the people he's suing don't agree with him.
Don't agree with him? Just like broadly? What do you mean? You need to be more specific. Don't agree with him on what? On what particular thing? You can tell she's just itching to say, like, pro-Palestine. I'm kind of shocked that she hasn't said that so far.
And if anything, you know, I am happy that Casey Tron's hostage video was so hostage-like, because I think nobody believes anything that's in that video. Nobody believes that any of that is what Casey.
Nobody believes that Hassan did not help her? I don't know about that. I think a lot of people believe that.
Actually feels.
Was she lying about that? Did she make that up? That Hassan basically strongly hinted. I felt like what Casey Tron said was an extremely accurate summary of what happened, where Hassan basically wanted the implied credit for helping these people in their fight against Big Bad Ethan, but then he just didn't do anything about it. Like, he didn't actually reach out to these people. Maybe he reached out to Denims. I'm not sure.
So I wanted to say that, because I just like, I feel for Casey, and I think a lot of other people feel for Casey. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading chat. Okay, next portion. We have a lot to get to, so I'm trying to pace myself here. I want to make several things clear. My trial.
When did she say that Casey Tron caved? I think she says it right here. I wonder how she's going to unpack this. Because I have to think there's going to be a small part of her. There's got to be some part of her that understands that she's just kind of like fucking over her friend here. I wonder how she tries to like dress it up or sanitize it.
Day is October 26th, 2026. I look forward to beating Ethan in court, while Casey and likely Frogan have caved to Ethan Klein, which is a decision I doubt they've made lightly.
And she's also like, Frogan's catching strays here. Like, she must know something behind the scenes here.
Settling like this is not an option for me. It is not an option for me because it would set a precedent that endangers the financial security of any streamer that creates reaction content.
Don't you guys see what she's doing? She's saying that it's not an option for her because of her moral system. But then a moment ago, when she was describing the situation with Casey Tron, she was saying it wasn't an option for them because they couldn't financially float the costs of fighting this out in court. That's what she said about them. But if she was consistent, she would say, that's not an option for me because I have the money to fight this. But instead, she dresses it up in this language to be about like her morals and principles. So she's like fully just throwing her friend under the bus here. The lack of any self-awareness is unbelievable to me.
If you create content that involves commenting on videos on Twitch or enjoy consuming reaction content, you should be on my side. If you don't believe me, please read ahead and let me convince you. And let me say a couple things here. Unfortunately, mama ain't raised no bitch. All right. And unfortunately.
Hello? Hello? I'm sorry. Are you calling Casey Tron and Frogan a bitch here? Like, is that like that's what you're doing, right? Like, this somehow exceeded my expectations.
I don't care if I'm 0-20. I don't hit that surrender button. We go to the bitter end, all right? We fight to the bitter end. Because it's always winnable. And in my case, very winnable. In this case, very winnable. But I am, as everyone in here knows, very annoying. Very annoying. That was actually the most rage-inducing experience in playing Marvel Rivals. The number of times people just put up the surrender. It's like, the game's only been going for 5 minutes, bro. No one's build is scaling, bro. There's no items in this game. The game is winnable. Just aim, dude. Just fucking aim and get on the point, bitch. They are not at an advantage. They are as good as they were when we started the game. Open your fucking eyes. My Valorant experience, at least with
I'm really struggling with analogies these days. I'm fucking really oh god, I'm dropping frames again. I don't know why it's doing that. I guess we got to stay down at 2K bitrate. I don't really know what else to do. If I go above like 3K bitrate, it just goes nuts. I think we're good now.
Valorant's like, if you're down in economy over and over and over again every round, you are technically at a disadvantage, right? With League, you are at a disadvantage. You have less items. In Marvel Rivals, why are you surrendering? Because we lost 1 point? Are you fucking kidding me? Grow up. There's no items. There's no money. Grow up. Just aim, bitch. Like, it makes me so mad. Okay? It makes me so mad. Stop it. Stop.
She plays Val? Does she play games?
Stop it. Real gamers play from behind. Exactly. Fucking exactly. Just start winning, forehead. Exactly. Just start fucking winning. Like, literally just play better. It's so rage-inducing when it happens in Rivals. And that is also unfortunate.
Now she's also like, I don't think she understands that in this analogy, Casey Tron and Frogan are the bad teammates that are surrendering too early. Does she really not get that? Does she really not get that? Is she so oblivious to that?
For Ethan, the mindset that I have close to almost everywhere else. Just win.
Daz Vidani with $2. Leftists really don't believe people have agency. There's a problem with that.
Forehead. Yeah. Just win the lawsuit, forehead. Easy. No competitive drive. Exactly. So, yes, all of this is, or the trial date is public information. There should be public filings about it. The trial date is the 26th of October next year. So I am looking forward to it. I wish I could share more and more details, but I can't. It sucks. This is the worst part. As a yapper, it's so annoying. This is the only thing that really sucks about lawsuits. It's so annoying because there's so much that I want to talk about. It's like, no, just wait a little bit. Just wait a little bit. So annoying. But, yes, obviously, discovery, depositions, summary judgment, whatever. We're just going through the motions here. But yeah, October 26th. Is it trial by combat? No, the judge would immediately be like, dude, she's going to win. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. No. This is too unfair of a fight. Obviously, that's why it can't be. No, yeah. Trial date 26th.
Swanee Bear with $5. Did Jubilee hit you with the DMCA earlier, or you just weren't feeling the video? I was just doing that to test, and it seems like they've disabled that feature. And so when the Talarico episode goes up, I assume tomorrow or the next day or on Sunday, we'll definitely watch that. I'm excited to watch that. Talarico's got the juice, man. You think Talarico's cringe? I'm cringe? Or Denims is cringe. Who's cringe here? Who the fuck is cringe? Glenn Greenwald donated to Denims GoFundMe?
I have no intention of not fighting. I have a very strong case. I think I have a very strong case. And I'm very excited. So, yeah, things to look forward to. Things to look forward to. Save the date. Save the date. Now, what was I fully believe Denims could wield a sword effectively. I really appreciate that you said that. That makes me really happy. Thank you. Thank you. Ethan would just throw AB at you and run. No, be more realistic, okay? AB would throw himself in front of Ethan to protect him, okay? No, Ethan, careful. The fucking Arab is gonna get you. I'll protect you. But yeah, that is the trial date that is set. I don't anticipate anything changing that. I don't think anything should be changing that. And also, I'm pretty sure that's like I know it's like a year away, so it feels really long, like 11 months. But this is supposed to be pretty fast for a federal court. That's my basic understanding. Federal court is usually really slow, so it's kind of dope that it's actually next year. So yeah, things to look forward to, things that are very exciting. Exciting stuff. Damn, a judge is gonna have to read that bullshit. I do feel for the poor judge that has to read some of these filings, dude. Oh God. Oh my God, dude. That poor judge when he gets the page that has a photo of Hitler so that Ethan Klein can compare Al Husseini to Hassan. Like, I just know the judge is going to see that and be like, why is this in this filing about cop?
That's probably not even the 50th craziest thing that the judge has seen that year, to be clear.
I'll be right. Why? But, whatever. Anyways. But did the judge watch the content nuke? Exactly. All right. A big part of this, not a big part of this. A big reason why I also wanted to make the statement that I wanted to make. I understand why people are frustrated with Casey Tron's statement because, everyone wants to see the David v. Goliath, Everyone wants to see these people being me, Casey, Frogan, fight to the bitter end. And so I think it's very disheartening to see that not happen. But I don't want people to be harsh on Casey because I can't imagine that it was an easy decision. And when it came down to it, she had the option to deal with potentially foreclosure or making an apology. I can't blame her for.
I think we got to do 1.5 times speed. Should have done that from the beginning, to be clear.
For caring about her family and trying to put her family first. I can't blame her at all for that. And so that is to say,
I can't blame her. Bro, I can't blame her at all for that. But for me, mama didn't raise no bitch. What the fuck? How are these real people? How are these real human beings? I don't understand. There's no way. How could you have that level of a lack of a self-awareness, I just feel so bad for her family. They could have been destitute. They could have been homeless. But for me, mama didn't raise no bitch. It's like, okay, come on. You could pick one of those things. You cannot have both of those things at the same time. Just commit to one thing or the other. Do the feigned sympathy. It's obvious she doesn't give a flying fuck. Like, do the feigned sympathy thing, The attempt to make yourself look empathetic, the really shallow, superficial attempt that if anybody actually buys that says something about that person. Dude, if she's facing foreclosure, obviously that takes precedent over taking a stand. But why would you even say mama didn't raise no bitch? Right after talking about how I understand why Casey did it. I understand that she was in no position to Why would you follow that up with mama didn't raise no bitch? The only way that you could interpret that to mean is that Casey Tron is the bitch in this situation, according to Denims. It's the obvious implication. An Indiana GOP lawmaker who supports redistricting texts during Senate debate, it's bleak. I thought we knew by now that it's not going to happen in Indiana. I could be wrong.
Rally behind me, okay? I will be your warrior. I will be your chosen warrior. Okay, I will be your fighter. I don't need to tell you guys not to be mean to Casey. You guys already know that. But if you're looking for a fighter, I will be your fighter. I will hold the line. Foreclosure or reading a shitty apology that the other person wrote, easy choice, even if it's a very bitter pill. Yeah. And again, there's a reason everybody thinks that he wrote it. There's a reason Asmongold thinks that he wrote it. Because it reads insane. It's such an insane statement. But, oh, and I saw a couple people asking or talking about me mentioning Frogan. I'm going based off of the same public information that everybody else has. I've tried to make it, not a rule, but I've tried to not talk about the case too directly with Casey Tron or Frogan because it's all confidential and I don't want to risk them sharing anything that's confidential and I want them to win their cases or to have the best chance that they have. So I haven't spoken about the details of the case because I don't have the right because, again, it's confidential. But there was a period of time after Frogan was served and she didn't respond. And it was like the deadline was coming up to respond because you have to respond once you are served. And Ethan was on his show, talking and bragging about how he can file for a default judgment against her. And a default judgment is basically you didn't do anything so the other person wins. She did finally file for an extension. Her and her lawyer talked to Ethan, as shared by Ethan, about filing an extension. But she still hasn't responded, and the date has passed. Last update from Frogan's case was from August 5th. So for him to have been bragging about how he can file for default judgment, and now he's had the opportunity to file for default judgment for a while because she hasn't responded. I can only imagine that.
Does Frogan have the same representation as well? No, if Dennis, I assume you mean Denims. If Denims settled without facing foreclosure, she'd be the bitch. Also funny how quick you are to call out Denims for fake sympathy, but scared to say the same thing about Ethan. What am I scared to say about Ethan? I think Ethan is pretty transparent about the way he works. I don't think he makes a great attempt to hide his emotions. If you can't see what I'm seeing here, clout sheep, if you can't see what I'm seeing here, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to help you. She's obviously using this situation to make herself seem but I'm gonna take a stand. She can package it with all this fucking fake sympathy shit, but it's just so transparent. And I don't know how to unpack it in a way to help you understand that, but
there have to be talks about settling because otherwise she would have a public response because there are deadlines on these things, right? It doesn't make sense that he would be super excited to file for default judgment, and then when she files her extension, but still doesn't, when she misses the deadline for it, he doesn't talk about it at all. That's weird. That doesn't fit. Doesn't make any sense, right? So, and I what I will say also is Frogan really hasn't talked about it publicly at all. Hasn't talked about this case at all.
The Mueller bills are gone, people.
Agent, thank you so much for the 50 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you, or else I will be sad if you got gifted a sub. Everyone say thank you. Thank you for the 50, and that means a lot. But yeah, I also know that she hasn't really made any public statements at all and hasn't really talked about it at all.
Did somebody answer that? Does Frogan have the same representation or no? Big news from Vishy. What do you got here, Vishy? Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah.
So all I know is that I'm fighting, and I'm very excited, and I'm very excited for the opportunity to beat him in court. And obviously, Casey's already settled, and I can only assume that Frogan is probably going to, because again, she's missed the deadline. And for the guy who was bragging about, filing for default judgment the last time that she had missed a deadline, it seems weird that he's just oh, well, I know I was bragging about doing this before, but now I'm not going to do it. But again, I also it's very hard for me to not empathize with people being sued and for bullshit, right? What feels like bullshit. I watched and reacted to Ethan's
what feels like is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
highly anticipated content nuke shortly after it aired. Make no mistake, my coverage more than doubled Ethan's video in length. Ethan's video spanned roughly 104 minutes, and I spent 230 minutes reacting to, critiquing, and commenting on his video and the content in it, during which I paused 210 times. That means I added 120% of the runtime, of the runtime and commentary, on average pausing every 30 seconds to add 36 seconds of commentary. This commentary length is substantially more than Asmongold, XQC, or any of the other streamers and YouTubers that watch the content nuke in full. I have to say the funniest thing I've seen on the internet. The coping is so fun. It's so good. It's just, mwah. I really do love the people that are like, you fool, you've shown everyone your arguments, your legal arguments. It's like, that my video is long? Were they not planning a response on the fact that my video is long? That would be really bizarre. That would be really bizarre. Okay. Sure. Do you mean the really easy, like, if you're not expecting that, I don't even know what there is to, huh? Okay, whatever you say.
Hold on. Sorry.
Response on the fact that my video is long? That would be really bizarre. That would be really bizarre. Okay. On they do love this commentary length is substantially more than Asmongold, XQC, or any of the other streamers and YouTubers that watch the content nuke in full. I have to say the funniest thing I've seen on the internet. The coping is so fun. It's so good. It's just, mwah. I really do love the people that are like, you fool, you've shown everyone your arguments, your legal arguments. It's like, that my video is long? Were they not planning a response on the fact that my video is long?
Bro, she really did post this without consulting her lawyer, didn't she? I thought people were just memeing. But she really did post this without talking to her lawyer, right? Like, she actually did that, right?
That would be really bizarre. That would be really bizarre. Okay.
I'm not a legal expert, but it seems like a dubious legal strategy to just type out what your defense is going to be, right? Is that normally something that, you guys tell me, maybe I'm wrong, but like defense lawyers, is that something that they normally do? Do they telegraph to the prosecution directly or indirectly through various filings and whatnot what kind of defense they're going for? Like does a prosecutor typically know, like, specifically what defense the defense lawyers are going to go with ahead of time? It's literally about the taking views away and not transforming the content. I worked in a courthouse. I've never known of an attorney to let a client talk like this. Now I'm just going to do the thing. I'm just going to fucking do the thing, okay? Is it normal for a civil defense lawyer to telegraph or detail in advance of a civil trial what specific defense they are going to use? Like, maybe ChatGPT says yes. It's completely normal for civil defense lawyer and the plaintiff's lawyer to reveal or outline the defenses they plan to use well before a civil trial. In fact, the legal process is designed to require this. That's where my head was going with, like, discovery. That's why I said, like, through stuff like process, like now, you know, discovery is one thing. Writing out like an essay is another thing altogether, right? Right?
Sure.
I don't know.
Do you mean the really easy, like, if you're not expecting that, I don't even know what there is to, huh? Okay, whatever you say. I see this is key to your case that your commentary added value. It's like, what did you think I was going to say? I'm the bestest? Did you think my legal argument was going to be, I am the bestest? And that's why Ethan is wrong. Like, what? It's not like a secret. I don't. Okay, sure. Whatever you say, man. Okay, whatever you say. Cool. All right. Now, continuing. As we know, Ethan decided not to sue Asmongold, XQC, or anyone other than the three of us, quote, but he wouldn't sue them. They didn't intentionally try to deprive him of revenue. And you said yourself that you did, end quote. This notion is frivolous and a fabrication. Ethan claims that he's pursuing this claim against me only because of some claimed malicious intent on my part. There are two statements that Ethan falsely claims demonstrate my intent, along with his conspiracy theory about collusion with Reddit moderators, none of whom I have ever communicated with. The first statement is a response to a chat message. I read it out. Quote, we're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views. And then I replied, yeah, I'm going to stream. Since he's confirmed it's coming out today, I'm going to stream it. I hope that this is self-evident, but it would be bizarre for me to take that opportunity to bring attention to this group of people and how they should actually watch the video on his channel. It is my place. I don't care. And making a big deal out of it would only encourage the zealotry that Ethan is upset about. I merely acknowledged that I was going to react to it and moved on. Drawing a broader narrative based on a chat message I didn't write is delusional.
I mean, just good luck convincing a jury that you didn't mean what it's very obvious what you meant. Like if somebody in your chat says, we're relying on you to stay live so we don't have to give the nuke views, and then you repeat that comment, which I assume she did. She says here she read it out. Like, number one, why would you read that comment out if the intent wasn't malicious, if the intent wasn't specifically to deprive him, or part of the intent wasn't specifically to deprive him of a view? Why would you read that out loud and then say like, yeah, I'm going to stream it since he's confirmed it came out today. I'm going to stream. Like, why would you say those two things right back to back? Like, good luck convincing a jury that there wasn't clear intent there.
Speaks for itself. Okay, continuing. Sorry, I was reading a chat message.
Just gonna make me yawn.
The second statement is a throwaway shill comment I said after the video before signing off. Quote, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe to our Prime if you like my content. As an aside, this statement is factual. Almost certainly, if someone watched my coverage, they had no interest in watching Ethan's video without the addition of critical commentary and never.
This statement is factual. Is it a statement to say if you enjoyed not giving any views to the video, then followed by a call to action? That's not a statement, is it? What do we call that? What statement are you making by saying that? A statement is anything you say? No, because like a question is not a statement, right? Statement, definition. A definite or clear expression of something in speech or writing. To reiterate, a definite or clear expression of something in speech or writing. So it is definitionally not a statement if it's not definite or clear expression. This sentence is, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a Prime if you like my content. And she's describing that as a factual statement when it is decidedly not a statement.
Would have. Regardless, this statement doesn't change my intent. Categorize my intent. At most, you can say this is a mean-spirited comment in poor taste. Making a joke like this is too far, and Ethan deserves more respect. We can agree to disagree.
That's the other thing, too, that confused me about this statement here. It's like, at most, you can say this is a mean-spirited comment in poor taste. Making a joke like this is too far, and that Ethan deserves more respect. So she's like using that as a shield, as a defense. But then she immediately follows it up by saying, we can agree to disagree, which I think is just clumsy because maybe she was just specifically referring to when she said we can agree to disagree. Maybe she was just specifically talking about the idea that Ethan Klein deserves more respect, but she just like immediately undermines her own defense here. Like, at most, you can say it's a mean-spirited joke. ... We can agree to disagree. Okay, well then what was it then? Like, are you saying it was a mean-spirited joke, but it wasn't too far and Ethan deserved it? I don't know what you're trying to say here.
Okay, continuing. Stop writing certain chat messages. Stop, okay. X and Asmongold only had a couple extra minutes on the upload, so it's clear he's going after you because you were critical and they weren't. That defeats his entire point. I mean, again, his comment is that you made this...
Punished, Jake. Did I get you for 22 months? I think so, buddy. Maple Cobra, thank you very much for 81 months. Really appreciate that, bud. Celebrate and be a lib. What do you got for me, Vishy? What is this? The Indiana Senate has rejected the proposed 9-0 GOP gerrymander. The existing 7-2 congressional map will remain in place. Let's fucking go. So what does that mean? I say we need to go on the offense here, you know? Like, we're beyond tit for tat. They started this arms race. I say every state legislature, democratically controlled state legislatures should pursue aggressive gerrymanders. It's not enough for me to get perfect parity. I want an advantage. And then if they want to do something about that, great. Let's get some bipartisan legislation across the finish line in the House and the Senate that bans partisan gerrymandering for good and have the president sign it into law. Bing, bong, boom. But they started this. I feel like it's too passive for us to just be like, we need to just like perfectly counteract what they're trying to do. No. We're beyond that. We're beyond that now.
You said this sentence, but that's not like a legally binding argument, as far as I know.
What did she just say?
Stop writing certain chat messages. Stop, okay? X and Asmongold only had a couple extra minutes on the upload, so it's clear he's going after you because you were critical and they weren't. That defeats his entire point. I mean, again, his comment is that you said this sentence, but that's not like a legally binding argument, as far as
statement of intent? Like a clear statement of intent? That's not legally binding? What does legally binding even mean here?
As far as I know. Fair use is fair use. And what I did is fair use. I firmly believe and I firmly stand by that my React content to the content nuke was fair use. Continuing. I humbly request that we take this opportunity to question Ethan's framing of events and call a spade a spade. Ethan is bullying people who said things about him that he did not like.
The Pisco argument? I don't even think Pisco has defended the merits of the case. I feel like Pisco the whole time has consistently said that the case is very bad for the defendants. Hasn't he said that the whole time? Pretty sure.
And he can only do that because he has more money than them. In doing so, at least in his lawsuit against me, he has set a disastrous precedent for our corner of the internet. And my only hope is that others in the community with resources like Ethan's do not follow in his small footsteps.
Icon with $2, ridiculous. How is this a joke exactly? Did she say it was a joke? I missed that.
Again, the number of people that are like, settling is not a legal precedent. It's like, you know, people use the word precedent to describe things that aren't legal, right? If I meant legal precedent, I would have said legal precedent. The precedent that anyone can just go after random smaller creators because they have more money than them and no one will bat an eye and no one will be like, whoa. Watch it, dude, watch it. Wait, we like React.
The standard principles that determine if something is fair use is the purpose and character of the use. This factor considers whether the use is for commercial purposes or for nonprofit educational, scholarly, or research purposes. A commercial use is less likely to be considered fair, while a nonprofit or educational use is more likely to be permitted. The nature of the copyrighted work. This factor focuses on whether the original work is more creative or factual. Using a highly creative work such as a novel or film is less likely to be fair use, while using a factual work like a technical manual or news report is more likely to be fair because the law recognizes a greater public interest in disseminating facts. The third factor is the amount and substantiality of the portion used. This factor considers both the quantity and quality of the material taken. Using a significant portion of the work is less likely to be fair use, while using a small portion may be permissible. And then effect on the use upon the potential market. This factor examines the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Transformative uses are more likely to be fair use as they add a new message or meaning to the original work. These factors are not a checklist, but are weighed together in a balanced analysis to determine if a use is lawful. The outcome in any given case can be hard to predict, as a judge has a great deal of freedom when making a fair use determination. Gotcha.
Act. We like React content. Stop. All right. Continuing. Please donate to my legal fund. Every penny has gone exclusively to court costs and fees and will go nowhere else. As stated earlier, my trial date is 10/26/26, and I look forward to meeting Ethan in court, ideally with your assistance. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So yeah, a precedent as in standard. Yeah.
Denims is definitely top 5.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ivy Granite, for the 10 gift subs. Thanks. Thank you.
Denims is definitely top 5.
Socialism or barbarism. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I do. Yeah, all I can say is that all of them.
I feel like we have other choices besides socialism or barbarism. I feel like there's probably some choices in between there.
Money that is in the GoFundMe has gone exclusively to court fees, lawyer fees, all the things relating to this case, and all of it will. All of it absolutely will. And I am looking forward to the court date. I'm looking forward to the 26th of October of next year.
That's pretty drawn out. That feels like a very delayed start time. Curly, thank you so much for 4 months, buddy.
I'm very excited. I don't like to hit the surrender button. I don't like to hit the FF. And I feel a little bit grateful that I'm not in Casey Tron's position and that I don't have dependents and I don't have to worry about like a foreclosure on my home that would make, my family homeless. Because I do firmly believe that if Casey didn't have that weighing over her, she would have fought to the bitter end. Even if it meant that she lost, she would have fought to the bitter end. But when you're dealing with that, it's tough.
I feel like this is her in damage control mode. I feel like that's what this is. I could be wrong, but I feel like she intuitively maybe at some point realized like, maybe I shouldn't have said that Casey Tron caved. Maybe I shouldn't have expressed it that way.
How does your case work? Do you have a jury if you could talk about it? Well, there will be a jury, but I believe first you go through summary judgment, which is effectively just like pleading your case to a judge to effectively skip a jury. And then, if not that, then a jury trial. Wormy. Wormy's here. Oh, hi, Wormy. Oh, I hope she sits on me. Wormy! Yeah.
Just repeating, 31 and 19 Indiana will not be redistricting. Huge for a state with a super majority. That could also be, guys, when we talk about political capital and how it is tied to the president's approval rating, like these kinds of consequences are sometimes linked to the president's approval rating. Like if the president's approval rating was like 55%, 60%, the odds of them passing that map would have been way higher. So we often talk about like, I'll bring up approval ratings. People will ask me, what kind of a price has Trump paid for his extremism? And I'll bring up approval ratings sometimes and people are like, well, big fucking deal. Who cares? It's like, well, that stuff matters. It's actually harder to get your agenda passed. If you have political goals, if you want policies or legislation, and you ask that as president, you're in a much greater position to have, wield, and use leverage. I guess wield and use is a bit redundant. If you have the approval of the voters, because you can direct their ire this way or that way. But I mean, who knows? Maybe the Indiana state legislature is filled with principled small government Republicans who oppose partisan gerrymandering. Or maybe this is because Trump just is out of political capital to spend. Like he can't even, you're telling me you can't bully the state legislature to get a redistricting effort done? The president of the United States? I feel like you have more leverage over state level politicians than national politicians, right?
Yes. But yeah. Hmm. Sorry, I'm reading a chatter that's like writing some fucking paragraphs. Wormy is a dependent. She is a dependent. She's dependent on me for love. But anywho, Lol Cow Mindset has been making a ton of videos about you. Well, yeah, he has no content of his own, so he has to farm. Keep farming, bitch. Keep farming. Will the trial be?
Wait, doesn't she do exclusively React content? Not that I'm judging. I became a React streamer at one point. I'm not saying that's a problem, but isn't that what she does? Doesn't she do React content?
Public, I don't even think that that's possible. I do think that a lot of people memeing about it is pretty funny, but like, I don't think that would happen. I don't think it would make any sense, but I don't.
Wait, what does she think won't happen?
Lolcow Mindset has been making a ton of videos about you. Well, yeah. He has no content of his own, so he has to farm. Keep farming, bitch. Keep farming.
That seems like a glass houses situation.
Will the trial be public? I don't even think that that's possible. I do think that a lot of people memeing about it is pretty funny, but like, I don't think that would happen. I don't think.
Can you? I think can't. Where's the trial? Is the trial going to take place in California? Are civil trials in California ever televised? The OJ trial was, but that was a criminal trial. Yes, civil trials in California can be televised, but it's not automatic and not very common. California allows cameras in the courtroom. Is it in California, guys? Did I not pin this video? I did for the Ezra Klein video. I fucking forgot. All right, there you go. Replace pin message. California Rule of Court 1.150 governs cameras and recordings in courtrooms. Under this rule, cameras, including TV broadcasts, are allowed only if the judge gives advance permission. The judge has broad discretion to allow, limit, or deny coverage. Either party may object, and the judge must consider those objections. Civil trials are more likely to be televised than criminal trials. The factors the judge considers: whether coverage will distract witnesses or jurors, whether it will affect the fairness of the trial, privacy rights of parties or witnesses, security issues, the level of public interest. High-profile civil cases are the most likely to be televised. I don't know. Do we rule this out as even a possibility? Because it would not shock me if Ethan's team, or if Ethan aggressively pushed for it to be televised. But, I mean, is this high profile? I mean, I don't know. Kind of, right? A little bit. It's a federal court? Is it a federal court? Federal, they don't allow any cameras ever, right? Pretty sure. What about federal civil trials? They're almost never televised. There have been some exceptions, but not many. Okay.
It would make any sense, but I don't.
You're making me yawn.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I want to respond to. Oh man, I lost one of the messages that I wanted to read, but is there a concern that Casey Turner would be testifying on his behalf? No, that's not a concern at all. There's nothing that she can testify to. That line is just like, the way I see that line of like, I would testify to all of this is like, it's just like bravado. It's just like, look, you can tell that I'm the winning side because I have this and this and this in my favor, and like the things in your favor are like shit and poop. It's like, okay, like what would you get on the stage and testify to?
I'm fucking done with analogies. So done with analogies. I'm so fucking done with analogies.
Hassan, I was mean to Asmongold. I'm here to testify that I was mean to Asmon. Like, what the fuck? It's just to like make people believe that he's in the right, but it's not the case. It's not the case.
Hassan immediately got censored by a fucking Chinese streaming platform. No, ain't no way. Hassan tries multi-streaming to Billy. Stream gets taken down. due to government censorship. Reminder, he said in a Variety article, what was the exact quote? It was something like, I call out, I'm gonna paraphrase. It was something like, I call out government on my live streams. And if I can't do that, then I can't do my job. Like, he said that shit. And then it was like that day or the next day or 2 days later, he got stopped in China at the Tiananmen Square flag raising thing.
Shout out. We're live on BDBD as well. We're dual casting. BDBD just cut out, bro. Yeah, I don't know why. What is it? Do we do a no thing? I wonder why. I'll ask the team. All right. I got to figure out why the BDBD one got banned. I wonder if it's the chat. What is BDBD? You keep saying BDBD is like the Chinese version of Twitch, basically. And I was
oh, it's got to be chat, right? It's got to be chat, right?
Trying to dual cast on there as well, but it didn't work out. Or not banned, but like they ended the broadcast. But I don't know why. Oh, it was because I was showing Twitch chat. That's why. Your videos on BDBD always censor the chat on screen. Oh.
We can't have people speaking freely. Excuse me? On a Chinese streaming platform, and you thought people could just speak freely and you would put it on the screen? Come on, guys. What are we doing
It's
here?
like YouTube, but more aggressive. It's not even a ban. It's just that they turned it off. But yeah, I think it was because I had my...
It's like YouTube, but more aggressive. That's one way to phrase it. Intense state-controlled media. I suppose, in a literal sense, he's correct.
Chat on my screen, like right here. This. Brother, you did not just seriously remove chatters from the screen for BDBD, just say you hate us. Brother, I'm still watching. It's just not on screen. You cannot dual stream. No, you can dual stream. It's just like you can't show chat from, like when you're dual casting, even on like YouTube and Twitch and stuff, I think like every platform on live streaming has like restrictions on showing chat from a different platform.
Well, he knows in practice that that's not strictly enforced. He knows that. Obviously he knows that.
Even when you put up YouTube videos, for example, in the first 5 minutes, everyone will censor the YouTube. By the way, not having the chat on the right side of the screen has given me so much freedom to just move around. Wee woo. BDBD stream is down again.
Oh my! Actually, China did us a favor. Look at all this room I have for activities on the screen.
Huh. I wonder why. Let's see. Maybe it's politics. And if that's the case, then we just don't stream. It could be because I'm showing like Twitter and stuff. And if that's the case, then we just won't. If they have issues with like showing, other like foreign websites and stuff like that, like.
If they have issues, what? He's such a slippery little devil. His little devil tongue. If they have issues, what is this? What is the question that you're posing? Is this really a question you're asking?
Specifically Twitter, then, GG's, then I can't. Oh, showing. Why are you capitulating to government censorship? Capitulating to government censorship? It's a fucking social media platform. And it's not a capitulation. Like, what do you mean?
What? Hello? Like, why do the social media companies in China have these TOS? Is that, I don't even know if you call it TOS. Like, where do those policies come from?
Every social media platform has rules. Some of them are dumb. Some of them I don't personally agree with.
Okay, but imagine if Donald Trump could pick up the phone. Well, this is the worst example I could give, because he probably could. To be fair, I think he probably could pick up the phone, call Elon, and be like, I want that motherfucker banned. I feel like he could probably do that.
You're on Twitch, right? Right now, a platform that basically censored the term Zionist at the behest of the ADL. What should I do? Brute force it? What should I do? You just make do and you fucking play ball. But yeah, we won't be... Why aren't you brute forcing your way through the platform TS? Why are you always allowing yourself to get banned? It's not even a ban. I think they just like the admin takes the stream off. It is what it is.
How long did it take for him to get banned? Was it like a minute? Was it like literally a minute?
Hopefully it won't break.
It seems like it was quick, but I don't know.
Disabled. Okay. It's just us now.
God, man, his glazing of China to his audience, it's just, I find it so obscene. And it doesn't come from a place of, I don't know what the word is, like blind, like patriotism, like blind, like, patriotism. It's just, they just lie about the level of control the Chinese Communist Party has over speech there. They oftentimes just lie, or they do this thing where it's like, oh, you really think it's so different in America? And it's like, yeah, I do. It's actually a lot different. How the fuck do you not understand the profound differences? And it just bothers me.
The other thing that's really funny too, can I just say, so many replies, but there were two main replies that were really funny. The first one was a bunch of people being like, that's not legal precedent. It's like, God, you're so fucking stupid. I wasn't talking about legal precedent. If I was talking about legal precedent, I would have said legal precedent. But the second one that's been really funny is the people being like, you're splitting hairs. This is clear evidence and proof of your intent. It's like, have you never seen a contract? Have you never heard the phrase that the devil is in the details? To read the fine print? You really have no understanding of the fact that, like, it is the most mild change in phrasing that will make one statement a statement of, not statement of fact. I'm trying to remember. I wrote it here earlier. One sec. Where is it? Oh yeah, that like a statement can characterize intent or not characterize intent just by changing and moving a couple of words around. So I've seen a lot of people being like, you're splitting hairs. This is obviously you trying to split hairs right now. It's like, dog, I don't know what to tell you, but that's like literally peak lawyering. Peak lawyering is having the right words in the right order, just barely.
Her team will have their opportunity to present this defense, and we will see if a judge or a jury finds it all that compelling. She seems so, like, I don't know if she fully appreciates the situation. Like, she seems so confident. Maybe she'll get a little bit more nervous when, like, the trial date gets a little closer. But man, she feels so confident. She's like, this explanation that she's giving up here. She's like, obviously, I wasn't saying that. You know, like. And she seems so confident about that. And okay, we'll see.
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that. It's classic bird law, yeah. It's like, well, that statement isn't going to read me. Sorry, read me. That statement isn't going to stop me because I can't read. Saying it upon the completion of the video entirely undercuts the idea that you return on second views as a matter of forethought. That's, yes.
Hang on.
Saying it upon the completion of the video entirely undercuts the idea that you return on second views as a matter of forethought.
Saying for the entirety of the video undermines that you were trying. What did she just?
Statement isn't going to stop me because I can't read.
Let me slow it down for this one.
Saying it upon the completion of the video entirely undercuts the idea that you return on second views as a matter of forethought.
Saying it upon the completion of the video implies that you didn't have the forethought of trying to steal the content? Huh? I don't... To be fair, I'm not the most logical person, so sometimes shit just flies over my head, but... What is she saying?
Yes.
Why would saying it after the video was done imply that there was no forethought? But wait, hang on a second, hold on. This was said before she watched the video. This was her the day before announcing her intention to not only stream it, but in the context of the question that she read, give the viewers a way to watch it without giving Ethan a view. She did that 24 hours before she watched the video, right?
Wasn't that about snark and moderators? Casey would work together with them on that issue? Oh, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I just thought the idea that she would testify is so ridiculous. Like, what's she going to testify? That she didn't talk to the moderators? Like
This is fucking absurd. Why are we even covering this? There's no we. What? I'm covering it, and if you don't want to watch it, don't watch the fucking stream. We're grown-ups here. Holy shit. I thought this was like something serious. This is a complete joke. How many people in chat actually give a shit about this? Hold on, let me scroll through your If you had to give me an opinion, Pound Cake, what are your thoughts on Ethan Klein? I'm just curious. Usually when people say stuff like that, I don't watch him. When I was younger, I thought he made funny videos, but I don't know much about him anymore. Like, how do you feel about the lawsuit? The stream title fucked up again. I'd fixed it, but oh god, did it fuck up again? Hijo de verga. How long has it been fucked up for? No, it's fine. It says it's fine. Oh, is it the Twitch one that fucked up? God damn it. It did that when the stream shorted out for a minute. Usually when people are like, why are we watching this fucking slop? It's because they have an opinion about the thing that doesn't align with my opinion. That's usually what that means. But if you ever tune into a stream and we're covering a topic that you're not interested in, you don't need to announce like, what are we doing here? That's not necessary. Like, nobody cares. Like, obviously some people are interested enough to be tuning in. Pisco, never subbed, never donated. Ad block on stolen laptop, neighbors, Wi-Fi, stolen solar panel, free entertainment. I believe I am hell. Indiana, LOL, cold day for Republicans. Pisco, when did you want to talk about the thing? We can do that tomorrow. No, that's not the case with me. From what I understand, the lawsuit is literally just a joke. I don't get why it's a big deal. Listen, you don't have to get it, but when you say stuff like that, you sound judgy. Comes across as judgy. I'm above the slop. I'm above this. You should be above this. That's how people take it. That's how I take it. I'm down. Why not now? Because we're nearing the end of the stream today. I have to take my afternoon constitutional. I do a lap around about a 5 square block radius. Get out there and walk 20, 25 minutes. I'm not in my usual spot. I just need to go live. Let's do it tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow.
The thing is, the settlement existing doesn't mean that she infringed copyright. Even if she said what she said in her apology video, she would have infringed copyright if she got like a guilty verdict or whatever in her lawsuit. It's
Pisco, is that how civil judgments work? If you settle and accept like a judgment, and in the case of Casey Tron, make that statement, are you accepting liability? Is that how that works or no? Because usually I feel like when you don't accept liability, when the parties agree to like that no one has to accept liability, you say that we have resolved the matter amicably. Neither party admits, like they take steps to specify that. I don't need to take a nap. I need to take a walk, and then I need to make some fucking money in Arc Raiders. Clock is ticking. I need 5 million in stash value if I want to get those 5 extra skill points.
It's like the settlement statement is different from like an actual legal document that says
the Game Awards. I forgot about that. I was actually asking myself, if I wanted to stream that. Half-Life 3, new Divinity game. I want to see some more Witcher 4. I mean, I would like to see some Elder Scrolls 6, but that doesn't seem likely. I would like to see some maybe a new GTA trailer. New Star Wars game rumors. Apparently there's a new Warhammer game that's coming out that the Warhammer bros are super excited about. Depends, some settlements impose a judgment or have sign off from court, but oftentimes there's no liability admitted and cases are just voluntarily dismissed. But she for sure in her statement admitted guilt or liability. I don't know. Elder Scrolls and Fallout won't happen. No, probably not. Probably not. Todd Howard was saying how like we're probably not going to see. Todd Howard he said like a month ago that they're not anywhere close to being done. Which is a bummer. I don't know. I don't know. Bethesda, they need to, I don't know what they need to do. I don't know if they need a new game engine, but they're kind of stuck. Like Bethesda's kind of stuck, you know? The Skyrim kind of systems were pretty groundbreaking on the previous console generations, but, and I say this as someone who enjoyed Starfield. I say this as someone who I definitely enjoyed Starfield. I got over 100 hours. I really enjoyed that game, but they just haven't meaningfully updated those systems in such a long time. I just want them to give Fallout and Elder Scrolls to Obsidian. Also currently doing a Morrowind playthrough classic. I can't play those old games. I can't do it. I can't go back. I need the pretty graphics. Huh? Starfield sucked. I'm telling you, I enjoyed it. I can't speak for other people. I enjoyed that game. If we lived in a world where they had the resources to create compelling generative POIs, like they tried, but what they did was just not satisfactory. Like they had procedurally generated POIs, but they were like, some of the missions in Starfield were like, our buddy collapsed like 1,000 yards that way. Can you wake him up and walk him back to us? And it's like, that's the quest. It was like, really? That was really the best you could do? No Man's Sky does generative content really well, but they're not doing like compelling side quests. Like the world is not packed with compelling side quests that's generated with that's generative. I don't know what the word is, whatever. I'm surprised they still make content for Starfield, been radio silent for a year. No, I'm pretty sure they're working on at least one more DLC. So that actually wouldn't shock me if we saw a Starfield expansion. What I would love to see with Starfield is a kind of metamorphosis, the likes of which we saw with Cyberpunk. So if Starfield could come out with a new DLC, like a new expansion, because the last one was not great. Shattered Space was not great. But if they could come out with a massive new expansion and then also like really overhaul the game, because Cyberpunk after 2.5 is a radically different game than the one that launched, for the better. Like they significantly improved that game. I did see the Fallout 3 leak. I did see that. So wouldn't shock me if we saw Fallout 3 remaster. Or I don't know if they're going to do, what do they call it? A cold drop where you drop it on the same day. I don't know if they're going to try to do the same thing. What are some of the other games that I want to see? What's it? Is it called Crimson Desert? Or is that the old game? There's a new massive open world game that looks fucking dope. There was a rumor about Knights of the Old Republic 2 getting a remaster, I think. There was some reporting on that. Given how well Oblivion went over, yeah, they made a shitload of money on Oblivion. They made a shitload of money on Oblivion. And it was great. That was a really great remake. That was good. You know what I want to see more from is Light No Fire, the team that did or does No Man's Sky. They teased a game called Light No Fire like 2 years ago, and it's just been delayed and delayed and delayed. And instead of this massive open world universe that's generative, what's the phrase I'm looking? Procedurally generated. That's what I'm thinking. It's just one planet, and I think they advertise it as one Earth-sized planet, and it's a fantasy setting. I was really excited about that, but then we just haven't seen anything about that in like 2 years. Yeah, Power World has changed quite a bit. Power World's a lot of fun. You try the legendary guns in Arc Hutch, wondering if it's worth crafting and using them. I haven't gotten any of those blueprints. The shotgun is nasty. The volcano shotgun in Arc Raiders is a nasty bitch. You gotta upgrade it, get it to level 4, and then kit it out with attachments, and it's fucking. You just melt people. The Tempest feels pretty good, but I've found those weapons like on the maps. I never found any blueprints for the legendary weapons, and I never beat the Queen or the Matriarch in Arc Raiders. I tried. I fucking tried. I had the Matriarch down to like, it was just me and another guy taking on the Matriarch. Maybe that was a bit ambitious. And it was on fire, but there were 3 minutes left before the extract, and I just didn't have time. What happened to your Dune grind? Dune, I got like 120 hours out of. I fucking loved it. I was really addicted to it. And it was one of those games, and this happens a lot with games with me, and it might be an ADD thing from what I read online. But what happened with Dune was I'm playing one day and I'm going through the motions, and you have your kind of daily routine of stuff that you grind out, and you go over here to get this resource and you do that. And then I had a moment where, and I've had this moment many times with many games. I had this moment with Assassin's Creed Shadows, Ghosts of Tsushima, just like 25 games I've had this. I'm playing the game, and then I kind of pause and I sit back in my chair and I ask myself, why am I doing this right now? Like, what am I getting out of this experience right now? I think about it pretty briefly. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm done. I think I'm good. On to the next one. You know, that happens a lot with games. It has not happened with Arc Raiders yet. I'm 130 hours deep in Arc Raiders. And I'm good. I'm still enjoying it. Each experience feels unpredictable enough and novel, and you know, it feels compelling enough to like bring me back in. And now it's given me this task, you know, like if I want 5 extra skill points, I have to accumulate 5 million worth of stash value, and so I'm working towards that. And the PvP is unpredictable enough so that the world just like, you never really feel safe in that world, which is that's fun. That's a fun kind of stress. Like you just, when you're playing Arc Raiders, you really just, you never know. Like I had an experience playing Arc Raiders 2 days ago. I broke into one of the rooms that you have, it's on Spaceport. And once you get the security breach skill, each map has a bunch of different panels that you can breach, and has like slightly better slightly better loot. You know, it could be better. But Spaceport has like 8 different security breach locations, and one of them has 2 panels. It's like a little miniature kind of, I don't know what you call it, like, I don't know. It's like a, I don't know what it is, like an office, like a miniature office. It's like a tiny little, so I'm in there, and I thought I heard, because the audio is so, you can just hear footsteps so audibly in that game. And I thought I heard a footstep like really near me. And when you're in the room, there's an open panel, so you can see directly like outside of what's from that space. And I stopped breaching the door. I'm like, did I just hear a fucking footstep? What was that? And I crouch and I walk very slowly over to the edge, and I'm trying to like third person view to get because I thought he was like right outside. And I hear this voice like, hello. And it's like right next to me. I'm like, oh, that is the fucking scariest shit I've ever heard in my life. Hello. What are you doing in there? And I was like, oh, fuck. Because I'm pretty looted up at this point. I had some decent loot, but I'm working with like a free loadout. And, you know, it just wasn't, I'm like a Rattler, you know, shitty gun. And the guy picked a fight with me and just fucking murdered me in cold blood. And it was kind of devastating because my loot was pretty fucking dope, but I just didn't have any good guns. But when you have enough of those experiences, you just never feel safe. You just never, like, wherever you are on the map, somebody could be lurking in the shadows. And so I'm getting better at the game now by just simply playing much more cautiously. Like for the first week, I'm like, pondering, thanks so much for $10. How hard are you learning? Indiana just rejected Trump's gerrymandered maps 31 and 19. I did. I am hard right now. I can't stand up. It would be against TOS to show you my tremendous bulge. But like the first like 80 hours of the game, I'm just just running around each map, not a care in the world. Just fucking just running into rooms, not checking any corners. And you die enough times. Like I've been ratted at extract enough times now where I'm that player that like I'm like securing a perimeter. I'm like checking behind that thing and that thing and that thing, and then I press the button, and that, so like I'm getting much more like careful with my gameplay. And so that's like a satisfying kind of like, I'm definitely having more success. Like I'm improving in the game. I'm extracting more. I'm winning more fights just by just being more cautious. I'm just running around battlegrounds asking players for specific enemies to kill. Haven't been shot yet. LOL, player base is too nice. How many hours do you have, bro? I mean, damn, Battlegrounds is definitely the friendliest map. Buried City right now, don't trust anybody. Buried City is compromised right now. Don't trust anyone on that map. Because now everybody's saving up to try to get the 5 million stash value so they can get the skill points. And so everybody's just ratting each other. Every train, every subway station that you go down, there's always a rat down there. I got ratted yesterday with like 120K in value, and it was brutal. You're like 40 hours in. I bought it last weekend. Go, okay, play some raids on Buried City tonight, and you will find everybody's gonna murder you. Everybody's don't trust anyone. I had an experience last night, you guys, where I spawn in on Buried City. And I'm kill on sight at this point because it's like kill or be killed. Fuck you. It's not going to be me. I'm not going to take the risk. So I'm just killing everybody. If I see you, I'm taking a shot. And I had a level 3 Il Toro pump action shotgun. And I go to this. I have this rotation on Buried City that I go to. And the first location that I go to, there's a guy on the roof. And I just blasted him. You know, I just saw him and I just fucking blasted him. And I did the rookie mistake where I blasted him and then I immediately started looting, which that's like you just don't do that in this game. Just don't do that. And I get shot by some man off in the distance. I get shot. I was like, where the fuck did that come from? And so I run inside, I patch up, and then I very carefully get on the roof and scanning the horizon to see if I can see any rats. And this guy walks up. I can hear him. I didn't see him. And he goes, hello, is anybody here? And I was like, this is sus. Like, is anybody here? Oh, you're here? That's okay. I'll just leave. And I heard him like run in another direction and then stop and then slowly walk back to where we were. So I was like, that's the guy who shot me. And he's just laying a trap, waiting for me to loot the guy. And I got up in a bell tower and I was kind of high. There's like a bush and I like hid kind of in the bush. And this guy tried to rat. I was like, he's not going to out rat me. I will stand here for 20 minutes if I have to. He's not going to out rat me. And I did. I waited for fucking like 15, 20 minutes. And finally the guy gave up and walked away. But that guy tried to fucking trick me. And he just lurked in the shadows, waiting for me to loot this guy for 20 fucking minutes. And I just out-ratted him. And then eventually he ran away. And when I looted the guy was stacked with loot. The guy had like a purple augment and a purple shield and fucking level 4 gun. So it was worth the wait. Like, it was worth the wait. I was like, I'm not moving. Like, I'm not going to let this guy rat me. And it's just like, he waited in the bottom floor of the house for like 20 minutes and finally he ran away. You say it's not fun, or you joke that it sounds fun, but it is fun. It's like, it's fun. It's like, it's a very hostile environment. Like, everything is out to kill you. On Buried City, everyone is out to kill you. Every machine is out to kill you. Especially if it's a night raid, then you got like rocketeers flying around and fucking. It's an experience. It's an experience for sure. All right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Wouldn't be a stream without a segment on AI and a discussion of arc raiders. So we'll finish it there. I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time. This is also important. What do you got? Magic Treehouse animated series in the works. Am I uncultured? I don't know what the Magic Treehouse is. It looks delightful. I don't know what that is. Pound cake, it's all good, brother. Have you reached out to Woody about your gun? No, they asked me, Chiz asked me if I had time to do the PKA tonight, but I didn't. Tonight's no good for that. But maybe we'll go on there soon. T-minus 74 hours, almost 74 hours exactly, until I get my enormous hand cannon. And boy, am I excited. Hunt Showdown is pretty similar. Yeah. I played that game. It's fun. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time. It's 8:30 a.m. Pacific, 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Stay frosty.